is people there in the afterlife are pulling for us. We're the heroes trying to push forward this idea of spirituality and the spiritualized democracy and giving in order to take advantage of the true design of this world, so that we can evolve toward full expression of our spirituality, which will be an increase in the vibrations of ourselves, so that we actually create a kind of spiritual world in light body here on the planet. I mean, that's what the Ascension will look like. And many people share my intuition about that, I think.
Right. No, thank you for that. And I just want to tell people tuning in now, this is Alan Steinfeld. I'm talking to James Redfield, who was really the genius behind bringing a contemporary understanding of spirituality to the mainstream. So where's our evolution? Where are we going? Because this is, what you're talking about is what we've been working on for thousands of years, but I think there's an evolution to spirituality in general. So where do you see the future destiny of humanity?
Well, there's a lot to, I've got a book coming out where I try to express this next year. But I believe where we are now is to really prove to ourselves that these high levels of synchronicity guided manifestations of our projects and our true calling to tell the world. I think it's moving. It's going to move into more unity. Right now, there's we have a problem not with the 99% of humanity who love each other, who want the best for everyone and everyone's children, but a kind of dark side controlling that tries to get us in arguments and hatefulness toward each other. That's as you might agree, that's a CIA operation. and the breakthrough, though, is not to hate the dark side. Hate the people controllers, as I call them, because as soon as you start hating, then you're one of the controllers, right? So it's important that we just represent the light side in terms of inspiration, energy, getting into a flow where our synchronicity can open doors for us with our projects. We can't live in a material world and do this. It's not material, it's spiritual. We're light bodies moving into a higher vibration. So love is the measure, right? We have this ability to open our hearts into this very centered, very, I don't want to use the word powerful, but very influential ability to give energy to the world. And that's the measure. You can't talk about quantum physics all the time and get there. You have to realize that this is all consciousness is spiritual consciousness. And what happens is, if that's the measure, then opening the heart is the way to do it. And I think through meditation, that happens because it keeps us in the light side. It keeps us loving, and it's keeping that energy in the world. There are a lot of psychopaths out there. When you talk about the dark getting darker, is what we're seeing revealed is all the psychopathic control that's been going on for centuries. And,
wow.
I can just point to the pharmaceutical companies. They're so jaded that they're just making money. They're trying to think of every vaccine possible, and whether they're up to children, giving children 71, during their childhood. No research. Nobody's able to research it. Has no research. You can't sue them. This is a dark side operation to ruin the health of the world, right? And so it's sort of bridge points right now are making sure that we have our we can choose our own medical solutions, and to go back to a more organic look at that, and not take all the drug route, because there are problems with lots of drugs, and especially vaccines.
I think that's what this time has been about, this time of reevaluation of ourselves, quarantining, being more with yourself, seeing what's more of value. I'm curious though, and we're going to do a meditation soon, like a minute or two. How did you get to such an aware place? And also, where are you going? So first talk about how you found this sort of real enlightened sense of being in the world.
Well, I grew up in a particular church that wasn't really, you wouldn't call it fundamentalist religion at all, but it was kind of a lived out, love-based small community and small church. And I just looked around. I mean, they didn't have a lot of psychological explanations, but they were living out this love connection, and when with it comes, all the best of our creativity, our intuitive intelligence, where we get real hits about not just what to do so more synchronicity and tiny miracles can happen in our lives, but also to know what move to make to avoid trouble, avoid these traps that are out there with the dark side trying to convince us to follow a materialistic solution to life's issues, right? And from health all the way to trying to convince us that it's really okay for them to put nanotechnology into our bodies so we can be surveilled from space. That's not okay. That is how it's the dark side. It gives them money and power, but we have to represent again something different. So,
but you had a personal awakening. You had a moment where, boom, it all came together for you, and then you saw the energy, the light, the synchronicities, the light and the dark. Can you just talk about that moment for a second, and then we'll go into the meditation?
Well, I think we, once we start opening up that place where we know we're a spiritual soul, what happens is that we open up that a little bit more and a little bit more. We start to get intuition that gives us hints, little daydreams, little promptings that are trying to clarify what we came here to do. Each of us came here with a truth to tell, and that's and it can express, it can grow in us, and the place to tell that truth will unfold. So it's believing in that there's a meaningful kind of self-discovery called synchronicity and intuitive intelligence that can guide us, and we're waking up from this materialism that we're just here, and we're material bodies that ultimately fall apart, and we can't do anything about it except take drugs. This is a world to wake up from and move into something more spiritual. So I had that moment of clarity, that moment of, hey, you can write about something. I had a daydream / kind of vision of you can write something, and people have those all the time, and very often if they stick with it, it can manifest into something that's helpful in the world, and that's to me the barometer. Each of us has a truth to tell.
And well, you really told it, and when you held that vision, it shows you the power, because it really swept the world. So I think it's about time. I mean, that's a great introduction to who you are and the work, but do you want to do a meditation that will lead us into this day of hearing this new information and music and ideas and having it make a difference in our lives, and then how we can start to put that energy out into the world to make a difference with everyone else we come in contact with.
Well, meditation, setting into prayerful meditation, where you're really affirming something that is in your soul to create, or to, it's going to be a vision that we can all share about moving into peace in the world, moving into a really era of complete freedom in the world, where all the Star Trek technology can come out of the Antarctica and be given to humanity in a way that improves life and the insecurity of life, but keeps our spiritual barometer. So how we set that intention for the whole world, for our future, is that we just have to do that. We have to get together, amp up the power, and then do a larger kind of meditative projection, and not meaning anything shallow, but a imaging of what we want the world to be, and that people feel that all over the world.
So why don't you start to lead one here? We have about 7 minutes, and why don't you just bring us into that state? Okay, James?
Okay, thank you. Well, I would just ask everyone to just take a deep breath. Just try to feel, the soul within, the reality that we're not alone, that within us is a huge connection with creative love, divine love, that when we quiet our minds can be felt. So I would ask everyone to just let go for just a few minutes here. Just any thought of your troubles, any thinking of what you should be doing instead of this, just let that go. Just as soon as it pops into your head, let it go. If it pops in again, let it go again. Just keep taking breaths and let that quiet place inside expand. If you feel any of the lower emotions, anxiety, anger, hurts that we feel other people have done to us, let that go. That's emotional chatter. Let that go. And instead feel sometime in your life that you have experienced love. What we're after is an agape love, a love without an object, just a state of love. But to remember what love feels like, we have to look at those moments when we felt that way toward our parents or our children, when our first pets, as children, as the first blush of adolescent love, just whatever it takes to feel it, and then let it grow. Let it grow right above our solar plexus in the heart area, and just feel that. Just feel the kind of opening. It makes you sit up a little straighter when that opening happens, and it's the connection with the divine behind this world, involved in this world, that we are part of. And all together we are a part of. And let's just image that energy, that love-based energy, flowing out of the house or the room that we're in, and just let it flow out into the world, all directions. And let's feel it when we touch another person who's in this space. They may be meditating on their own. We're going to give them a great meditation. But each of us connected electronically right now, let's just let that happen. And let's feel all of us being touched, and we're connected. And we're one because we share this love energy. And this, then let's let it go. See it flowing into your city, in out the borders of your state, around the world, all the way until it splashes against each other around the world. The whole world is bathed in this energy and love. And let's just feel that everyone in the world is touched and uplifted out of whatever might be bothering them or distracting them, and for a moment, they are lifted into this same love connection that we're sending out. And they're opening up to their own love connection. All that comes with it, that guiding intuitive intelligence, that remembrance of synchronicity should happen. And as that grows, as a feeling of destiny about one's life increases, let's just ask that everyone move into at least one step of clarity into who they are, why they're on the planet, and what they can do, what their truth of helping is, and that they catch the light of that, just an idea of that. And let's even encompass consciously those who are in a state of fear to the degree that they've had to make illegal bargains and power structures that are not motivated by love, but are motivated by control. And let's just move this loving energy into them as well, so they can see an alternative to their fear-born manipulations and selfish constructions, so that they get a taste of what this is supposed to be, of what the planet that we're supposed to have in unity and high-paced manifestation of helping. It only takes a fraction of the global population to catch the reality of this for us to solve all the problems in the world. But it means finding a love-based solution to everything, and to all the discord that's out there. Although mostly in the whole human mass of souls out there, overwhelmingly, the majority want peace, the kind of love that we are talking about. But let's just amplify it now. Let it reverberate, especially when in ourselves. With all this energy, let's feel another bump of inspiration energy, and begin to expect these tiny miracles, these synchronicities, they're waiting on each of us. No, it's got to be about love, and it's got to be about helping before it really manifests quickly. But just feel it. Just feel it, know it. Remember it when you wake up. Keep meditating.
Beautiful. Wow.
All right.
Thank you, James. I really went
Much
deep.
fun.
That's great. You know, synchronicity is just the universe telling us we're on the right track, isn't it?
And it's always, you know, if you push that door open a little further, you can make lots of strides. But it's got to be love based. It's got to be giving based.
Thanks for all the great work. Michelle, do you have anything to add to?
James, you were on our Awakening Code radio past about a year or so ago and gave us a great show and a great bumper. We use your bumper all the time on our show. And I just wanted to thank you so much for all you shared. Our chat room has been going off with people feeling your message, and it really landed with everybody. Everything that you shared was so powerful and so important. And I love reading. I hope you're in the chat and you're reading what all of these are writing. Beautiful. Thank you, James. Divine blessings. You all from Diane.
Let me add one more thing, you know, because I think we talked about this. I believe, as hard as it is in the lockdown, community is the thing. I know there are internet communities popping up. We've done one on CelestineVision.com. But that's the secret to keeping our inspiration energy. We have to have like-minded people around us share the same thing that's happening right now. So
right.
Kudos
that's
to me.
This Ascension event, if you didn't tune in before James with some of the other people that shared, it has been the most epic conference summit ever. I mean, it has been so aligned with our higher purpose and our vision for what we want to see in the world. And Alan and Shariah and the other hosts have been doing a fabulous job of keeping that connection going. And we're even more connected than person because we've got the chat and we've got, you know, everybody on our screen. Yeah, we love those hugs and everything, but the feeling of connection through this event has been through the roof and we're all buzzing from it. It's just been fabulous.
And you know what? The adversity made it even stronger. You know, what we had to deal with, what Neil had to go through, has brought this community even closer together in a more powerful way. Right, Neil?
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's been so great. And just everybody coming on there, everybody that I've ever had a connection to or resonated with, being able to be a part of this big family, you know, and James and I have been working together for the last couple of years now, done a few events together. And I like to think that we're friends and we're having a good time together. You know, like every time we hang out, we have such a great time. And so I'm just so glad that you got because to me, when I think of meditation, I really think of you because you talk about it so often, you know, and you facilitate meditations, and really that is your message, is to take that time for yourself and to like focus your energy. And, you know, so I thought it would be perfect for you to start out the last day, you know, because we've been going up like this, like up until yesterday night. Now, as I was saying to Shariah earlier, we're going to gently go back down. You know what I mean? So that's what today is about the integration. So thank you, James.
Integration. I just want to acknowledge you, Michelle, for being such a great team player as well, picking up the pieces, moving forward, bringing it together. We all need to have each other's back like that, and you're great.
I like to consider myself a sidekick, a cheerleader for everybody that's doing good works in the world. And that, you know, anywhere I can help, it's my honor to be able to jump in and help where I can and just watch everybody shine so brightly, and just seeing the chat, and it lights me up to see what all of our watchers are saying. All the viewers are being so uplifted from the information being shared. I think we're all realizing we're not alone in this, and we need to link arms and hearts as we go through this portal to ascension.
Right. I think that's what's so epic about all the people that Neil has brought together. They each have a piece with their own unique flavor that's added to the whole. This is synchronicity at its best, James. You know, we're all synchronizing to make a bigger consciousness.
Without a doubt. It's there's a lot of, I just really think there's more meditation going on than ever before. And we're seeing the results. and that it happened synchronous to this, this lockdown, is just the greatest silver lining of all, I think, and that's the position to spring forth again with high creativity.
Right. It's been easier for me to meditate where there's been less activity. I've been able to drop into deeper places. So it's interesting. We've been supported that way. That's my feeling.
Yes.
Right.
There's less stimuli, in the world. If a few weeks ago, I kind of say jokingly, but I was like, oh my God, 90% of all the fun in the world has stopped. External fun for sure. So we now have to find how to be joyful within.
And that's the challenge. And that's, I think, the benefit of this time is that we had to go within. And maybe that's partly what it was all about, to bring us in to who we are. And
that is the opportunity we're confronted with.
Right. There's another way to change the world. So wait, I just want to ask James, what's coming up for you? What's your next project or book coming out?
Well, we're getting the internet community off the ground, and it's it's a community of people who are interested in high level creativity and breaking out, a heart led kind of something they want to do in the world and create and help with. And then I'm working on a new book that'll be out next year using the Enneagram. I think it's the quickest way to find our missions, is to know ourselves through the Enneagram, and I've had a lot of fun with it, and
you're blowing my mind right now by that, because just yesterday I started to make an appointment with somebody to do my diagram. Just yesterday. Yeah. And we hadn't discussed it on the show. So this was totally outside. We had a Shannon Nicole Bobo on Awakening Code Radio, and that's what she does. And she reached out to me yesterday, and we're trying to find the right date, but that's how the universe works.
It's about the types. Right now, the state of the Enneagram is, of course, it's growing. It's unfolding. Right now, there are 9 types. I think there might be 12, but I'm not going there yet. But I think that what we get in the types are not, people don't like to be typed. Wait a minute. The thing about the Enneagram, though, is it's creative types. And it's almost like the intuitive channel of helping coming through you. And it's not so much a type as a particular intuitive channel for giving. And it's a real clarity, I believe, when we ask, how do we know ourselves? How do we know what we're here to do? That kind of thing. And so it's a lot of fun for me.
Wow.
Awesome.
Sounds great.
Thank you for bringing that awareness up. Definitely.
Thank you. So do we have
know thyself?
Yes.
Yeah, our next guest is on, but firstly, let me finish by saying thank you so much, James. Appreciate you so much. And somebody's asking what Enneagram. So how do you spell Enneagram so I can type it in the room?
It's ENNEAGRAM.
And how can people find your online community? Is it available yet, or how did they?
CellSeeingVision.com. It is available. Yeah, we're open up, just getting started. So it's if you're interested in synchronicities and that whole breakthrough point, that's where we'll be talking.
The Enneagram comes out of the Gurdjieff work, doesn't it?
Correct. Okay. He discovered it in the Far East. Of course, we don't know. Suborn Brotherhood that he talks about was using it, but also the mystical church fathers had it and were using it. And so it's pretty interesting to look into the history, but it really is, Gurdjieff said that it could be used as a discovery tool. That it's a symbol, right? So this symbol could be used as a discovery tool in anything, but into human personality and spirituality is what he got started with it. And that's grown along with the human potential movement. You know, it made its way through Esalen Institute. They popularized it in the West. But it's all these, a lot of people made a contribution as to how we should use it.
Right. Great. It's like another way to slice up the pie. We have astrology, numerology, you know, birth signs, and the
Human design, yes.
Human design.
I Ching, yeah.
It's just another way to look at the self, and I think it's all valuable. So, thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you,
Michelle,
James. Love seeing you.
Thanks.
Take care.
Michelle, you're going to introduce the next guest here?
Yes, I am. I'm really happy. I see Eddie Stone right here getting ready to join with us. I love seeing you. Hi, Eddie. I haven't met you in person yet. And Neil gave me a little bit of background about you, and I went and kind of tried to get a feel for what you're about. And it looks like your purpose is to help people live healthier lives. In a nutshell, that's what I learned about you, and that you've been on a lifelong journey to educate yourself on science and proper nutrition and healthy lifestyles. And I just find it so synchronistic that we had James Redfield on, and kind of towards the end of what he was talking about, if you were in the room listening to the end, what a great segue for us coming into you educating us more on why push away pharmaceuticals and come more into nutrition and healthier lifestyles, and learn more about supplements and what's in our supplements. So I'm really excited to hear what you have to share with us about your journey and how you started company Touchstone Essentials. You're the founder and CEO of your nutritional supplement company. And I see Neil as one of your supporters. It's in the Portal to Ascension shop. So it fits right in with this whole movement of conscious collaboration and how we're all finding ways to assist each other with our own unique piece of the puzzle. So why don't you share a little bit more with us about what you do and what you've discovered?
I'm happy to, and thank you for the kind words. It's nice to meet you, even if it is just virtually, you know, at this point in life, right? Until another time when it can be face to face. And I did have a chance to, in fact, I've been checking in on the conference here for the past several days. Had a wonderful conversation with Laura Eisenhower, who was on in the early part last Thursday, and just appreciate all these efforts that Neil and the others have been making, and yourself, to do this. And I was thinking a little bit as James was talking, you know, there's a positive message there and vibe, and I want to make sure that what I'm doing can be interpreted that way. I feel like it can, but I'm also going to point out some things that I think are a real struggle, and I think can get in the way of what we're trying to accomplish, right? To find our best selves, our higher selves. And really that's the role, you know, I want to play here. I had sort of an accidental introduction 30 some years ago to the world of nutrition and that role. I just turned 57. So I've been on this journey for some time. So let me just say this up front for anybody that's out there, that you find yourself coming and going from trying to find health and happiness and, you know, getting your physical body the right way. It doesn't have to be an overnight journey. I'm certainly not an overnight success in that regard. And I believe that you look at this and think about the long arc of what you're trying to accomplish. This thought and idea of mind, body, soul, you know, is really where I come to this. And what started for me, and I'll give just a brief bit of that background, is my mom, wonderful woman who's still here today, I'm happy to say. She became ill in the late 1980s, early 1990s. And for several years, my family was really sort of unable to help her discover what was wrong. And we exhausted really sort of every conventional major medical university we could go to. And yet she continued to waste away, kind of lose energy. I mean, we really thought, here's this woman that's wonderful, vibrant, beautiful, and she's wasting away in front of us, and no one's got answers in a conventional setting. And I didn't grow up in a family that thought outside of the box. You know, you kind of went to the doctor, listened to the doctor, whatever was said, that's what you did. And so it was only through frustration where we ultimately found someone that asked a different set of questions and eventually helped us realize that she had a medical procedure, she had implants put in, and those implants turned out to be poisonous, or they were poisoning her body, creating a really vicious autoimmune response. And no one was really talking about it, right? I now understand later how these things work from a commercial entity standpoint and why they don't talk about all these side effects and things of that kind. But through that discovery, I just realized the role and importance of toxicity found in medical procedures, whether that's something you're putting in your body or a vaccine or in our food supply or in the environment that we live in. And then coupling that with realizing that even something as simple as thinking about the food we consume and considering how much food we consume that we would refer to as ultra processed. And while it's not sexy, if you can have your mind right, but if you don't have your body right, you can become a prisoner of your physical self, and it can get in the way of these other things you're trying to accomplish. And so for me, part of my journey has been really stripping back what it means to refer something as food or even nutrition. So when I talk about nutritional supplements, I take the word supplement quite literally, right? It's designed to be a supplement to your diet. We want you to have a good diet, as thoughtful a diet as you can based upon your circumstances. Supplements aren't supposed to take place of good food and nutrition. They're just supposed to bridge the gap between what your daily life is forcing on you, versus where you want to be. And I'll tell you right up front, I'm disappointed with most of what we think of as supplements in the world, right? There's 99.9% of the stuff, I don't even want it in my house. What's going on with its manufacturing, its toxic fallout in the communities that are making things like ascorbic acid or the common vitamin E's and things that are out there, the GMO corns that are grown to create those supplements, B vitamins mostly are produced from petroleum byproducts, all these things that may have chemical signatures that look somewhat like natural food. And so they get around labeling laws. In truth, there's no life to them. And so this is really what my mission has sort of turned into here is to try to provide education as much as possible. We're a commercial company, but our focus is really more on teaching people. And I'd love for you to have that diet that means you don't even want to have to think about, or you don't have to think about supplements, right? Of course, we realize that's not everybody's circumstance. So we work hard to provide things that are non-GMO and organic and all these types of things. And so that's really, where I come to this from. And what I thought I might do with our time today, and if you have questions, please jump in and disrupt me. I can get on a little bit of a soapbox, and I don't mean to do that, but these are things that I care, deeply about, is to just talk about some of the realities of how unwittingly, we can wind up poisoning ourselves unintentionally. Now, that's not to say that we aren't smarter today than we've ever been about some of these challenges that are out there. But when we look at food today, and we look at really, let's go to the farm level first, and this demand or this necessity to constantly increase crop and yield and acreage production, which I understand it's a big world and we're trying to feed people. But unfortunately, that argument really pales in terms of what's really at the heart of a lot of this, which is a profit motive that's gone awry. Not to say that I'm against, people earning a profit from the work and things that they do. It's just recognizing that when we also introduce into the process genetically modified seed or petrochemicals that are the sourcing for the herbicides, pesticides, fungicides, all these things necessary to create these massive crop yields, we get rid of the local community-based farming sort of backbone of what used to be our nation, and introduce this concept of just basically commercial corporate farming. We take the heart and the soul out of the food production, and you can't do that. When you remove that heart and the soul from food production, what you're left with, quite literally in two ways, spiritually as well as physically, is you're left with empty calories that aren't going to really feed anybody's soul. in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And so you probably would guess I'm a person that believes in trying to have things like family dinners, but not just everybody racing to the table when it's ready to be served, but to participate in the process of cooking and the social and family dynamics when possible. And that can be friends, right? It doesn't have to be necessarily blood relatives, but those things that when we look around the world today and we look at these blue zones, I don't know how many are familiar with blue zones, but you look at places where on average, a group or society will outlive the rest of the local area by 10 or plus years. Oftentimes, the care with which they treat food, how they grow and prepare their food is really at the heart and the soul of how that food nourishes the body, feeds the body, feeds the mind, and gives it this ability, right, to turn into something quite remarkable, from a life standpoint. So I think these things are tied in, right? I don't think you can ignore
alchemizing the food.
That's right.
Alchemizing the food. I love where you're going with this. It seems that we have a very similar journey when it comes to, I have a mother, I'm the same age as you. I know the third leading cause, I wrote a big paper about this to give to my mother's physician, because the third leading cause of death is medical mismanagement. Because run to the doctor for, we can't go to the bathroom, and then the doctor gives us an over-the-counter, I won't say the name of what those things are, we get acid reflux, and we run to the doctor, and then we get on this medical merry-go-round. Even if it's not prescribed pharmaceuticals, it could be over-the-counter pharmaceuticals.
Sure.
Just where you go to CVS and we've got a plethora of things to choose from that are all toxic and causing other effects in our body. And what you're doing is bringing us back to the basics and the way the indigenous families have done things for centuries. And when we infuse our food with the love of family and the joy of being together, we're putting it into our body system that's primarily made up of water, and water is a conductor of energy. There's something about the balance that you're talking to, and it's really speaking to my heart. So I appreciate you going to that level of depth with adding in that emotional component to how we nourish ourselves.
Well, I don't know that we can do it otherwise, right? I think for a long time, if you look at the U.S., and this is true of a lot of, let's say, the developed part of the world, somewhere around the 30s and 40s, we had things really change in terms of how we thought of food and food production. And so instead of regional crop production, right? And so that, if you lived in one region of the country or part of the world, you didn't necessarily think about that food being flown across the world so that you can have pomegranates in the wintertime or something that doesn't make sense for the weather and the region that you live in. And so all of a sudden now we started to grow food from a commercial standpoint so that it could endure 30, 60, 90 days out of the field, and spraying it with chemicals so it would preserve even your basic fruits and vegetables, so it could make it across the world, not recognizing that the way the body works and the way life works, it recognizes seasons, right? Food has a seasonal quality to it. The things that you're eating in the fall aren't necessarily the things that you need to be eating in the spring. You do these things differently so that you can celebrate the fall, and you can celebrate the spring, and you can celebrate the summer, and you can celebrate the winter, and sort of recognize these roles this meal you're eating plays in this larger dynamic of life. And so we lost our way. And if you look at the impact of this, right, looking at just statistics, which I know I don't want to bore everybody to death with this, but if you go in and dive deep into the numbers that are kept on statistical disease rates, cancer, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, all these types of things, lifestyle plays a role in terms of exercise, non-exercise, habits that people have, but clearly food is at the base of almost all of these numbers that are negative. So that now, if you look at a developed country like the United States, nearly half the people that die of cancer. nearly half, right? Just think about that for a moment, right? And we spend a lot of time talking about the treatment of cancers, right? Nuclear medicines and these types of things, but we could go back and look at some of these root sources. So for example, glyphosate or other things that are designed to control pest or fungus or whatever happens to be on crops, right? As they creep into our system and damage and change our DNA, you can have all the treatment for cancer you want to, but once you've got it, we know from a series of events, right? That's life altering in a way nobody wants it to be altered. And once this dynamic happens where we get in this feedback loop of developing disease, developing treatment, becoming beholden to insurance, becoming beholden to these industrial institutions now, just like you said before, you can't really get off that sort of hamster wheel, right? And it's
medical merry-go-round. Yes,
exactly, the medical merry-go-round. And so for whatever role we can play, we want to help people to break that cycle and realize it doesn't all have to be that way. And if you have trouble finding motivation for yourself, right? And people can find themselves in a selfless cycle where, they're just eating because they're hungry and not really thinking about these broader impacts. Take some time and look into what happens in communities where conventional farming is all there is, and the spray and the runoff and how it impacts birth rates and children and city water supplies and local environments, including animals, not just farm animals. And so that maybe you try to find a motivation more than just yourself, right? Sometimes people need that. We get in these cycles of selflessness. And so we don't really think about, hey, that decision I'm making on what I buy and what I help to prosper with my decision-making, I can actually impact a community that I'll never see, but surely that energy, there's a connection there between me and them, right? Our lots in life are similar in some ways. And so I'm an advocate of thinking about the source of your food, knowing as much as you can about the source of your food, and stop thinking about mealtime as this throwaway moment, right?
Oh, I love that. And we've got one of our listeners or viewers writing in saying, kiss the ground, regenerative agriculture moment. That's from Victoria McBain. And I happen to know her and know that that's one of her big touchstones, is where a lot of people don't even understand where their food's from. You just kind of go like a robot and go to the grocery store. I see people not even smell it before they put it in the basket. And so bringing us back to how our food is sourced is a very important point, and how the land is prepared and how we're moving forward. I love that so many people are getting onto the discussion of what regenerative agriculture looks like for our food sources.
Yeah. And when we think about it, here's a message I really want people to hear me on. I think people tend to think that these things require a lot of extra money, right? Your food budget's got to go up 15%, and food prep time has to change dramatically. That's not true. We're members of the Organic Trade Association, so we're sort of privy to how pricing and things like this work. You can actually increase your food budget by 1 to 3%. And I'm not dismissing that fact that even 1 to 3% is something to consider, but you can increase your food budget by 1 to 3% and be eating organic 90% of the time. And not just because of the quality of that food and the lack of chemicals that then would be found in that food. It's the extension of that all the way back to the farming source is what I'm talking about. So there are these pillars that I encourage people to think about. One of them is awareness. Take some time, budget some time to know your food, right? Just budget a little bit of time, right? Instead of thinking of everything as a microwave cycle. It's interesting to me that you can look at people and they're throwing things in a microwave, which is a whole another separate discussion we could have, but they throw things in a microwave and they're standing in front of it because it takes 60 seconds to heat it up. And I guess they want it to be 15, right? And so we don't really budget mental space or time in our day to think about the nourishment of our bodies and our mind and our soul with good quality foods. If all you eat is ultra processed food, and most estimates are that 95% of the calories being consumed in our nation are coming from ultra processed foods, you're not really giving your body a chance. If your mind's source of energy is sugar, white sugar, and caffeine. You're not going to give yourself a chance to dive into these places that James was just talking about taking us, right? Because you're just not working in the way that you need to. And so a pillar one for me would be to have people really consider the time they're budgeting for food, right? Might not be sexy, but this is the type of thing that reduces your risk of dying of disease, right? So that's sort of the first. And the second one is just to consider the modest bump in your budget to when you go to the grocery store to buy local, buy non-GMO, buy organic. Know the source, right? Know the source. And if you're worried about prep time and
Or find a farmer's market. How about
buy the farmer's
local
market.
farmer's market?
Right, right. So, take just a couple of hours and go out on Saturday morning, right? It's a lovely experience, right? This time of year around the country, most places they're open air. So it's one of those few places you can go to. If you got to put a mask on, put the mask on, whatever you got to do, right, to go there and then just enjoy the outdoors. You'll see some bright orange pumpkins and you'll see whatever. It will feel, I tell you, after being cramped up inside all summer, it'll feel like a celebration to get yourself out to a farmer's market. In most places around the country, 1 or 2 days a week, if you go to a community board, you'll see there are afternoon farmers markets trying to serve people as they get off work, right? All of these are places where you're going to find like-minded people. You're going to find people that are connected to the land and connected to the vibrations that are sort of just part of this earth experience that we have. And so those two pillars right there are big for me. And then we can go further. And again, I recognize, the interest in this, but to consider then packaging and how you prepare food, right? If you're using nonstick cookware, which are made with PFASs or forever chemicals that are hormonally disruptive, your best self, both physically and mentally, isn't going to happen if what you're consuming is coming out of a package with all types of BPAs and other issues. If what you're preparing is on nonstick cookware, if you're cooking with canola oil, which is basically a GMO product that's literally poisoning the food that you have, right? Or the food that you're serving.
And should be banned from your pantry.
It should be banned.
There shouldn't be any person using canola oil.
No.
Yeah.
Right. And when we do, we support that industry in a way, right? We could say to ourselves, well, let's try to tackle this legislatively. I don't think that's going to happen. I'll be honest with you. We don't have that same financial power of those institutional leaders that are out there. But what we can do is vote with our dollars. Those things that we spend our money on are those things that will thrive and prosper. But it does require us to be a little thoughtful about that process. And so there's just some of the, kind of those primary pillars I believe people should consider, when they're making these types of decisions.
What's some good alternatives then instead of canola oil?
If you take olive oil, for example, olive oil is a great oil and it can withstand heat, right? Pretty simple in that regard. In some places you can find readily available avocado oil, not as common, and people will worry about the flavoring. If you're using it in a proper way, it will not affect the flavor of the food that you're eating. So basically, you want to look for things where there is an organic label that you can trust, right? I'll give you that sort of qualifier there, because it's not always that we can trust these things. But if you see something that says that it's certified USDA organic, by law, that's non-GMO. And we're also then going to know that the prep, the agricultural process to bring that to marketplace also is conducive to a community having a thriving farming environment.
So we have a couple of questions I want to get into, but firstly, could you maybe touch on free radicals in its relation? What are free radicals? And I heard also that certain oils, they have like this burning temperature, and then if you try to cook something, I forget the details over it, the free radicals get released. So some oils are really not good to cook with at all because of that.
Yeah, and what we would think of there, Neil, not so much about the free radicals, but other rancid qualities that come from heating oils beyond their Kelvin points for heat, right? Where they sort of denature and they become toxic for other reasons, right? They can turn into trans fats. And so where we really began to learn about this, I don't know if you guys are you're probably not old enough to really remember when this big push switched by the American Heart Association at the end of the 1950s to get people to go from butter to margarine. And they did this because margarine, they could superheat it and stuff a hydrogen molecule inside. And so now, used in a commercial setting, the oils could be used 15 to 20 times longer than butter could be used as an oil before it broke down, and no longer could be used to fry French fries or whatever happens to be. And this also then comes into the home. And margarine could be very manipulated, right? So you could have a bottle of squeeze margarine. Turns out, though, that trans fat cannot be broken down by your body. So we literally see in the developed world where this took place, an increase in cardiovascular disease that's directly tied to this push to use margarine. Of course, we're past that now, right? We sort of reluctantly at the commercial level realized, okay, that wasn't a good idea, but that's an example of what you're talking about, where oils were superheated and the long-term impact of that. And so sunflower seed oil, grape seed oil, they're just a variety of nut oils. Some nut oils can be a little bit strong in flavor, but walnut, almond, all these are oils, and most of them will have, and the bottle should say, what the cooking temperature levels are before it begins to break down or smoke or heat up. And all of those are things. And frankly, if you got other choice, don't be afraid to use butter. Some saturated fats are okay in moderation, right? I don't want you eating sticks of butter, but I'd rather you have a stick of butter than the canola oil. I'll tell you right up front.
We have
Or avocado. Definitely the avocado.
Love
Now
avocado.
we have 3 questions that I think we definitely want to get you to answer.
Yeah, so
Sure.
I'll put these together. How about vegetable oil? And then I found organic canola oil. Is that bad?
I would not use canola oil, period, just simply because of how it performs inside the body and how you digest it. It's a little more challenging for most people. If you've been using an certified organic, that'd be very important for you to make sure of. A certified organic canola oil for a long period of time with no digestive concerns, then I would say continue. But for the most part, you're going to have an easier time with things like grapeseed, coconut, and some of these others. You're just going to digest them more easily.
So you want to take the next one?
Yeah, well, I'm looking in the Q&A, Neil, and one of the questions here, you were talking about pots and pans that we use for cooking, and what are your suggestions for the type, getting away from Teflon and Teflon coated? What are your suggestions for cooking? And I have a sense you would tell people never use a microwave.
I'm not a fan at all. I just believe that when you stir up those molecules and you change those configurations of the food, the basic fundamentals of that food to cause that heat, I just have real questions and concerns about what that does. Certainly, we know it can impact dairy in a very, very negative way. Maybe you get away with heating up your water in there by itself, but truth be told, I'm just not one of those people that wants to mess with nature's design in that fashion. And so I'm not a fan of microwaves at all. And the second tier.
The
pots and
type
pans?
of cooking, the type of pots and pans.
Yeah. So there are a couple of things. One, if you look at glass, right? If you're making casseroles or things of this kind, cooking in glassware or sealed ceramic, not coated, sealed ceramics, these are things where what you're cooking, even if you're cooking something that's got to be 500 degrees for an hour, I don't know what that might be, right? But you're a long period of heat where it's so hot, the whole oven area heats up. If you're in glass or ceramic, baking that casserole, whatever it happens to be, it's not going to seep into the food. There's not going to be any transfer from the cooking vehicle to the food itself, right? And that's what you're looking for. However, that's not always a bad case. So you probably have a fair number of people on the show here that are vegans or vegetarians, right? And one of the things for them to be conscious of is, are they getting some fundamental minerals? Let's say iron, for example. I'm a massive fan of a traditional iron skillet. There's absolutely no reason for anybody not to be a fan of that. Number one, a good one is still inexpensive, right? And as long as you learn to clean it, don't just continually wash it with soap, wipe it out when it's warm, and just continue to use it. It ages, it contributes to the flavor of food. And what you pull from it is actually good for your body. You're not going to get excess iron, right? Unless you've had some type of medical test that says you have this challenge with iron, which I think is a very rare situation. Most people would benefit, particularly people that are vegetarians or vegans, would benefit with food preparation taking place in an iron skillet. And in our house, that's the staple, right? That iron skillet is the staple. And sure, does it take a little bit of time to clean it afterwards? And, instead of throwing away a plastic container or tinfoil or something, sure, it takes a few more moments, but hey, these are literally life or death decisions that accumulate over time. You're on this earth, hopefully for as many as 100 years. And so all these little habits accumulate in reducing your risk for various diseases. And so I'm cookware that's ceramic, that's sealed, glass that's sealed, and iron skillets are a great idea. And even stainless steel, high quality stainless steel will also be at least 18 gauge or higher. It gets a little more expensive, but if you can afford it, the 18 gauge steel or higher is also an excellent product.
Amazing.
Wonderful.
Great advice.
That's great advice. I love that. My husband is the chef in our home, and he has taught me about seasoning of the iron skillet. I didn't know any of that stuff when I met him. So that was great. Someone else is asking, can you touch on coffee and caffeine and how we can help our loved ones, especially get off of it? If they depend on it for increase of energy, what best, most natural way to increase our energy throughout the day? And, I don't know if people saw me drinking from my coffee mug, but I'm drinking a chaga mushroom blend with cacao superfood. So that's kind of my go-to for a sustained energy, and it makes me feel vibrant and keeps me away from that coffee jittery feeling.
Yeah. And so here's the thing about caffeine. So if we're talking about caffeine where they just love coffee, right? That's just their thing, right? And they're buying organic beans, right? They know a little bit about that sourcing. They know it's not chemicals, right? When they make their coffee, they don't see the little chemical sheen on the top of the mug, right? You probably all have seen that, right? You'll see a little red, little blue sheen on top of that's the chemicals, the pesticides, fungicides, and things that were utilized in the growing of that coffee. Unfortunately, coffee is one of the worst offenders when it's non-organic because of the way the beans will actually soak up whatever pesticides, herbicides, and things of that kind that are used in their cultivation, right? So that's something to consider. But if somebody's consuming a modest or moderate amount of coffee in the morning without dairy, without sugar, there's no reason for us to think an organic coffee like that is having a negative impact from a cardiovascular standpoint, a risk of cancer. And we even know that natural caffeine in moderation can even contribute to some decreased risk in certain things like Alzheimer's disease, looking at cultural research, right? Not medical research, just looking at societies where they have that. That being said, what happens in our nation and most of the developed world is caffeine is abused. We could easily argue since smoking has sort of fallen down in terms of percentage of people that it's the most abused chemical in our society. And so you look at things like Monster energy drinks and all of this stuff, which is just, terrible, right? When you look at the sugar, the artificial colors and flavors, the can that it comes in. And so what I tell people is, if you need a little caffeine, but you're trying to wean yourself off of it, interchange warm water with your cup of coffee. Because if you have that little bit of coffee followed up with warm water for the next half hour, that water will help pull some of that caffeine out of the lining of your stomach and cause a recycle, right? And so if you were drinking 2 cups, right, let's first learn to get down to 1, right? And then can you start to substitute things like the chaga and the chocolate and these other wonderful herbal blends that would give you a sensation of something warm. Most of them probably have some adaptogenic herbs in them. And so you're going to get a little kick from those adaptogenic herbs that are going to be soothing to your central nervous system instead of spiking it, right? Which caffeine by itself just spikes singularly. And so my feelings about caffeine are in moderation, right? From the right source. And if you don't have vascular disease or other signals like that, that can be utilized okay. If you are on the spectrum though, where you're drinking too much and you're putting the sugar and you're putting the dairy and all these other, you got to wean yourself off, right? Don't make yourself go cold turkey. Start by splitting cups with warm water, then your cup, and you're going to find you extend that and you don't need as much, right? And just make it a step-by-step process. I don't try to force people to change things overnight, right? I like for them to see, witness, and feel the process, so their enthusiasm for feeling good overshadows those old habits that they're trying to break.
Oh, that's beautiful. I have a
great answer. Great answer. And I know a lot, we've been talking about it in our host chats too, about the coffee. I want to get to this question because I think this is an important one, because many, many people I know have gotten on the Prozac train. So one of our viewers is asking about Prozac. It looks like she takes a low dose for severe OCD and using mindfulness techniques to quiet her mind now, and she feels slightly better. But do you know something she could try instead of Prozac? She's been to countless doctors that just prescribe pharmaceuticals, and I watched both of my parents go on that train, and a lot of family members, they got on the Prozac train for depression and then ended up still being depressed and having side effects. So what is your suggestion for somebody? I like how balanced you are with your approach about the weaning and being mindful about what we are switching to. So what would you suggest for somebody that has severe OCD to get off of Prozac?
Well, the first thing, and let me give a caution here. So there's a couple of things that I want people to consider, and I've, this is not the first time with this question, and I want to be conscious that I don't know what I don't know, and I'm not there with them, and none of us can know, are there other issues associated with bipolar disorder, depression, bad marriage? I mean, there's all these things that can be creating challenges for people, and I think probably during this pandemic and being shut inside, all that stuff gets worse, right? And you just read some horrific things about domestic abuse and otherwise. And so you don't know why perhaps a doctor took that step. It may be quite innocent what they've done, and it may have been appropriate. So I don't want anybody that hears me to think to themselves, they want to take this thing into their own hands and just stop, right? I want them to make sure that they're consulting with their doctor. And if their doctor doesn't want to talk to them, then change doctors. But if you go to your doctor and say, I don't want to use this anymore, can you help me get off of it? And they're not really listening to you, then get another doctor. That's not who you need to be with. It's not thinking of you holistically about your health, because none of them should want you to permanently be on a prescription, right? That doesn't make any sense at all. When I look at this, I tell people to start with their lifestyle. What is going on both socially and family wise that could be contributing to these anxieties, right? You do a mental health check-in, right, with yourself, right? And you're kind of looking at your environment. Do you hate going to work? Is that really at the root of this, right? Is it not work you enjoy? Do you walk? Do you exercise? Do you get out in nature? Do you get out in nature and breathe those natural essential oils that you get and you breathe when you're in a park or you're walking under the trees or whatever it happens to be, right? First, start with looking at mobility in your life, right? Am I mobile? Am I outside of my house, right? And not always possible, right? If you're in downtown New York in a high rise, and that's a challenge, but there are still parks there, right? And so you've got to look at the significance of what's happening here. You're taking a drug to alter your brain, right? Drink that in. You're taking a drug to alter your brain. So you took that step. Did you take that step lightly, casually, right? So look at lifestyle, look at your environment. Water. Are you living on sodas all day? Is all the food you eat packaged food? Are there dyes and toxins found in the coloring of your food and the artificial sweeteners of your food? A lot of times people can find that their food consumption and all the artificial crap in their food is helping to short circuit their ability to relax, right? Are you getting enough sleep, right? Do you need to turn off the computer 2 hours before you normally do? I mean, there's a variety of things that can create this chaos mentally, and people will take these drugs trying to look for answers when they're probably not the answer. They're just masking the problem. And so you've got to assess these things at this level, and you've got to be honest with yourself. When I'm in situations like this and others, first thing I do is don't guess about this stuff. Take out a notepad and start writing down things about your lifestyle so that you can look on a piece of paper and examine things. Take those notes and go to your doctor, right? And say, hey, here's what I'm realizing, right? Here's what I'm seeing, right? When this event happens, I got to reach for the whatever, the Prozac, whatever happens to be. When I watch TV all night, I realize I'm more wound up than I ever was before. I need to take something to go to sleep, or whatever happens to be. But I believe if people can somehow look outside of this feeling they have to the external environment and what's causing that, they can begin to identify some factors that are kind of pointing them towards these easy solutions of a subscription. Now, that isn't for everybody. There are some people that really have some mental challenges that they need professional help, right? All of this, I encourage people, if you've got a prescription, you've seen a doctor, or you should have, and go to them and say, hey, I want to try to walk away from this, and start to consider your lifestyle, right? And what role could that be playing?
That's such a great answer. I just want to follow up really quickly with my own personal, what happened with me. I did go to the doctor, and everything is so right in alignment with what you're saying, Eddie. I so appreciate this. I suffered from depression many years ago. I think it was because I was learning what my mission was on earth, and I wasn't doing it. So I felt a lack within my own spirituality. And the doctor wanted to put me on Prozac. And I said to him, isn't there a first line therapy I can try first that's not pharmaceutical? And he said, no. He told me, I don't even want to go into what he said. But what I started doing was looking at my tennis shoes as the Prozac pill. And every time I felt like, okay, every morning I would get up and put on tennis shoes and get out and get sunlight, breathe in the air, look at the tree, notice the trees. I felt like they started talking to me, eucalyptus trees, and filling my lungs with that yummy smell and oxygen. And and drinking more water, getting off of coffee, drinking more water, and my whole life changed. It was miraculous. And I never did get on that drug ever. I rarely go to the doctor, but I do understand that when you are in that cycle, there has to be a way that you could feel comfortable letting those things go. And it depends on what's going on in your life and finding the support you need. And beautiful answer. Thank you so much. Neil, did you want to ask one of our other questions we have in the Q&A room?
Yeah, let's do it. First, I want to preface the next question with the reason why I wanted Eddie to come on here. Because, we're going over a lot of topics this whole 5 days, and it's really, this is now the practical awareness and steps in order for you to be able to implement what we're talking about, right? If you want to have the higher vibrational life, the empowered life, there are many different ways that you can reach that. Some people maybe, they could feel empowered to have an enlightened life without being as healthy as some others. But a good permission slip, a good fast track to that type of life is your nutrition, is what you put in your body, is the way you believe and think about yourself. And for 6 to 7 years now, I've been trying to put products on my website that are Ascension. Like, I want to create an Ascension shop. So only around 6 months ago, I created an Ascension shop, because it took me 6 to 7 years to find anybody that I actually thought was good, not good enough, but in alignment with my, in alignment with what we're doing, to be able to fit in there. And Eddie and his products are the first out of 6 to 7 years of actively looking and trying to actually have a store on our website. His products are the first ones that I actually put on. They gave me some free products in the beginning. I tried them out, loved them. Justin DeChamps has been working with them. So I had to go ahead and have him on here. And one of the products that that I used was the zeolite product. So this question here is, are there certain vitamins and supplements we should take to detox from these chemicals? So if you could answer that one, and then also maybe talk about zeolite and what that is.
Yeah, I will. So there's a couple things there. And let me just add one additional comment. So the way to our question there about sort of the mental issues. So when I look at these things, sort of where it's come down for me in life from a strategic standpoint, is I think of, basically toxicity as being sort of this number one priority. When you consider that in the world we live in, there's some 100,000 toxins being used, chemicals, let's call them, that's the legal name, chemicals being used in the world today that really haven't been vetted in any type of reasonable trials, right? There's just a general assumption that it'll be fine for consumers, and they're embedded in consumer products, from food to packaging to shoes to clothing, all these things that we are exposed to. But more importantly, the manufacturing of all these consumer goods means that these chemicals are also in the air, in the water supply, in the soil. You go back for a moment and look at Teflon, for example. Most of this audience, very educated. I know they're going to understand the concerns about PFASs and other challenges when you think of like C8, which is a component of Teflon that makes it sort of non-sticky. You know, that research started in the 1940s with DuPont. I won't go through the whole story. Most of you probably understand this, but literally every woman and child in the world that we could test would find some level of C8, that primary chemical, in their body, right? So these things get everywhere. So I believe just as you have concerns about the nutrition you're putting in your body and trying to get good rest and manage stress and exercise, you need to have a detox strategy. And so for me, there are several things that are what I call low-hanging fruit. You know, try to have on a daily basis a reasonable source of clean water. Now, not to be controversial with the parts of the community that think of water as having to be completely boiled down or empty of anything at all. I believe spring water, in most communities, you can find good, reasonable spring water, and that can be tremendous because the native trace minerals and other things found in good, clean spring water are good for the body. They nourish the body and they help your cells to detox. Quite literally, they help your cells express things that aren't supposed to be in there. It's not a cleansing type situation, but all of these things have a cumulative impact. And so if you find yourself, you know, you got to have a soda every day, all right, don't make it more than one, and mix water in there as well, because all those things will help flush the kidneys and do other things, right? So water is an important factor. The air you breathe. If you find yourself in a home with pretty tight ventilation, right? There's not a lot of air moving from the outside to the inside. Invest in an air cleaning product of some kind, right? I don't sell those, and so I'm not trying to advocate for anything in particular, but you can go and find air filtration units for your home online pretty easily. Read the reviews, do some little homework, but cleaning the air you breathe on a daily basis is really important. And I'll give you a prime example. If you happen to live in a home with heating and air conditioning system, and there's a vent structure in your house, you know, look at what happens if you don't change the filter, say every 90 days, right? Let's say you forget it for 6 months and you go and check it, right? It's nasty, it's dirty. Well, remember, that's filtering the air sucking out of your living space to go through the air handler, right? So you're breathing all the stuff on the wrong side of that filter, right? That's what your lungs are dealing with. And there's a cumulative impact over time. And unfortunately, like you can throw that filter out, you can't take your lungs out and throw them away, right? You know, we don't have those luxuries, right? So quality of water, quality of air, those are important. Food supply. We talked about it earlier. The more you can do to eat foods that are organically grown, not conventional, not GMO, and not packaged, right? Things you actually have to prepare. If you buy food that will spoil, if it sits on the kitchen counter after a couple of days, that's good food, right? If you buy food that if you set it on the kitchen counter for a couple of weeks and nothing happens, that's not good food, right? That's not good food. That's got preservatives in it that you don't want, right? So you want food that will perish over time. That kind of food is clean, so you're not necessarily introducing the chemicals and the toxins into your body, in the food that you are eating. And I realize there's probably some keto fans that are listening to us. I'll be candid, I'm not a fan of keto. I do realize you can fool your body into shedding some fat, but you cannot walk away from the fact that your body needs micronutrients. Your cells need micronutrients, your body, the long haul here. And that's what we're going to do this thing based upon, is the long game. You need the micronutrients that are found in fresh fruits and vegetables. Now, if keto for you means not eating ultra processed carbohydrates, okay, I'm on board, right? I'm on board with that 100%. But if it means for you only proteins and not fruits and vegetables, then I'm not a fan of that, because there's micronutrients there that not only provide nutrient for cell replication, production, and repair, but it also aids the body, just like good, clean, mineral-rich water, in expressing out of the cell toxins, and the fiber found in fresh fruits and vegetables will help to clean your bowel and keep things moving, right? You're going to look for a transit time of 24 to 30 hours at the most. If you eat something, not to be, off into an indelicate area here, but if you're eating things and your transit time in your bowel system is 48 plus hours, that's not a good idea, right? Your vulnerability to colorectal cancer, gut cancer, esophagus cancer, all these things skyrocket with those types of transit times. And so the fiber in food also helps you with the cleansing and the detox process. And then I also believe you can do other things from a supplement standpoint. I have worked with a mineral called a zeolite since 2005. And I'll tell you right up front, it's one of those things that I think it's about as close to one of these mineral miracles as we're ever going to find. I mean, I've been all over the world. I just haven't seen things perform this way. Naturally mined zeolites, which are crystals with a cage-like structure, clinoptilolite, sort of the technical name. I'm not talking about the synthetic ones. I'm talking about the natural ones, not grown in a lab, but found in nature. They have a negative charge to their cage. And most of the heavy metals, things like cadmium, mercury, lead, that we obviously don't want in our systems, have a positive charge. And under the right circumstances, if the zeolite's prepared properly, it actually just like a magnet, right? It's kind of floating through your body. It works off proximity, gets near cadmium, lead, mercury, something with a positive charge, and it will snap to it like a magnet does, like the north end and the south end of a magnet. And since your body has no receptor sites for zeolites, assuming normal bowel renal function, it processes out of your body in about a 3 to 4 hour period of time. For me, what I've learned is it's an important part of sort of my daily habits, right? It's one of those daily things that I do is I use a zeolite. And then I'm also really committed to deep green leafy vegetables. I'm not always able to eat them. I travel quite a bit, so I will use an organic greens powder. We happen to sell one, but if you've got a good one that's organic that you believe in, use it. But there's no question that greens and all the properties of greens from chlorophyll right on down can play a very important role at helping you cleanse and detox your body, combining it with the water, with movement, right? If you're moving, if you're exercising, even at a very modest level, that movement, that perspiration, the raising of your heart rate, all of those things will encourage your body's function, right? And your body has really remarkable abilities to detoxify itself. But if you're a couch potato and you're eating ultra processed food all the time and you're drinking sodas and all these things that you don't need me to lecture you on, you already know, then you're just not giving yourself a chance, right? And anybody listening, you can go find good, clean water. You can get outside and try to breathe some clean air. If you can't afford a filter for your home, try to save the money to buy one, right? And you can find zeolites. We have an entry-level zeolite that's just on a subscription, it's $30, and on a non-subscription, it's $40, right? And so I'm not dismissing that amount of money, but for $1 a day to aid your body to detox, that's pretty cost effective. We have a nano product that's much more effective at that level, but it's a little more expensive, about twice as much money. And so you got to do what makes sense for you and your budget. But I believe deeply in the series of things that you can do to aid your body detox. Of course, when you're taking the bad stuff out, put the good stuff in. And the final thing, and I should have probably mentioned this, Michelle, when you were talking about managing depression or other types of issues, is CBD oil. I'm a massive fan of CBD oil. For those that don't know much about it, educate yourself. Cannabidiol, which is what CBD means, is a natural cannabinoid found in hemp. If you're getting a good organic source of hemp, properly labeled and all these kinds of things, it can help to bring some balance to your central nervous system, to your gut, to your immune system. We have an endocannabinoid system that strives for balance. And of course, the modern lifestyle is not very complementary to trying to find that balance. And so if you're introducing on a daily basis a good CBD product, that also can help your body, because as it's looking for balance, it looks to shed chemicals and things that it doesn't want in there, right? And so it can help to activate the body's own ability to detox.
You have been a wealth of knowledge. There are some other questions, and we're going to have to refer people to you, to your website. How can people find you?
Well, Neil has several links on his site, and he can post those. I don't know where all things are being posted here, but he can post those. Well, there, he's got it right there. So you can go to his portalofascension.org shop page. And then basically when you go there, you open that link, it'll take you to our shop page. And if you've got questions, there's a chat box on our website. And if it's something that our support team can't answer and you think I particularly need to answer it, you just say, hey, I heard Eddie on this show. Can you get him this question, and leave an email address? And I'm probably not responding in 24 hours, but I'm usually inside of 72 hours. And we'll do everything we can to support your good, genuine health efforts.
Fantastic. You're a wealth of knowledge. And like Neil said, I really feel that after all we've come through in these 5 days, we needed this kind of information for our own integration process. So thank you for doing that for us and being such an all around good guy with great information. It's been wonderful meeting you, Eddie. Thank you.
Been great to be here. Thank you so much.
It's great. There's very little I disagree with. I mean, I've been studying health food for a long time, and this is so clean, so obvious in a way, so natural and so rejuvenating. This is the natural way to live. And yeah, microwaves, I throw them out.
It's such a simple formula. It's a simple formula, bringing us back to the basics and really going with that, our internal system of knowing that healthy water, alive food, air that's flowing and cleansed. So deep leafy greens, can't say enough about those. So thank you.
Thank you for the work you're doing.
Yeah,
Thanks, Eddie.
we appreciate,
Thanks,
we
guys.
thank you and appreciate you.
Alan, you want to
I'm
say
just saying
something?
it's perfect from what we've been hearing the last 5 days about going within, trusting ourselves, opening up to the natural order of things.
Yep.
This we really
Grounding.
needed. Yeah.
Definitely. All right, so shall we move into the next guest?
Yes.
Eddie, take care.
Take
you,
care,
guys.
Eddie.
Bye now.
Good to see you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, great going, Michelle. You did a great job there because you asked all the right questions. And, you're not new to this stuff. You've been following a healthy diet for years. So you can tell when someone is off and, well, that doesn't fit. But this guy was pretty good.
I'm not always perfect at it. And I want to make sure that our viewers understand that being gentle with during this process is, I think, something that we all need to look at, because that emotional component, when you're beating yourself up, if you haven't gotten off your addiction or you're still trying to wean yourself, that's contributing as well. Being really, really gentle yourself is important.
It's a sensitive subject.
Yeah. The only thing
really is.
I can't do is CBD oil. It just gives me a headache or something. It's just like,
Some people,
some
doesn't
people,
work for.
Some it doesn't work.
Yeah, right. But I think leafy
Yeah.
greens, you can't go wrong with leafy green vegetables or pure water or sunlight or, eating right.
Yeah.
And so, great. Thanks. So
Dan's
next,
in the room.
Dan Winter. Oh my God. We are in for a real treat, a real acceleration. And Dan is not only a genius, he's actually a very, very nice guy. He's been very kind to me. I visited him a couple of times in Europe. He just opened up his home and his knowledge. And Dan, are you there? Do you want to come into the room? There you are, Dan. Let's get him unmuted. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Hello. Hi, Ellen.
Hey, it's been a while, Dan.
You're looking younger. I hope I am too.
You are looking pretty good. Are you still at the beautiful paradise with the fresh water flowing by?
Yeah, we're moved up the hill here. It's even more beautiful. We're just very lucky and grateful. Thank you. Yes.
Well, thank you
Been a
for
long
being
time.
so kind during my visits. And, you're so abundant with information. And I know you have a presentation here. And I just say to you, just take it a little slow because your concepts are so advanced that, it takes me 10 minutes to digest one sentence that you say, so it's like, I know you have a lot to present, but, do you mind if I just interrupt you once in a while to ask you to explain a concept? Because it's just, I want people to get this because this is the next level of our technological and spiritual manifestation, what you have the answers to here. So I want people to absorb as much as possible. What are you going to talk about today?
Yes, well, thank you. And I appreciate your caring. Let's make it simple, and your questions are important, of course, sir.
Okay.
And the subject is the real science of what ascension means, the next dimension, and how that results in ability to lucid dream and take memory through death. It's called longitudinal EMF. That's the science of ascension, the real electrical science.
Beautiful. I love this. This is exactly what Portal to Ascension is. So you're going to open the portal for us today, right here, Dan. Okay.
It's literally about portals, actually, quite literally, yes. In fact, the physics of how stargates work if we get there.
Great. Okay, you have probably till let's see, 50 minutes. Is that good?
Yeah. So with the format here is about 10 minutes of intro and stories, and then there's a bunch of visuals which we can go through quickly. And your questions, I'm sure, will make it more pointed. Please, let's do it.
And questions from everyone online in the chat room and on YouTube, everywhere. Just, we'll try to get to as many as possible. So
Great.
Buckle in, and we're about to blast off. Okay.
I've opened the chat window here so I can see questions too. It's all
Right.
good. So, the New Age woo-woos have been talking about what they call ascension for a long time. And it's not that much difference from what the Christians call the rapture, and you do not want to be the left behind. And during the rapture, the guns will melt. And we actually know the physics because, in fact, metal things like guns have the wrong dielectric and will generate heat when the charge compression reaches the next dimension, which is to say longitudinally compressed. So when the charge gets dense, when the spin gets dense, only charge distribution efficiency works. And our words heaven, hey, ave, the breath of life taking flight, and plains of Sharon, these are all actually names for charge distribution efficiency, which obviously in the end is fractal. And
wait, can you back up 1 second? Charge distribution. So you mean when a combustion engine, let's just take it simply industrial for a second. Can you talk about, in simple terms, charge distribution?
Well, actually, when we talk about charge distribution, we're saying the universe is comprised of a single contiguous compressible medium, and some say call it ether, but in fact the ether is simply plus and minus charge, which is the compression and rarefaction of the ether, which is simply a superfluid. So that distribution of that electric charge to make that efficient is the physics, for example, of abundance and fractal economics and heaven. And it's where you go when you go to the next dimension. It's where you go when you ascend. And to enter that realm in science, it's called longitudinal EMF interferometry, the efficient distribution of compression waves. A simple example is when Bruce Cathy measured that at the Earth grid magnetic line cross points, the same place where cathedrals and labyrinths and Agnihotra work, and Kozyrev mirrors make telepathy. At those nodes of magnetic line cross points of the Earth grid, the nuclear radioactive critical mass is dramatically reduced. And the physics for that is about compression. So at those nodes, which it turns out we know the Earth grid is dodecacosa, that's called fractal in 3D. Our famous Star Mother kit here being an example of the only possible actual three-dimensional fraction.
That's the Earth grid you're saying? That is the Earth grid, what you just showed us?
Yeah, the Earth grid is clearly a stellated dodecacosa. Everybody agrees, anti-gravity in the world grid and Cathy on down. And the reason the Earth grid is dodecacosa is because the longitudinal compression waves are embedded at those nodes, and we'll have some pictures of that. So
what do you mean by longitudinal compression? I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to get that.
that's appropriate. Well, maybe we need to dig up the pictures before we finish the intro here. But it's the right question. Most of our electromagnetic communications, everything you use, your Wi-Fi and your radio and your internet, they use the transverse component of the electromagnetic wave, which is simply the up and down component. Whereas the compressional component of that wave, sometimes incorrectly called scalar or torsional wave, is called longitudinal electromagnetics. And that compression wave, physics pretty much doesn't know how to use, because that's kind of what makes gravity waves. And it's because physics doesn't understand that. like Einstein, that they don't understand action at a distance. It's the nodal interferometry of longitudinal EMF, which is the physics of everything that has to do with spiritual stories, whether it's lucid dreaming or surviving death. You need to enter a longitudinal array of compression nodes of charge coherently, what the Egyptians called the Ba from the Ka, or what Gurdjieff called the Kesjan body, in order to take memory through death and communicate with ancestors and lucid dream. And that is all about longitudinal interferometry. And let's regard your question, Alan, as not answered until I get to the pictures, okay? Because then we'll understand more about this longitudinal array. But just to give you an idea how practical this is, if you take our famous Therify.net plasma rejuvenation tech, which is successful in 25 countries, it reduces pain, all kinds of stuff. It's amazing. Stories are incredible. Termination of seed, all kinds of stuff. But the recent reports from Paris and Athens, for example, dramatic increase in ability to lucid dream. And we know why. We know the physics. It's not a mystery. The same way we have hundreds of stories now of successful healing at a distance. And this is all about propagating a coherent longitudinal electromagnetic. For example, when you want to heal someone at a distance, if both the sender and receiver are at an earth grid magnetic line cross point, then that healing is more likely. And if it's done at sunrise and sunset, is more likely. And the physics is because when those charge lines converge perpendicularly, the same way lasers have to be in a square to phase conjugate and make time reversal and negentropy. So that square arrangement of waves, what Aboriginals or natives would have called the sacred four directions, is actually the beginning of the physics of phase conjugation, charge implosion, and all that good stuff. So basically, the reason we're able to help people lucid dream and therefore take memory through death, because that's about the major predictor of whether you will take memory through death, is if you can lucid dream, which is propagate coherent longitudinal EMF to make your body radiate your aura in that ascended dimension. And that successful doing of that compression of harmonics, which is the only physics of bliss and successful death, is indicated by the fact that successful death clearly requires an electrical black hole. The reason you see lattice cobweb tunnel spiral, the geometry of what everyone sees when they die, we know exactly why, because your DNA is trying to assemble that necessary black hole in order to propagate your magnetics coherently in that longitudinal array, which, depending on what tradition you come from, could be called collective unconscious or ancestor memory or communion of saints, or the Akashic records. Many names for the same physics, which is a coherent longitudinal array. So this was what the Egyptians called the Ba from the Ka, and we're going to talk about that grid and the Kathy with pictures. We have Agnihotra stories, you know, why does Agnihotra only work at those cross-point nodes? And
do you want to answer one question? Propagating longitudinal waves supports healing, basically, is what you're saying.
Yes, because think of this. We know that all restoration of negentropy, which is the physics of what's called healing, for example, Priori, ancestor of Therify, all initiation of negentropy, self-organization, which is, say, healing, begins when the compression waves arrive symmetrically from the correct directions, and it starts with a cube and ends with a dodeca. When those compression waves, which are called longitudinal, arrive symmetrically, enough to restore centripetal force, which is to say implosion at the Planck threshold where the transverse component goes to longitudinal, the good stuff comes out the toothpaste tube, as it were. And a prime example is why the first nuclear device was called the implosion. They had to get enough compression coming from symmetrical directions at once to initiate centripetal force. And it always starts centripetal before it becomes centrifugal, and your aura is no exception. So initiating that, and again, the pictures will be of great help here. So I think we want to drag out the pictures. But
right, that's a good basis platform, though. Go ahead.
Yes. Oh, so, but then to finish the last 2 minutes of the verbal intro and then the pictures. Okay, the last 2 minutes are then, so it resolves to this quintessential problem, which I have been complaining about for half of my lifetime, that your physics teacher, Einstein, NASA, and Stephen Hawking, are too stupid to tell your children why an object falls to the ground, and therefore they can't tell them the way through death, and they can't tell them the origin of any centripetal force like gravity, life force, and consciousness. So that's a bit of a problem, and I'm working on that. And so the answer to that is very simple, and we're going to use the example of the moment when the CIA decided to murder the Secretary of State rather than admit to the Americans that they lost the war to the Nazis, and they did. And the reason they lost the war to the Nazis, and the Nazis took over the South Pole, kicked Admiral Byrd out, and then took over Ceres outside of Jupiter. It's a disaster story. The Nazis won, sorry. And the reason they won, and I'm a little upset about this, is because people do not understand exactly what I'm going to tell you right now. So here's the physics. The physics was, well, I'm going to find my donut. Oh, here's my donut. Sure. The physics was that the Nazis had this lady, Maria Orsic, and she explained to them how to use a mercury vortex, previously known as the Vimana, later known as the Nazi Bell and the Haunebu. And that mercury vortex had a shape just like this, sometimes called the flame letter. And the reason that mercury vortex made gravity is the answer to this whole problem that your physics teacher cannot explain to your child why an object falls to the ground. The reason your physics teacher cannot explain is because they don't understand this, which Schauberger knew very well, that if you initiate, for example, piezoelectric water in this vortex, and we have pictures in a minute, that water, piezoelectric water, or in the case of the Nazi Bell Vimana, it was a iron powder doped red mercury liquid, so that you had both the inertial density of the mercury liquid hydrodynamically making gravity combined with the inertia of the magnetic flux density enabled by the doped mercury iron powder in the red mercury, famous red liquid. So that vortex is going down this spiral and it's gaining speed as it moves towards center. And the name for the physics of that wave of charge that gains speed as it moves towards center, because if the vortex is perfect, it adds and multiplies by golden mean ratio, which allows adding, multiplying recursively of the heterodynes of phase velocity, which turns compression into acceleration towards center, named the gravity. So the cause of gravity is fractality. Most physicists already figured that out. They just don't know what a fractal field is, so they don't know why objects fall to the ground. But anyway, once you understand why that charge gained inertia going toward the center, whether it's a water vortex or a mercury vortex or a Nazi Bell or a Vimana, then you don't have to let the Nazis win the war. Hello? Because you know why these devices made gravity, because you know how gravity is made. And now that happens to be the physics, that particular shape is called the flame letter. It's the golden mean spiral superposed on the self-organizing torus. And I wrote the equation to animate the origin of the Hebrew and Sanskrit alphabets from just that same spiral. And you look at it from the shadows of the tetrahedron, and you have Hebrew.
Doesn't Nassim talk about this as far as gravity being one aspect of electromagnetism being the way out of the torus? I mean, I don't want to go into
yeah, but we're a lot more specific. We actually wrote the equation for hydrogen to prove that hydrogen's fractality, based on golden ratio from the hydrogen radii, stellated to Planck. Again, the pictures are coming up. That the squirt gun through the speed of light at the Planck threshold is where the transverse electromagnetic inertia propagates to longitudinal waves, sometimes called gravity waves. And if you want to know that longitudinal waves are gravity waves, get the book. Tom Bearden, he wrote the book, Gravitational Biology. The equations are there. It's very clear. Maxwell started on it. Tom Bearden finished it. I'm just doing the crude little intro here. The point is that once you know why that spiral makes gravity, then, and this is the climax phrase of the 10-minute intro, and then we get pictures, then you know what ascension is. Because when you see that those radii of hydrogen, which I proved are golden ratio fractal, are the squirt gun at the center of every ladder rung codon of DNA's recursively braided imploding helix, the squirt gun gets more broad spectral in its phase conjugation. And that propagation from longitudinal gets to be a very big pine cone kissing noses. Because the longer waves embedded in the braid within the braid of the braid of the DNA, which is what's happening when your DNA braids in this response to human bliss required for successful death, for example.
And also the awakening of Kundalini, right? Because you're sort of an expert.
That's exactly where we're going, precisely. And we have all the physics for this. We have the spectrum analysis of the phonon waves of the sacrocranial pump, which is the physics of Kundalini. And if your sacrocranial pump is pumping, it's clinically impossible to be depressed. So you see why that is ascension, because then your body has compressed, imploded the necessary coherent longitudinal propagation. You have ascended already, you know, like those damn Pleiadians who are bragging, we're 5D and you humans are never going to be. Well, they didn't once tell you what the physics are. And I am telling you right now what the physics of ascension and how to become 5D is. And that's
right. And we also have the pine cone. You mentioned the pine cone, which is like right inside of the brain. Just mention that a little bit. Go ahead.
Well, you know, about half the pictures are full of pine cones. So I thought,
then go ahead. Let's look at your pictures. You know,
and this was the point in the conversation where we went to pictures, supposedly. Anyway, so can you see my screen now? Is it there?
I see your screen. Yes. Yes. What's your website? Someone's asking, what's your best website?
Well, yes, actually, it's right at the top here, fractalfield.com.
Okay, great.
We have 100 websites, but they all start at fractalfield.com. And what is a fractal field? That's what this is about. Every physicist agrees fractality causes gravity, but not one physicist has asked what's a fractal electrical field. And I happen to have answered that question, which is Planck times integer exponential golden ratio. Anyway, so golden ratio, which is called phase conjugation, the conjugation of phases, is the cause of gravity and therefore black holes and the origin of negentropy. And that's the title of my book, The Origin of Biologic Negentropy. We might even have it.
Can I just slow you down for 1 second, Dan? I'm just trying to, golden ratio means phi ratio, which is the ratio of life propagation. Would you say that?
Well, golden ratio 0.6181, 1.618, 2.618 is the only possible infinite harmonic series in which you can both add and multiply each two numbers together. And that infinite perfected recursion generates the only possible three-dimensional fractal, and we'll see the animation of that in the Grail animation we have. And that
also generates life, isn't it also a life equation?
Yes. Okay. In effect, it's the XYZ coordinate of every vertex in this array is simple harmonic of multiple golden ratio, and you ratchet that and you have a full three-dimensional model of DNA braiding and implosion and bliss. So yeah, it's Earth grid, DNA, zodiac, and I was first one to prove it is literally the structure of hydrogen, which we sell this kit as a model for the physics of the radii of hydrogen, since I invented the new equation to prove that.
Okay.
So it's, in general, the geometry of fractality, and therefore perfected compression, and therefore perfected implosion, therefore perfected negentropy, and that's how you squeeze down that pine cone. So we wanted to look at some of these pictures, and I just said in the intro, it's because Einstein, your physics teacher, couldn't tell your kid, you know, why an object falls to the ground. That's the reason your physics teacher also cannot tell your kid how anything becomes self-centripetal or self-organizing. And that's why your physics teacher is lying to your child, saying the universe is condemned to entropy. When the opposite is the case, there's a way out of entropy. It's called life and consciousness itself, which is generated precisely when you phase conjugate and charge implode. So that's what this is all about, healing. And this is about 4D, 5D in the next dimension. So on this slide is the summary of what I just said. The number of axes of spin symmetry of charge which are superposed coherently, the only actual definition of how many dimensions are you in, which shows up literally in the number of harmonics in the power spectra of your EKG, for example, which is the only real medical way to measure your immune health, is that harmonic inclusiveness in your heart rate variability, which is fractal heart is healthier.
Do you think science will ever create a term that besides negative entropy? That's such a negative way of saying life, isn't it?
Well, I like that. I agree with your attitude. I think that's a very constructive point you just made. It is like negentropy means self-organization. So in physics, you know, the first time negentropy or self-organization was measured was when they phase conjugated optics, and the lasers had to meet in an angstrom perfect cube. And in the center, there's a phase conjugate mirror, which is a key to how the reflective surface worked in Nostradamus's scrying cup and John Dee's communication with angels. It's all about or the obsidian mirrors in which the Olmec communicated with ancestors. It's all about phase conjugate mirrors. And the key is the super high dielectric constant of the barium titanate, which is the phase conjugate mirror. It's basically dodeca implosion. It's a charge permission distribution environment. The super high dielectrics, for example, the real reason why you must use biological material when you build a house and why metal in your house will pretty much kill you is because the dielectric constant is wrong and charge distribution is not enabled. And that's why metal school buildings destroy the souls of your children.
Right.
So this is a little intro to this idea. And by the way, it's a bad picture. Supposedly it was supposed to be a picture of ball lightning, but I was told later it's probably not a good picture of ball lightning. But anyway, many people have documented that ball lightning, which we now know is a plasma toroid,
Right.
responds very well to telepathy. And the physics of why ball lightning is, so the question is, if you see ball lightning or a child crossing the road unsafely, what do? You talk to it. And the ball lightning will listen, it will hear you, it will communicate. And the physics of why that ball lightning communicates so well is that implosion at the center of the toroid, where it's propagating longitudinal coherence, the DNA radio, as it were, by which telepathy works, quite literally. So that's intro. So these are some of the other websites, fractalfield.com. Therify.net is our 25-country plasma tech that's doing rejuvenation around the world. Started with Prairie, and now the stories are incredible. We're helping people with all. It's very simple. If you make the plasma centripetal, and we're broadcasting a pine cone from opposite directions, from plasma cones, and we're making magic. And there's more pictures, so we won't go into it here. Goldenmean.info is the original site. Realheartcoherence.com, you can see all the EKG harmonics. So we can measure love, we can measure tantra, and heart coherence is literally a lie detector, and it works. It's all fun. iThrive.com, our HRV app, implosiongroup.com, our tech app, and fractalu.com, our educational. So the physics of the vacuum is that it's a superfluid, we just said, and the visual evidence of fractality is key to gravity. Examples of implementation of various zero-point technologies. Some of these slides were prepared for the lecture I did in Amsterdam, Breakthrough Energy Movement. So we're proving the structure of hydrogen reveals the very nature of zero-point energy, that is fractal. And once you understand how hydrogen makes gravity, you can know the cause of gravity. So the context of this is we're saying once you understand charge implosion, which is to say how you extract energy inertia from the vacuum, you have the solution to every zero-point energy device, every single one, and I present examples in this slideshow if we get that far. But this was the background of this slideshow originally prepared for the Amsterdam lecture on Breakthrough Energy Movement. The reason that it's relevant here, of course, is because that is precisely what we mean by ascension. You see, that the ability to set up an array, a symmetry array, for example, your DNA implosively braiding when you feel bliss and your EKG harmonics are measurably, the phonons are measurably imploding your DNA by recursive braiding. So the physics of that charge implosion is the best example of a zero-point energy device on the planet, actually, Ascension. And further, when we look at the pictures of DNA, which are coming up here, we're going to insist that the recursive braiding possible in the DNA is, in physics, the structure in the universe which has the most number of dimensions, because it has the most number of possible superposed axes of spin superposed, and we'll get to that picture. So this is about electricity as a superfluid. We're talking about the fact that here's evidence from my theory of gravity being fractal, that when Raymond Chow famously measured the speed of the speeds faster than light, which Einstein was really pretty clueless about. All of his measurements proved that the speeds faster than light are between 1.5 and 1.7 times c, the speed of light, which obviously is centered around 1.618 golden ratio. And if it is proven true, the most number of measurements of speeds faster than light are golden ratio times the speed of light, that will be absolute proof that my theory of gravity caused by golden ratio is correct. So anyway, recursion perfected is fractality perfected, which is embedding perfected, which is self-similarity perfected, which is entanglement perfected, which is implosion perfected, which is phase conjugation, which is nesting, which is vacuum coherence, which is centripetal force, which is gravity produced, et cetera, et cetera. So we have so many names for the same thing, but it all starts with.
Wait, we can't really see that. What are you showing? Can you take it? You want to take it off screen share for a second, because it's a little hard to see the slinky you're playing with.
Okay, well, I've got a little donut. There, little donut and a big donut. Okay. When the little donut embeds non-destructively in the big donut, that's called embeddability. And when it's golden ratio, you can nest perfectly and they can implode. And the mind, then you can exist within the mind of God. Okay. So this is going to lead to a definition of sacred space that, when Korotkov proved by measurement, he walked with the Kogi to where they made phone calls to ancestors and measured the fractality of the air, which is charge distribution efficiency, which is sacred space defined. And which is the same place that Kozyrev placed his mirrors, which is where they got the military quality telepathy, where all these Earth grid magnetic line cross points. And so that charge distribution efficiency enabled then points you to the solution to the next issue on the screen here, which is where Bruce Cathy measured nuclear critical mass was dramatically reduced at the longitudinal nodes on the Earth grid, which is Dodecikosa. And actually, that's the clue to how the Ark of the Covenant was a container to contain the nukes of the Anunnaki. And if you're an electrical engineer, you need to make a container to prevent radioactivity from escaping, and you understand charge implosion. That's what the Ark of the Covenant was. And so, so this gets to a description of the solution to the wave nature of mind itself. That imagine you're going to sleep and starting to dream, and you're on a ley line. You close your eyes and you can feel light go out the top of your head, and I, with years of Kundalini, can see through the top of my head. And I realize the light is going into an array, and I like to lay on the same ley line on the same mountain every time. And I can feel my mind becomes as big as that mountain. And I'm literally seeing through the mountain. And the physics of the reason I'm doing that is that I'm embedded in a longitudinal array. And that propagating array of coherent nodes becomes a holographic tool which makes vision, and I can see through it like a large lens, a perfected net of fireflies. So before you ask what a longitudinal wave is, and now we can do the...
Yes, that is because that's sort of like the grounding of your whole thesis is understanding longitudinal waves. So I just want to get this so I can understand everything else.
Good. So do you see what a transverse wave is up top there? Yes, that's a transverse. It's nervous.
Transverse means an up and down motion, like
that's right. So the electric magnetic wave is doing. That's called transverse. Exactly. And now on the bottom, that is a longitudinal wave.
Wait, what are we seeing there? What are you seeing?
It depends on the sampling rate of your bandwidth, how fast you see the animation on the bottom of your screen. Is it moving a little bit on the bottom for you?
Yes, it's moving on the bottom. Yes.
Okay, good. Now, all sound waves propagate like that, longitudinal, but electromagnetic waves, physics hasn't learned to use that part of electromagnetic waves at all. Therefore, physics doesn't know how to do instant global communication. Physics doesn't understand lucid dreaming or how to go through death. And physics doesn't have a clue what action at a distance is. And that's why Einstein was dumb enough to call action at a distance spooky, because he didn't know what that was, because that's how gravity waves are made. So there you have on the bottom, that's a picture of a longitudinal electromagnetic wave. For example, practical example. When an earthquake causes a tsunami, that tsunami will start up top like this. Okay, so the earthquake on top started the wave going, no. When the earthquake starts, most of the inertia of the wave that can go faster than a jet flies across the ocean, the tsunami, Most of the inertia of that tsunami is traveling like the bottom picture, like a longitudinal wave, okay? Now, if you're a boat on the surface, as the tsunami goes underneath you, you do not know that it has passed you. However, when that longitudinal wave, compressional wave tsunami approaches the shore, at the shoreline, there is a half of a cone. The wave goes up a slope, and the compressional inertia has its vorticity translated from longitudinal to transverse. And so then at the shore, because it went up the half cone of the shoreline, once it reached the shore, suddenly it's going up and down, and then it can kill you.
Right. Wait, let me see if I understand this. So we have waves on the ocean.
Yeah.
We can take a wave comes into the shore, could be a kind of longitudinal wave, but the actual current that generates the waves are not in the wave itself. It's in the, so that wave would be a transverse wave, but the energy that powers those waves is longitudinal. Is that right? Or am I
the bulk of the motion of the molecules in the water, in the tsunami going through the flat ocean, is longitudinal compressional like this. So at the surface, you see and feel nothing. Okay, now that longitudinal compressional tsunami wave reaches the shore and it goes up a half cone, and the compression wave has to translate vorticity, and it will then have that compression wave this way converted to start going up and down, become transverse, and then it's going to kill you. Okay, now that is the physics actually of how you can see someone at a distance. That's called longitudinal interferometry. When the compression waves meet at the nodes at a distance and they cross again, and the transverse component becomes heat containing. And that is the only solution to plasma containment to make fusion physics possible. So all these idiots who are going around there thinking we use a magnetic field to contain the heat for fusion are stupid. The physics is you have to use microwave longitudinal interferometry, and you can contain that heat beautifully without magnetics. And all fusion physics research on the planet needs to be reinvented today when they understand. Anyway.
But it's also happening in our bodies every second. When we activate the Kundalini, it's happening even at a greater rate. Would you say that?
Well, yes, it's true. And we want to get into more details of the wave mechanics of that in Kundalini here in a minute. But at least we're getting a better sense of this now, that the electromagnetic waves around us are mostly going up and down transverse because they're not ordered enough to travel efficiently compressionally. And they can only travel efficiently as a compression array when they're in these big rose-like fractal arrays, which is dodeca, stellated. And then the nodes of those arrays is where you can insert and retrieve information from that array at the nodes only. Kozyrev knew very well his Kozyrev mirrors, these metal cylinders, microwave tuned, only made this beautiful telepathy when you were at the Earth Great Magnetic. So this is the beginning of DNA radio and all the good stuff about how you communicate with ancestors and survive death. You propagate coherently that way, the Ba from the Ka, and that's what happens after you ascend when that implosion. Now we want to show more pictures of how that implosion works, and that is the next slide.
Okay, what do we got here? How does the phase? Now, can you just? I mean, I know you say it over and over again, and since I met you, you've been talking about it. Phase conjugation. Can you just slow down the definition so I can absorb every piece of that?
Yeah, actually, maybe let me just use a little different picture to talk about that, exactly what conjugation is. So if you look at the top-down view, let's see, I've got all these lovely pictures. Let's pick one here that works kind of good. Okay, here's one. So
because I think that's so key. Okay, great.
So the second from the top, these two pictures here, the two pictures on the left, this center one here is a top-down view of DNA now, and every living protein. And so when these waves are crossing in golden mean ratio here, and I later wrote the equation to prove this is exactly the way hydrogen is built. So when these waves are adding and multiplying recursively, they're constructively adding and multiplying recursively. It's called phase conjugate heterodyning. To conjugate simply means to add and multiply recursively constructively, which is the only way waves can converge repeatedly. Because when waves converge, they both add and multiply, not just their wavelength, but their wave velocity. That's the only way wave interference happens. All other waves that interfere do so destructively. So the only way for waves to interfere constructively, recursively, is they have to both add and multiply recursively, constructively. And the golden mean ratio is the only geometric solution to that problem. That's why golden mean ratio and perfected phase conjugation are the same thing, because to conjugate means to add and multiply constructively. For example, when you get married and you conjugate your DNA with your lover, okay, we had conjugal relations. Well, the DNA got together and it added and multiplied and found out which DNA could propagate out of that implosive compression. That's
the best definition I ever heard you say of phase conjugation is marriage and children.
Yes, that's right.
Add and multiply.
We're talking about conjugal relations here, and this is not Playboy magazine. So, or it could be. So, but you see that the side view of what you have in there is this cone. It's a pine cone. And this is the path down DNA and the path down hydrogen, the path down implosion, path down phase conjugation. And when the waves travel down this pine cone, and here's the pine cone on the right, they add them all implosively. And here's a beautiful example. A well-built pine cone will actually make voltage from gravity. And it opens and closes slightly over the year to modulate the amount of energy it receives from gravity. It's a 0-point energy device. And by the way, it's a beautiful rainmaking tool for that reason. So this introduction of phase conjugation or charge implosion, the reason that works is that charge gained inertia, because when these waves added and multiplied recursively, constructively, not just their wavelength, but their phase velocity, then compression turned into acceleration towards center, named the gravity. So the reason that Schauberger's vortex and the Haunebu and the Mercury vortex make gravity is exactly right here, because in this geometry only, that charge can add and multiply recursively and turn compression into acceleration of charge towards center, named the gravity. So this is a pretty heavy thought. So phase conjugation causes gravity, and the reason this squirt gun works so good, and here's maybe it's the same picture, better thing, whatever. So, but the reason phase conjugation actually creates gravity at the Planck threshold was where we were going with the slide we left. We came here, there we go. So now we see that as this transverse wave entered here, right here on the left, it started traveling down the pine cone, and the inertia translated vorticity non-destructively. So what entered as up and down transverse EMS inertia on the left comes out the toothpaste tube, squirting exactly at the threshold defined by the Planck length and time. And from that perfected squirt gun propagates a longitudinal wave, sometimes named a gravity wave. And so that ability to turn transverse into longitudinal here, later, this is called making the great L. After you do this, you're an Elohim, because you have your Ba from the Ka and you have your Kesjan body. You're longitudinally coherent, and you begin to lucid dream, and now you can take something through death. Until then, no. And this is a graph of the physics of how ascension happens in the electric field propagating from your DNA during bliss and during the implosive compression, which is the black hole of successful dying. So this graphic now, I'd like to ask you to keep that in mind now when we bring up the pictures of DNA braid recursively implosion in the phonon EKG geometry of human bliss. So how did I do on defining phase conjugation? Was that better?
That was better. I'm starting to get it. You know, I think I have to listen to this video a couple of times, but, you know, I think the concepts are so complex, and sort of you're breaking down biology into scientific terms and defining life as the as an essential part of creation and the unlocking of consciousness as the expression of that life. And so we're figuring out sort of
Yes.
the answers to creation right here, would you say?
Yes. And when we can propagate a coherent longitudinal electromagnetic body, then we can do portals and stargates, and we can introduce the concept of time travel. It starts here. In the physics, the first time phase conjugation was invented and physics measured time reversal and self-organization and negentropy, when they brought 4 lasers together exactly like this, the magic was that in the center of the phase conjugate mirror, like the coating on Nostradamus' scrying cup, was a phase conjugate mirror, which is the super high dielectric implosive capacitance charge permissive environment, barium, strontium, titanate, for example, that allowed the charge waves to implode, converge at the nano level, and that perfected implosive compression allowed the pine cones to kiss noses, exquisite perfection at the Planck threshold. And there, the compression was so perfect, it became implosive. And it then communicated with the galaxy of fractal longitudinal wave compresses, just like Jodie Foster emerging from her dodecahedron in the movie Contact and saying she radioed her grandfather.
Would you say you know how to build a portal based on that physics?
Absolutely, sure, no problem.
And you have built portals.
I mean, essentially, if you take what is our Therify, which is broad spectral phase conjugation, we'll see pictures in a moment, we're working in 25 countries, and you make it even more broad spectral and phase accurate, and you align it and do a few of the little tweaks, and basically, the more broad spectral the phase conjugation, the more effective is the squirt gun. And that's otherwise known as a Stargate. That's why the letters used in the movie Stargate were the Ophanim-Enochian letters, which is a superset of tetracube hypercube, which is the angel alphabet, because it's angling the plasma toroids to go into that perfect implosion cone to make what's called a Stargate. So yes, we know exactly what that is. And the planet might get ready later, but in the meantime, let's start here. Basically, successful death is a pretty good introduction to that question for physicists.
What does that mean? So what does successful death mean when you ascend, or what does that mean to you?
In other words, if you're propagating your attention coherently in a longitudinal array, what the Aboriginal elder is, you think the Aboriginal elder is lying there doing nothing, his eyes are closed, but he's sending his attention up and down the song lines, he's controlling the rain. So when that ancestor dies, a huge storm goes up and down that song line, they're propagating longitudinal coherence along a magnetic line, and that's ancestor memory, right? So successful death is being able to sustain that propagation. Another example is the Sufi master's ability to be a Sufi master was defined in the movie Meetings with Remarkable Men, by which one could make a successful echo. A successful echo is the name of the physics of successful death, because your magnetic node can propagate continuously if you can ring the bell. And the guy that knew how to ring that bell, and by the way, not one of them would ever try doing it from inside a metal building. So don't bother trying to die in a hospital if you wanted to be successful. Okay.
So successful death means that you merge consciously with you become the longitudinal wave, and you
become a longitudinal array.
Okay.
A fractal array of longitudinal nodes, if it's big enough and coherent enough, is absolutely mindful. In fact, it is the definition of mind, that centripetal force.
And do you then get off the karmic cycle by having that happen?
Well, at that point, when we say I want to be free, what you actually mean is you want to be able to charge distribute. And if you want to be able to charge distribute, then you understand perfectly well that you better have the map of your backyard and your bed and your town be a fractal, or you ain't going to get there. Prague is magnetically a rose for a reason.
All right. So this is a lot to take in, but I think it's great. I think you should keep going, and then we'll do a refresher course with Portal to Ascension. But okay,
next lifetime. No,
next week maybe.
No. So all we're saying here is, dear physicists, no one will accept your answer that it could be a coincidence that 3 hydrogen radii are precisely golden ratio exponents of Planck. So you must deal with my answer, which is it's this golden ratio conjugation of phases, which is the reason hydrogen makes gravity. Okay, so I invented the equation to predict the geometry of hydrogen radii. Right here, it's in front of you. And then we published that in the graph that you see, General Science Journal publications, compression of hydrogen journal phase conjugation. And the follow-up publication is how that is the cause of gravity.
Wait, that's you saying hydrogen makes gravity? Doesn't that change everything we know in physics?
Yes, absolutely, everything. In fact, it makes all these physicists talking about dark matter look like stupid idiots. I'm sorry to say it undiplomatic, because the only reason they're talking about dark matter is because there's more gravity around they can explain, because they don't know if fractality causes gravity. So once you understand the masses of the universe are arranged dodecahedrally, of course it makes more gravity than they can explain, because they don't know that fractality causes gravity. So since they don't know the cause of gravity, they don't know why there's extra gravity, so they call that dark matter, and they're idiots. But
right, it's like junk DNA. It's like, we don't know what that DNA is. It must be junk. That we can't measure the extra gravity. So
that's right. The junk DNA is the spacer that allows braiding. That's what it is, the structural.
Right.
So anyway,
well,
then
right, but that's huge, Dan. You should win the Nobel Prize in Physics for discovering that.
Absolutely. I mean, not only did I predict, I was the first one to prove the way hydrogen is fractal, but I was the first one to prove the cause of gravity. Absolutely. I answered the question why an object falls to the ground, which had not been done yet.
If you can prove the cause of gravity, then you can create anti-gravity waves as well, right?
That's where this lecture is going toward propulsion. But by the way, you know, we already published the paper on the cause of fractality, the cause of gravity, and we can publish papers all day on this. But it's sort of like when I wrote my book on origin of negentropy, everyone yawned. But then I built a gadget that caused negentropy, and suddenly we're in 25 countries. You see, so we're not going to be publishing about, you know, how to make gravity. We're going to make gravity. That's what we're going to do.
Right. Okay,
but anyway, so this is what I do with my equation. If you take my equation for origin of negentropy, Planck length times golden ratio of the integer n, whole number multiples of golden ratio times Planck equals 3 exact radii of hydrogen. The ADP, the most important molecule in the body. It's the only 2 frequencies of photosynthesis. It predicts all of sacred dimension. The British foot is exactly. It predicts the Schumann harmonics, the brainwave harmonics, the alpha. It predicts heart rate variability is the most important. Mayer wave, 0.1 hertz, most important frequency in the blood. It predicts the Venus year, the Earth year, the galactic year, and the precessional year. So all of these things are on the line, which is named origin of biologic negentropy, because they're exactly golden ratio exponents of Planck. Pure phase conjugate charge implosion is the origin of self-organization.
What someone asks, if we drink hydrogen water, will we have a generating effect on the internal organs?
I have monoatomic hydrogen and nanohydrogen in water is fabulously healing, and it's famous in Japan for spa industries, etc. Of course it is, yes. And if you stick a monoatomic hydrogen inside a clathrate water, it's a microhydrogen. So this is one of the 2 early publications on this physics, if you want the physics literature that we published. And this is really Tom Bearden's background to all of this book I showed you, Gravitobiology, where he actually writes the equations proving how gravity waves are actually longitudinal. And also this is a background on the pre-ERIK plasma device, which healed thousands of cancers in France, but no one understood how it worked until I wrote my new equation. And then we turned that into Therify, and we're in 25 countries. This is this paper I worked, the symptoms of Einstein-induced insanity. So those who don't know why objects fall to the ground, it's called Einstein-induced insanity. And we explain the cause of gravity. It's this fractal recursion. And thinking the speed of light is the speed limit, thinking it takes infinite energy to go through the speed of light, thinking all action at a distance is spooky, not having a clue what the ether is made of, it's compressible superfluid named charge, incorrectly and weirdly believing space-time is somehow bent. In fact, it's not. What's meant is the charge wave propagation wave front, and thinking, for example, that, or not understanding that time and mass are only defined by charge rotation. So for example, the reason clock speed up, once you know that time is only spin rate, you understand exactly why clocks speed up when you accelerate.
Oh, can I just ask you, someone asked, how do we get monoatomic hydrogen water? How would we get that?
There are lots of devices that make nanohydrogen. Nanohydrogen bubblers are famous in Japan for the spa industry because they're so profoundly healing. Unfortunately, right now, that technology is expensive, but it's getting better. And if you use theimploder.com, you go a long way in that direction, a lot cheaper than the Japanese technology, our Vortex tech, which we'll have some pictures of in a moment. This is pictures of,
okay, I'm sorry, but how much longer? I mean, I didn't realize but tell me, how much longer do you need to complete everything?
You know what? Well, why don't we just do it like about another 5 minutes and then stop? That's my suggestion because my
Okay.
That works.
Okay, but I mean, you teach for hours and days and weeks, but so okay, 5 minutes. I guess that's great because this is so amazing. So go ahead.
So, I mean, when Schauberger first discovered that the moment his vortex here started to make voltage from gravity was the moment it spontaneously got colder, was the definition and proof of the origin of negentropy. That ability for that tip of that vortex to get colder means it's self-organizing. The same reason the tip of the Therify plasma tubes do that. The other examples here would be the Joe Newman. This is a monatomic hydrogen generator here, actually, the Newman device, and you can run a car on this imploded hydrogen. I would just like to drop a little hint here. This is Keshe rotating nanomaterials inside ping pong balls, and at one point you can see his car floating. So, of course, he didn't have the skill to understand the physics at all, and also doesn't have the first clue on how to make nanomaterials pure enough. Our group can make them 99% pure, which is what you need, and you do thousands of tons a month. It's amazing. But when you rotate a conjugator, you produce energy and gravity. This is the end of every energy and transportation technology on this planet, is the most disruptive technology that ever hit this planet, which is rotating conjugators. Carbon nano is just the beginning. And so once we begin to understand the negentropy of fullerenes, these carbon nanomaterials. So this is about how Townsend Brown's device floated, how it made gravity. This is the Searle. Notice that the Searle device actually has alternate rotating magnetics, and it's not a flat plane, it's in a cone. And all it's doing is generating a high voltage, which is applied to that surface. And that high voltage itself is making the gravity. This is the 0-point energy device that I worked on for years with Bruce De Palma and Tom Malone. It's called the Faraday disk homopolar generator. And the physics of why that makes energy from gravity was part of the lecture here. We're not going to do all these. And the same thing about the rotating magnetics that Ed Leeds-Scanlon used to make the gravity to lift the stones at Coral Castle, 12 magnetics around a rotating array. And these are more pictures of the Hannibal Vimana Nazi Bell.
Choosing compassion carefully aligns the magnetic field donuts around the heart so that nest dodeca icasa perfect embedding, self not self, squirting pineal pine cone through the speed of light into time, intent creates the future, and revolving that spin path to 0 point in the blood, we get the Holy Grail, which has no inside or outside, solves the problem of separateness, contains, self-embeds the Sufi heart within heart, feminine reproductive organs, into that 3D fractal you can zoom in forever and always see the same thing. Heart within heart, perfectly self-contained, self-embedded compassion.
Beautiful, beautiful. That is beautiful. Yeah.
There's a lot more animations in this series, and many of your friends have seen them already. This is just a golden ratio nest of sine waves. And this is that same nest of sine waves here. This is, I call it the Sushin zoom into. This is what you get when you zoom in a dodecahedron. I think on that note, I think we're probably out of time here.
Yeah, but could you give a weekend course on Portal to Ascension? I mean, it's up to Neil, of course, but I think this would be great to go deep into.
Yeah, I think what we should do is talk about how the relationship of diet, hygiene, and environment to creating that coherence in your aura, which is actually what Ascension is, that densification when the harmonics are superposed, and also then Introduction to the Physics of Kundalini, which is an extension of bliss science. We could have some fun. I'm open to that.
Wow. Okay, you want to just take off your screen sharing for a second, but it's great. Just so we, wow, Dan, this, it's so stimulating mentally that it starts to affect the body as well, actually. Start to actually induce the hyperdimensional longitudinal plasma effects within the DNA, I think, by talking about it. So how can people find you? And how can people find you and go deeper into this?
Fractalfield.com, email info@fractalfield.com, and our plasma tech, therify.net.
Wow. Thanks so much. I'm coming back for a visit, okay? At some point.
Love to see you, Alan. You take care. Blessings.
But I just want to say, you just laid out the science of ascension on a biological physics level. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love it. Okay.
Bye.
Dan Winter, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, really? That's genius, who introduces concepts that can take us to the next level of our science, our biology, and our future in a way. So Neil, I think we're going to take a little break, just like a few minutes break. Do you want to come on for a second and tell people what you have in mind? Neil. Yes. Neil, are we bringing Jahan on too?
Check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yep.
Let me also tell the Hertox to go on. So why don't you just tell people what we're going to do right now, and I'll be right back.
So yeah, so we've been in this whole 5 days learning a lot of information, taking a lot of stuff. So we're going to take some time right now. We're going to do some stretching. We're going to do some ohms. But first, I'm going to bring on my friend Jahan, if you want to start your camera. And then she's going to lead us into some stretches. And, while we're sitting at the desk, move it up a bit. And also some tools and techniques, how we can keep that movement going on throughout the day.
Okay, and we're just being joined by the Hertox here. And they're going to introduce the next set. But yeah, Jahan, please, let's just rebalance, recalibrate.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes, my name's Jahan, and I am a movement therapist. So I know we've been sitting here for a while, and we just had some great info coming into our heads and into our brain space. So sometimes we just need to kind of take a moment to let that information ground and center. I wanted to take you guys outside with me, but then it got really noisy out there. So sometimes it is nice. I was listening to the last speaker, and I was just sitting outside, and it was nice to kind of get some fresh air and just be out in nature while we're doing this. So it didn't feel so overwhelming. So I definitely suggest, if you have a laptop or you're on a device where you can take yourselves outside, go ahead and do that. So I'm going to invite you to, if you have space, stand up with me, because I think we need to get our bodies really moving right here. So, especially because we had all that information coming through, and I really just want to ground in, I'm coming to a standing position. And if you could all join me and go ahead and do that, and just stretch your toes out nice and wide into the floor and kind of grip the floor with your toes for a second. And then let's just go ahead. Let's take a nice deep breath in. We're going to inhale, reach our arms all the way up. Big deep breath in. And on an exhale, we're just going to let that come all the way back on down. And then next inhale, let's lift those shoulders up towards the ears. And on an exhale, let's lower that back and down. We're going to repeat that 2 more times. So deep breath in, reaching up, lengthening. Exhale, open out, bring it down. Again, inhale, shoulders up. Exhale, back and down. Let's do that 1 more time. Deep breath in, reaching the arms up and lengthening. Exhale, allow those arms to come back down. And then again, inhale, shoulders up to the ears. Exhale, shoulders back and down. And And then my favorite, we're just gonna do a nice big backstroke with those arms. So inhale, one arm up, exhale down, and then the other side. So we reach and we reach and reach a few more times, just opening those shoulders up and back. That gets us out of being hunched in front of the computer screen. Let's do that a couple more times. Opening, bringing it down. Then we're gonna inhale and we're gonna actually open our arms nice and wide. So I have my thumbs pointed back. And what we're gonna do right here, this is a great thing to stimulate just kind of opening up the posture, but we're actually also opening up into the heart chakra area right here. And I find that this one is quite energizing as well. So we're just breathing, shoulders back, squeezing my shoulder blades together, and I'm really blasting that heart space forward. So let's really try and extend, open up through the hands, open the palms to the ceiling, little pulses back. And let's go a few more times right here, pulsing back. 4, 3, 2, 1, and lower. And now from here, again, a little energizing practice for our posture. We're gonna lift the shoulders up. Exhale, drop the shoulders down. Let's do that again. Up, exhale, down. And now we're just gonna kind of do it fast. Just really let the shoulders up and down. So letting some energy just kind of move. Breathe, shake it out. And 4, 3, 2, one more time. And then just really shake those shoulders, shake the hands. So another thing is to really just kind of, now we're just gonna flick our fingers. You can flick your hands towards the screen. Open up the hands if your wrists are feeling kind of tight. We'll do that a few more times. And then from here, let's just make circles. So we're gonna circle out, circle the other way. We'll do that a few more times, rotating and through. And then a few of my favorite hand positions right here. We're going backs of the hands together, and then we're pulling down. So we're gonna open up through the backs of the wrists, pressing the backs of the hands towards each other, and those wrists drop down even a little bit further. Another deep breath in and exhale. And releasing the hands, we're gonna clasp the hands this time. So now from here, I'm gonna take a deep breath in, and on an exhale, I'm going to push the palms of my hands forward, and I'm gonna round my upper back. So see how that's kind of pushing away? I'm also tucking my tailbone under. So pushing away, you're gonna feel that space open up in the middle of the back between the shoulder blades. Inhale, lift your arms straight on up. And then exhale over to one side. Inhale, bring it up in the center. Exhale over to the other side. Inhale, center. And then on an exhale, arms come down, shoulders roll up, back, and down. And then if you have space on this one, so what we're gonna do this time is we're just gonna hang forward. So see how I'm letting my arms dangle? I'm gonna adjust this a little bit more so you guys can see the whole space. There we go. So I'm letting my arms dangle, and now I'm just making these circles with my shoulders, right? Or with my arms. It's what I call pendulum arms. So what we're doing is just allowing some synovial fluid to move into the joint capsule. And we're gonna let that just kind of swing around the other way. And then we're gonna keep the knees bent a little bit. And I'm just gonna kind of bounce this over to one side. And I'm gonna bring it back through the center. And I'm gonna bounce it over to the other side. And back through the center. And then I'm gonna roll my body nice and slow. I'm going to roll all the way up. My shoulders are gonna pull back. And now again, from here, I'm gonna clasp my hands behind my back, squeeze my shoulder blades together, and I'm pulling back and down. I'm opening up through the chest, through the front of my body. If you can, pull those arms away from you. If not, then I want you to just pull straight down and see how that's again lifting that heart space up. And now that we're here, let's take a nice big deep breath in. You can take it in through the nose. You could sigh all the way out. Let's do that again. Deep breath in. All the way out. Releasing the hands and the arms down. Go ahead and exhale. Turn your head to one side. Breathe out. Inhale, bring your head back to the center. Exhale, over to the other side. Inhale, center. And exhale again to the side. So one thing that really helps to ground is to match your movement and your breath. So I'm making the length of this head turn match the length of my breath cycle. So I'll inhale, bring my head to the center. And on an exhale, over to the side. We'll do that again. Inhale, center. Exhale, side. Again, inhale, center. And on an exhale, drop your ear over one shoulder. Press the opposite arm down. So I'm pushing that arm towards the floor. Maybe even turn the fingers back. And then maybe you can even just nod the head up and down a little bit right here. And you're going to feel that nice big stretch coming all the way through the side of your neck. Let's try that a couple more times. And inhale, lifting your head up, taking your head over to the other side, ear over your shoulder. Take that hand, exhale, push the arm down. Turn the fingers back. And then again, little extra stretch. You can kind of just move your head. You can nod the head up and down while you're in this stretch right here. Good, allowing that to open. And then inhale, let your head come back on up. One more time, shoulders up, back and down. And I'm gonna leave you with my favorite one right here. This is my favorite practice just for grounding and centering, for getting in touch with my breath and really coming into my body. So we're gonna make sure that hopefully you can do this one standing. You're gonna take your feet about hip width apart. I want you to stretch those toes out nice and wide on the floor, and then just rock forward and back a little bit. And we're gonna go from here. We're gonna take a nice big deep breath in, and I want you to pull. Imagine like you're pulling energy up from the earth, and you're gonna inhale, lift, and then you're gonna exhale, pressing down. We're gonna do that 4 more times. Inhale, lifting up. Exhale, pressing down. 3 more times. Inhale and lift. Exhale down. Two more times. Inhale, lift up. Exhale, lower. One last time from here. Inhale, pulling up. Exhale down. And finishing out this practice, just take a deep breath in, open those arms nice and wide. And on an exhale, wrap those arms around your body. Give yourselves a nice big hug. Maybe rock that side to side. Just sending some gratitude back into this physical being of yours, into all of your cells, your muscles, your nerves, and all of the different body systems that allow you to be here in this moment and function and get through your day. Take a moment to just feel what it's like to be hugged by you. Opening up, letting those arms float down. All right, my friends, thank you so much for taking this little, very important movement and stretch break before you continue with the rest of your conference. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.
Thanks, Jahan. Thanks very much. I want to bring on Doctors JJ and Desiree Hertog, who've worked many times with our next guest. And I think they are the most appropriate people to do an introduction. And also, is Steve here? Can we bring Steve on? We thought at the end of your presentation, Steve, maybe JJ and Desiree could do a little meditation with your music in the background. So there you are, Steve. Hi. How does that sound? How does that sound if they do a little meditation after your presentation with your music?
That will be great.
Okay, then.
So thank you for having us. As all of you know, Dr. JJ, myself, and Dr. Desiree, I've known Steve for 47 years. We were with him from the very beginnings of the experience that I had in 1973 when I was on the music faculty with Andre Previn, Leonard Bernstein, and some of the great music composers of the world. I had a mystical experience that led to the writing of the Keys of Enoch, and as a result, Steve HALPERN came into our lives, and we were thrilled. From the very beginning, he showed this fantastic ability to take the music of the soul and lay the tracks of what we will call the music of ascension, the biofrequencies of the ascension process that have been overlooked by so many others who have come in as copycats some 20 to 30 years later.
And now he's the father of New Age music all over the world. He's well known, and believe me, we go everywhere. We've even done an album with him, and we're planning a new album for 2021.
That album, Sacred Names, Sacred Codes, goes back to the original ancient Hebrew Aramaic expressions, some of which I used in the experience that I had with the great teacher and master called Enoch, or Idris in Arabic, one who provided us with 70 areas of new science.
Right, and so the new one is going to be on the names of the Divine Mother. It's really fantastic, so we look all forward to that. I just want to say a little bit. In 2013, HALPERN was nominated for the Grammy Award for the Best New Age Album, and really he's done, oh, thank you, yes, Deep Alpha, and he's just produced numerous CDs, and I think some of them are now downloadable, right? From
all of them.
All of them are downloadable.
I remember those first moments, Stephen, when we were with several of the great New Age thinkers up at Sonoma State in California. Your Spectrum Suite, which came out in 1975, really set the whole frequency that everybody has aspired to since that time. And Christine, for listening, all of your great work, over 50, 75 major albums plus, you have electrified the world because you are the father of authentic New Age experience. And we want to congratulate you for staying the course and having the humility as well as the harmony of recognizing the true ascension process requires a bioharmonic resonance that must be kept in body, mind, and spirit.
And that's exactly what Stephen's going to be talking to you today. And it's really about the general aspects of the chakra balancing connected with brain wave entrainment and even body entrainment, how the vibration comes together. And he was one of the amazing musicians who went into the Great Pyramid and did a great album. And I think Dr. Ojeka even encouraged him and gave him some sacred names to do. We've also done that too, but we've done more of the computerized studies. Steve has done a great album. I think it's called Initiation, right, Steve?
That is correct.
For Egypt. And so he's really vibrated all over the world, his sounds, his vibrations. And when you're in the Great Pyramid, it's an amazing phenomena because it needs to have this like kind of low frequencies, I always consider. And what we found is it actually goes into undertones, not just overtones when you're in the King's Chamber. Amazing stuff.
Actually, other dimensional frequencies began to present paraphysical phenomena.
Yeah, we had light, but he has music.
One moment there was standing columnar waves of golden light that appeared in the Grand Gallery, filling the pyramid, and the Egyptian guides were really heartstruck. They didn't understand what was taking place, but we were showing that the Great Pyramid was a musical machine that could be activated by sacred codes. And so, Stephen, I also want to congratulate you for recognizing the God code of Keys of Enoch, key 202, which shows how the names of God actually give us the DNA music, actually provide for us the, shall we say, the God impression that is there on every frequency of how the nuclear genetics work.
Because we know all life is vibration and also sacred geometry like the DNA. But Steve, this is your expertise, music, vibration, life resonance. So go ahead and take it away, and we'll see you at the end of your program.
Okay, great. Thank you. And hello, everybody. Okay, so by way of introduction, I come to the work that I've been doing, starting off life as a musician, being very much turned on by improvisation and the concept of tuning into one's muse, which I really got turned on to in college by some of the great American poets and by great jazz musicians like John Coltrane. That set me on a path to develop my own voice and my own sensitivities, but with always an understanding that there was more to music than just the notes, just the little black dots written on white paper by dead white European musicians and composers. But also in life, I also, and being introduced by Dr. JJ and Dr. Desiree Hertak, was kind of an anomaly in grade school when in second and third grade, I had already read all the UFO books from the library. When the librarian said, "You're too young, you can't even read all those words," and I proved that I could, but I was always interested in that aspect. Now, as I got into college and started researching and reading about the ancient uses of music, going back, certainly some of the first things I read were by Edgar Cayce, and learning about the healing temples of ancient Egypt. Always wanted to go to Egypt, had some flashbacks that I was working in the temples in ancient Egypt. And indeed, many years later, had that confirmed by Atan Ray and Kevin Ryerson, who is the medium and the psychic researcher who worked with Shirley MacLaine to help her tune into her past lives. Well, in reading about the secret powers of music, I was working mostly as a jazz rock musician. And as things worked out, the big recording session we started in New York City, coming down from University of Buffalo, did not go well. I had 2 weeks of unscheduled time. I always wanted to visit San Francisco and the West Coast, jumped on a plane, came out west, knowing very few people, having no place to stay, doors opened. And before I flew back on my return airfare ticket back to New York and back to graduate school to study the cross-cultural transformational aspects of music, very left-brain way of describing higher consciousness and healing in music, I hitchhiked down to Santa Cruz to visit the William Blake Museum, which was one of our ideological patron saints. And on the way down, the people who gave me the wonderful hitchhike, it was legal to do and safe in those days, took me up to a place that turned out to be the sister organization of ESALIN, the great pioneering human potential movement institute. I was mistaken for an applicant for a job and was told to walk down the road to a sacred meditation area and then come back and meet the staff and audition for the job. Well, that was a day that changed my life. And when I was walking down the mile path to the sacred Redwood Grove, my fingers started tingling. I was aware of the energy, and this was right in the afternoon, completely normal waking consciousness, but I was aware things were changing. When I got to the clearing, I was basically made to sit down and meditate. And in that meditation, started hearing a new form of music. A couple hours later, when I came back into normal consciousness, went to the place that I was supposed to meet the staff. They were not there. I went to the wrong building, but there was a piano, and I started playing this new music. And that was when I began to understand that I was channeling something new, that what I also received during the meditation, that my work, all right, Santa Cruz, so this is up in Ben Lomond, up in the, up Alba Road, that my job was not just to hear the music and play it for myself and my friends and meditation groups, but to bring it out into the world. And as a, basically a starving student, graduate student, and then suddenly working at a room and board facility, I had no way to act upon that. There were no ways to record music as an independent in those days. Well, many things changed that day, but within a couple weeks, I was introduced, because I was now on staff, to Dr. John Lilly, Dr. Stanley Krippner, who said, we see people meditating and relaxing to your music, but if you want to be taken seriously, you need to verify that and confirm that with scientific research, biofeedback. And Dr. Krippner said, he invited me to matriculate and to apply to a new program called the Humanistic Psychology program that he was part of. Well, that was something I was not interested in because I was a musician and had no money. But then things turned around. I got accepted, I got a scholarship, I was working. And in that research, we were starting to work with brainwave research. And I also met Dr. Irving Oyl, who said, he had just come back from Russia, the first international conference on Kirlian photography, and said, we have something better than brainwave analysis. We have Kirlian photography analysis. We could take pictures of the aura around a leaf or around a person, and you could check consciousness, you could check for the healing potential that way. So that became the focus of my research. And I had no idea of doing an album at that point. But in the research, we found a phenomenal difference between the new music that I was doing that now is available as Chakra Suite, but came up first as Christening for Listening, and then as Spectrum Suite, when stores and magazines thought that Christening for Listening was a Christian record or a born-again record. And then some of them thought that it was a pornographic album. So I had to change the cover. And it was interesting and so perfect that the introduction was by the Hertaxidei, because at a Passover dinner in 1976, I was mentioning to them that this album cover was unacceptable to magazines, and they would not let me advertise that. And just then a book falls off the bookshelf, opens up to a page that had this image, which was from a movie by John Whitney. Dr. Hertag said, that's the cover of your new album. And he was right on. Well, that was a couple years after I met him, because in the research, we saw the fingertips and the auras of the people that were listening to my music, listening to the classical music, that we could tell right away by the difference in the auras and the electromagnetic image that there was a huge difference. But there were two individuals whose auras were like 10 times brighter and bigger than anyone else. So we called them inside and said, who are you two guys? And they said, well, we're just students at Sonoma State, but once a week we drive down with my mother to Cal Arts, California Institute of the Arts in Valencia, and we take this class with Dr. Hertag. And I said, I want to meet this man. And they said, well, he's going to be coming up and doing a lecture at Sonoma State in a week or two. And that was when we met. And as soon as I was in that lecture, I just resonated with the information he was bringing forth. And that was the beginning of our association. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Hertag organized a meditation group a little north of San Jose that I was part of. And they were doing a chakra balancing meditation using what I believe was like a pitch pipe. And I said, I'm a musician. I could do something much more interesting and more healing than just a little pitch pipe. So I brought in my heavy electric piano. And the first time I ever played the Chakra Suite was in their meditation. So that was the beginning of my live performances of chakra balancing music, which has gone on to be performed live by me at conferences around the world. And that was my first album when the first independent multi-track recording studio opened up in San Jose. I was their first client, and that began my recording career, knowing nothing about how to market albums, nothing about how to publicize albums and promote them. So what I first started talking about was auras and electromagnetic energies. And I got to tell you, when I approached the media, approached TV or radio interviewers, they said, this is new age, woo-woo. We can't deal with that. So we're not going to have you on our program. We don't want to talk to you. But at the same time, the concept of stress, with the work by Dr. Hans Selye was coming out into the public. The concept of holistic health was coming out into the public. And I realized that what we were calling meditation and stress relief had a very interesting mutuality. And I could talk about stress relief, relaxation, and that was my entree into talking about the healing effects of music. Now, I wasn't an MD, and there were a couple times that, in fact, in 1993, myself and several other musicians and manufacturers of those flashing goggles of flashing lights and sound devices met with the representative of the FDA, who accused me and some of the others of making medical devices and said, your CD, we consider a medical device, sorry about that, because it affects the structure and function of the human organism. At which point I said, but when I look at the sunset, I get relaxed. And I said, is that, excuse me, why don't you bust the sun? And they said, the sun doesn't make a claim for relaxation on the back of its CD. So that was a tense moment. And we have to step back, talking about the truth of what the music could do. And that's why there wasn't much talk about healing music, excuse me, until 1994, when it suddenly became okay to talk about that. And I've been talking about that ever since. Excuse me. There's a lot of dust in the air from the smoke and the fires that we have. And even inside with my air filters, it will get through. Well, as I continued researching and doing new music, what was also clear, and going back to the original research, in which I also worked with Itzhak Bentov and used some of his proprietary equipment to measure the micromotion of the surface of the skin to confirm that the 7 keynotes, the C, D, E, F, G, A, B, related to the 7 chakras and the 7 colors that are coordinated to the chakras, were really what we were resonating with the music. So even if you didn't do any of the guided meditations, if you just played the music, your chakras would be aligned. What was also very important, that also goes back to that initial research with Itzhak Bentov, was that the 2 hemispheres of the brain would be balanced and would shift into a higher order of coherence. This was years before these words and brainwave entrainment as a concept made it out into the public, but it was the kind of background and proof that I needed to legitimize what I was speaking and talking about in media and in my own lectures and workshops and in the books that I was publishing. The first one, Tuning the Human, was my own book published by myself. The next one, Sound Health, was published by Harper and Row. Many of the chapters have wound up in other people's books. Interestingly, they just take my name off and put the information out there. But the information has gone out, and it's more true than ever. And some of the concepts that I've been talking about in terms of physical, rhythmic entrainment and brainwave entrainment are still the fundamental ways that we respond to music on many levels. Let me give you an example. If I snap my fingers and you feel your pulse, in fact, why don't we just take a second and just get a sense of how fast your heart is beating or how fast you are breathing. If I snap my fingers and then speed it up, typically what happens is your heartbeat will speed up. There's a frequency following effect. Your breathing will speed up. And then as I slow it back down, the effect is so immediate. This is part of the rhythm entrainment, where an external stimulus entrains your body and forces it to synchronize with the external stimulus. Well, the same thing happens to our brain waves, whether and it gets very subtle. It could be quick, fast music will get your brain moving faster. But for meditation and healing, we want to slow down the brain waves. We want to increase the field of coherence, and we want to create more balance. Well, with most music, what we find, if you really analyze it, is that most music is left brain dominant, meaning that when we listen to that music, our left brain analyzes what's going on, and you don't get into a more meditative, relaxed state, because part of your brain is always being busy. Here's another little example. If I sing this little phrase, watch what goes on with your breathing and with your mind. So if I sing this, the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. And how many of you could hear that note in your head? How many of you were holding your breath, waiting for me to sing the final do? I call that the scalus interruptus effect. Most people, whether they're trained musicians or not, will analyze, will anticipate, will predict where the music is going, which is fine most of the time, but for relaxation and healing and to increase coherence, not so good, because relaxation only happens in the present moment. You can't relax in the future. And with music that is always future oriented, you're always future tense. You need to be relaxed in the present moment. We didn't have the word mindfulness in 1975, but as the whole concept of mindfulness has moved into collective consciousness, part of what I realize is that when I am in the studio recording, I am always in a very mindful state. I clear my mind. I don't have preconceptions. I open up to the flow, and I get into the gap between the notes. I listen to the silence. I listen to the space between the notes. This is what Dr. Wayne Dyer and Dr. Deepak Chopra talk about in terms of the gap between thoughts. This is what I've been doing for 45 years. That's how I hear and play the music that I do. Well, now people are understanding what that means, but they don't realize that most of the music they're listening to for entertainment keeps them out of entrainment and brainwave entrainment to the deeper frequencies of alpha and theta brainwave entrainment. In fact, when my 2012 album, Deep Alpha, was nominated for a Grammy, Billboard and the Grammys called me up and said, "Congratulations, but you spelled entertainment wrong on your album." And I said, "No, I didn't." I said, "There's another word called entrainment," that they had no idea what it was. So I had to teach the Grammy people. Now, these were the office people. They were not the musicians, but I had to teach Billboard that entrainment was the correct word we're talking about. It's where the music will help you shift state and move into a higher place of balance and coherence. Now, one of the things that I wanted to share with you today, that this has been the historical overview, and I've taken this in to all the other recordings I've done, whether it's been with Paul Horn or Georgia Kelly, the wonderful harpist, Jorge Alfano, wonderful flute player, but it's music that comes from a place of peace. And when you listen, whether you pay attention or not, and many people start off just listening to my music as background music. I was some of the first ambient music before that word changed definition, or people changed the definition to now include rhythms. Myself, Yasos, and other New Age pioneers worked with ambience where you didn't have a lot of structure, not traditional structure, where you didn't have the typical melody and chord progressions that most music has that keep you out of the present moment. Okay, now, coming back to this album, and again, tying this in to my connection with Dr. Hertak, is in that first meditation group was the mother who drove the students and the other people down to Cal Arts Valencia, who was also a psychic and whose mission was to introduce people to their spiritual guides. And when I was offered the opportunity, I said, sure. So I had one of my first, most powerful psychic readings where I was introduced to my spiritual guide and was told what my mission was. And my mission in this lifetime was to connect people to their spirituality through music. And that's what I've been doing ever since. It's what I was doing before that without knowing that that's why I was doing that. So it's just, again, an incredible continuity of connection that began in that context and has continued. I was also told that the music of Chakra Suite would be heard around the world. And that started when I was at the 1977 Festival of Mind, Body and Spirit in London, where people from Africa were already listening to my music, which was a complete shock at that point. How did they even find out about the album in Kenya and Nigeria? And we're using it for meditation. But what also was true is that the music, because it's a universal language, was being used to help people meditate and for healing in Japan, in South America, in Russia, much to my surprise, and many other places where people would recognize that there was something special going on. But it was all when people would listen individually. About a year ago, I was in my chiropractic practitioner's office waiting for her to come in and do the adjustment. They listened to Pandora, to have it playing as the soundtrack. And there was different music on while I'm waiting, and not too much was that interesting. All of a sudden, the first notes of Chakra Suite came on, which of course I recognized. And I immediately felt a very powerful shift in my head, in my brainwaves, a shift into a higher order of coherence. And in that moment, I also received a little download that said, millions of people who are now listening to the same streaming playlist, who will be listening to the same piece of music at the same time, are all going through the same simultaneous shift into a higher order of coherence as you are right now. And that has never been possible before streaming music technology. Now, up until that point, I did not have a great opinion of streaming music because the royalty base was much less than it was even on radio and certainly on CDs. But because now millions of people were shifting state at the same time, there was another phenomenon at work. And what this is, I would like to put out as my understanding of the process at work there, is that just like the 100th monkey effect and the whole concept of morphic resonance, I call that this is now, right, most people have never thought of this. Thank you from Ayata, that we are all, when we watch Live Aid in 1985 or watch something on TV, we have, some million people, but it's just a one time, and that music, typically because it's rock, is not about inner music and inner harmony and meditation and balance and peace and enhancing immune system. The music that I've been doing on Chakra Suite and Deep Alpha and the other recordings takes you to a different place. Well, what Rupert Sheldrake was putting out into the world with his research and his first books on the nature of reality and morphic resonance, who really introduced that concept to the world, is as follows. Using an example of a rat running a maze. When the first rat runs a maze and learns how to do it, that makes it easier for other rats to run through the maze. The great story that accompanied the concept of a 100th monkey was that on an island of Japan, there were a tribe of monkeys. And one day, and they would be eating these sweet potatoes that researchers would throw in the sand. And one day, Mama Monkey washes off the sweet potato in the water, and voila, the potatoes are better. She teaches her kids, other monkeys learn it. And according to the myth or so, it's as if when a critical mass of consciousness, let's say 100 monkeys, start washing their sweet potatoes on island A, suddenly island B, 3 miles away, where there's no contact between the monkey tribes, they start washing their sweet potatoes also. Well, it wasn't exactly like that, but the concept is that there is a critical mass of consciousness. And I believe now, my intuitive take and what I've been told is that music like Chakra Suite, particularly Keynote C, the first one, first chakra, because that also resonates with the Schumann resonance, the basic brainwave of the Earth itself, about 7.83 to 8 cycles per second, that this is, if people only listen to one track of the album, it's typically track 1, Keynote C, first chakra. And that is why that were such a powerful bit of information and experience. So the next time you hear this, I never know when it's going to play. So it's always a placebo-controlled, double-blind opportunity for me to experience that shift. And I've had it happen 2 other times. Since I don't listen to Pandora at home, it's only been 2 out of the 15 times that I've been at the chiropractor when that particular track comes on the soundtrack. But when it does, it is profound. So I would just put this out there. When that happens and you hear it, pay attention. Feel what you feel. Because not only is your biological, bioharmonics and the resonance happening immediately below the threshold of consciousness, your cells, your information field, your aura, your electromagnetic energy field recognizes the truth and power of that, and it helps you shift into a higher level of functioning. There's no training needed. Now you can enhance this with a guided visualization, but the beauty of it and why I was, in one sense, a good vehicle to bring this forth is because I did not come up through the traditional classical musical training. I did train very hard as a jazz musician and learned all the scales and the chords and what notes to play with these chords and got very good at that on trumpet. But trumpet as a healing instrument, not very useful. So that was when I really had to shift into working with the keyboard, and the instrument that I heard during that first meditation in the woods, November 1969, towards the middle of November, late November. At the time, I didn't even write down the date, but I know I had a 2-week round trip plane ticket, and I left from New York on 11/11/1969. So I was ready to go back to graduate school to study music and the healing powers. But what has come out is that it's more important now than ever with COVID-19 for us to enhance our immune system. And one of the things that happens when you get into a more relaxed state, your body and your brain work more in harmony. When you get your chakras tuned, you literally empower your innate intelligence, your innate healing energies to operate at a higher level. So in times like this, where it's so important to boost and enhance our own immune system, this is the kind of music that you listen to. Now, there hasn't been a lot of research testing other music yet. That's for you all to do. Find music that works for yourself, Obviously, I have the most data on my own music, but there are a lot of fine musicians out there. Unfortunately, there are also a lot of fake musicians or people who are just claiming certain things. When I put out my first album where I named it as Mindful Music and Mindful Piano, shortly thereafter, there were about 20 websites that called themselves Mindful Music. And hilariously, on one level, some of them were the least mindful music. They had the scaleless interruptus melody and harmony that you can't possibly stay in a non-predictive state with, but there's no rules that keeps them from putting a label of relaxation music or mindful music on what they do. So you need to pay attention to yourself, to feel what you feel and to do what you're doing, and allowing your body, even if it's only 5 minutes a day. Coming from New York, I've always been attracted to the concept of instant relaxation. And when I first went to the music therapist with my research, they said, your music doesn't conform to traditional classical rules of composition. And I said, that's exactly true. And that's why my music works so much better than traditional classical music for relaxation and healing and to get you into a deeper meditation state. Some of the music therapists have opened up, and I've had a lot of influence in that field over the years, but there are a lot of them who say if it's not classical music done by dead white European composers, we don't want to listen to it. So there's always individual preferences, and but the bottom line is, if you don't have 20 minutes, and I came from the background of coming from New York, and I remember saying to them, I don't have 20 minutes, or I don't have an hour to get relaxed. What do you have that'll get me there in 1 minute? And that's why I have 1 minute samples on my website. So literally within 1 minute, literally within several seconds, your brainwaves will shift. And this is what we saw in the early research, and we still see it now, that your energy field will shift automatically because it's something that your cells recognize at an intuitive level, at a frequency level, that there's no thought involved. They recognize the truth of the situation. And as Bentoff said in his books, Talking the Wild Pendulum, if you ask a body, would you like to be resonated randomly or in a coherent manner, it would choose harmony, would choose coherence. So that's what we're offering in music as a way to get into that place for variety. And because I listen to my own music all the time, I'm always working on new albums. And over the years, I've produced over 100 albums. Many of them are major albums. Some of them are part of my subliminal affirmation series that takes the healing music and adds focused affirmations such as, I am healthy. I am a radiantly healthy and vibrantly healthy individual. If we're dealing with relaxation, I am relaxed. You can add your own affirmations to the music. You can call your own cell phone with music playing in the background and speak your own affirmations to yourself. I have the scripts for my subliminal albums on my website. They're on the CDs in the booklet. But the concept of positive affirmations, because most of us, certainly starting in the 70s, was when we started learning from the other great researchers and pioneers in the field of human potential, that we constantly, most people, have negative self-talk to ourselves. Oh, or our parents or friends, etc., would say, you can't do that, or you'll never be good at that. And we need positive self-talk to balance that out, and indeed to focus our consciousness on attracting to us what we want. The laws of attraction and The Secret were based on this, so putting out positive intention. And I can tell you that from the very first album I did, when I go to the studio, my intention is to bring through the highest and the best music that will serve the needs of my audience. After doing this and being invited to present and do a concert and workshops at the Edgar Cayce Center in Virginia Beach, as I was rummaging through the library, I found a little tiny book called Music as the Bridge. And in there, as I'm reading it, from some of the readings of Edgar Cayce, there's one with the headline says, The Musician's Prayer. And it started at the bottom of the right-hand page and continued, and I was speaking the words as I turned the page. I recognized the basic concept of the prayer, and the prayer is just that. As a musician, my intention is to bring through the highest and the best. So my understanding is that was not the first time I've been involved in working with healing music and meditation music, but this is what I am doing now. And in the process, I had to learn to be an entrepreneur, to learn about marketing, things that I kept very far away from me early on. But because there was no one else doing what I was doing, when I would hire other people, they didn't produce good results. So I had to learn to do it myself, and that's why I've started my own independent record label, and I've been continuing to do that over the years. I've spoken at virtually all of the Whole Life Expos and the New Living Expos and the New Life Expos and the Conscious Life Expos in LA. And until travel got to be, let's see, and then I make a joke. Let's see what Bonnie is saying. I can't read the rest of it, but maybe we'll get back to that. We're coming up through the electromagnetic spectrum. Yes, Australia, the ambience. Look at this. We have some great people coming in. Yes, Tim Weeder was there. That was an amazing conference in Australia also. But it's been such an honor and privilege to be in these major consciousness events like what Neil has put together with the portal to Ascension right now, to get a chance to share this information and to be someone who will serve to awaken the possibility for you as you are listening to this, to take back into your own life, to take a moment, and when you listen to music, even if it's only 1 minute of listening to good meditation music that gets you into state, because it can happen so quickly, is worth 20 minutes of listening to whatever you like to listen to for entertainment. Entertainment is not the same as brainwave entrainment in terms of getting you to the brainwaves of transcendence. And that's why you need to take responsibility for your own response ability, your ability to respond in a coherent fashion and tune your human instrument to a higher order of frequency and balance. So let's see, yes, this might be time to come back and bring in another question or a meditation. And if people do have questions, by the way, you can email me at info@innerpeacemusic.com or go to my website, and there are ways to contact me, or through Twitter. I don't do a lot on Facebook, but I look forward to any feedback or questions that people have that I can get back to you through email. Is probably the easiest way for me as we continue through this program and go on with the rest of our lives.
Thank you, Steve. And I know a lot of people would like to hear your music. Is there a place that they can go, maybe some samples or something like that? I know YouTube, it does, I mean, this, the way we're doing it with Zoom doesn't really come across so well.
That's right. Now, Neil has told me, because I sent him several of these albums I featured, Deep Alpha, Chakra Suite, Deep Theta, and the Sound Healing 432 anthology. He will be posting samples on this website, is my understanding. You could also hear samples at Spotify or Pandora, on my website, Amazon, Apple Music. In the field that I'm in, I don't even have a choice. Those services take an album and put it on there, even if they're not selling it. But because I've been around for 45 years, most of my music is available both through streaming and through samples. Amazon is one of the easiest places, but wherever you get it, you will be able to tune in. And within those samples, one of the things that I love about even the samples is that you can feel the effect right away.
Thank
And
you.
my YouTube channel is Stephen HALPERN Music, and you can tune into a lot of the music there as well.
Oh, perfect. And we have one question we'll want to ask, and then we'll have to leave it for the next person. Can you comment on hemisync music versus relaxation music?
Say that again.
Well, there's a hemisync music that they do at the Monroe Institute and other places versus relaxation music. Can you comment on the difference or how you feel about that?
Sure. And I visited with Bob Monroe in 1985 at his laboratories when I was in the area. And they don't do music, they do frequencies. And I licensed some of my music to them. And the Monroe Institute has done pioneering research in altering consciousness with specific frequencies of brainwave entrainment. So they have that technology. They license other music, and unless it's changed the last time and over the years, they don't do the music. So what I have done is I do music and I add my own brainwave entrainment. One of the albums that we did together was something about Ultimate Seashore, or It's for Sleep, and I'm forgetting the name right now, but they took my Ocean Suite, added their frequencies, and with my album, it was very relaxing with the beautiful ocean and piano. The first time I listened to their version with their frequencies on it, I was asleep by the end of the first song. So they are a wonderful source of research, but many different musicians they work with. I can't speak about most of the others.
Great. All right. Well,
Let's
Neil,
come together for a meditation.
Yeah, Neil and Alan have asked us to make this transition from your talking to really just closing it. And of course, we've worked with great music with you. This Keys of Enoch has the sacred names, sacred codes, which really has some higher vibrations as well.
And so as we visualize the mountain peaks of the world behind you, as we see also the stars, the brilliant stars of the Pleiades, also behind our heads, as we bring the inner and the outer together, the hemisphere that is the male and the hemisphere that is the female in the marriage of the spectrum of new music, we intone the sacred vibration from this ancient Sanskrit, Om Shanti 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 Om, 3 Shantis for the eye of the heart, the eye of the mind, the eye of the spirit, converging as a triple power. As we send this triad of energy around Mother Earth, we send it in the form of a dove, bringing peace and salutation. Behold now, as I intone 7 times for the opening of the 7 chakras, the sacred words. Om Shanti 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 Om. 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 May the indwelling spirit, may the music of peace and indwelling love be broadcast throughout the world.
And let us all affirm a better world, a healthy world, a world of peace, a world of gladness, and a world of higher connection to our light energy bodies.
As it is written in the Keys of Enoch, may specter, spectra, and spectrum, the 3 voices of the Most High, of the divine, bring forth the peace that is missing in the hearts of humankind, that we as wayshowers of a new age of ascension may be each a vessel, each a trumpet, each a musical instrument for the inner harmony and peace, linking the family of man with the family of the heavens.
And let us realize the importance of music, especially the relaxation, vibration music of Stephen HALPERN. And let us use that every morning or every night, and even during the day, to allow us to be in peace and not in fear as changes take place on planet Earth.
And may the sacred codes of Yod-Heh-Vod-Heh and all of the sacred names of the divine dwell within us, we who are tabernacles of the divine spirit, that peace may prevail on earth and in the heavens. And so it is, and so it shall be, from the four cardinal directions of humanity, the east, west, north, and south. We say together the four great amens. Amen, 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 and amen.
Thank you, Steve, for joining the program here at Portals to Ascension. Alan Steinfeld's going to jump on as well.
Yes, I'm right here with you.
Hello, Alan. Yes.
Hey, let me shut up. Hey, Steve, I wanted to hear some music, but everyone could just listen to your album.
Well,
so
to the
why
samples that is going, yeah.
Right. So thanks. And what's the best way to get in touch with you again? I know it's up there in the chat, but just tell people listening.
info@innerpeacemusic.com.
Great. Thanks. And thanks so much for joining Portal to Ascension. It's
my pleasure. There's definitely some high energy. And Dr. Hertog, that meditation at the end, I was levitating in my seat. So thank you.
The work of Ascension continues. Your great work in musical harmonics and Ascension work is so important. Bless you and the great work that is going on in each of our hearts throughout Mother Earth.
And stay tuned for one of his newest albums with us coming out in 2021. Thank you, Steve.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I wanted to introduce our next guest because he's part of an organization that I am with, yes, called the Evolutionary Leaders. And it's a way to bring people into this higher conscious, a way to be spokespeople, like Neil's doing with Portal to Ascension, of this new way of being, this new activation. There's many people from many walks of life. And I'll introduce Erik. Is he around in the room somewhere? I guess he will be showing up. But let me introduce you to him as a retired firefighter. Erik Lawyer, that is on a new kind of rescue mission, a mission to help humanity shift from fear-based to heart-centered social, there you are, Erik, economic systems. Seeing the world as metaphorically burning, Erik is bringing wisdom from the fire service to help co-create a new model that puts different types of organizations on the same team and helps them share resources and revenue. So you call yourself a social systems healer and hacker. So, and it's great to see you because we're all part of the same team. I guess everyone watching is. So, but you know, what you're doing is really important to reorganize the monetary economic system so we can have a fair economy for all people to really engage in their creative incarnational form. Just like Stephen Halpern, he's devoted his life to his creation, and that's why he rises to the top. There's a chance for all of us to do that if we have a reformed economic system, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And taking it even, it's great to see you guys, and it's an honor to be here. This is great, and thanks to Neil too for putting this on for all of us.
Yeah. We could talk a little bit about the Evolutionary Leaders and then go into your thing, which what do you want to say about the Evolutionary Leaders?
Oh, I love, Diane and Deborah are just amazing with it's their kind of their baby that they've brought forward. And it's helped me step up my game too, because they really embody it. Like the last two of what they call them advances now instead of retreats, the last two advances, they've really put together in a way where it's the whole team really owning their own pieces. And what I really love is just the energetic transfer that happens by being part of that organization.
Right. People like Deepak Chopra,
Neil Donald Walsh, I think.
Marianne Williamson, Lynn McTaggart. These are all great minds coming together, including these two right here.
And the idea is to be the fire of light, the glowing brilliance of the future, to see the options that we have to make a momentary choice, a choice that will set humanity on a higher path rather than looking over our shoulder at the downward spiral, which is always going to be there in the periodic chart of the elemental change. But we are to be catalyst of change, alchemist of spirit, and shall we say shepherds of the heart. And this is what your work is all about. And we salute you for the great work that you have exhibited and shared with us.
So go into like what you see as a new formatting of the whole economic system.
Yeah, thanks for that invitation. And I would say it's more than just an economic system that I'm focused on. So to give you a little background, my dad was a cop in LA. my mom was a high school principal in LA. So I grew up really trusting authority and seeing pretty, what I thought were great examples of it. And then I became a firefighter. Actually, first I tested to become a cop. I went through college and wanted to follow my dad's footsteps and be a cop. And that moment I got hired, I hadn't told him this. And the moment I got hired, he called me up and let me know that it was time for us to have an honest conversation. He said, all these years I've told you, first, congratulations about getting hired. And he said, first, I want you to know that all these years I've told you the cool stories about being a cop, but I haven't told you the truth. And in a nutshell, what I think is important to land here is what he helped me see was that in the police department as a whole, as he stated, is corrupt to the core. And I was like, no, Dad, I've been a firefighter and or been a paramedic already. I work with a lot of cops. He goes, don't kid yourself. I'm not talking about every single person. I'm talking about the control system. And what he helped me see was, he said, whenever you have power over people, you're going to have corruption. So he helped me see that cops and military, which he was both, have their common quote enemy is people. So they're designed to have power over and use force and do whatever is necessary. The next thing he helped me see was that my grandfather and my uncles were firefighters. And he said, look at the fire department. He said, their quote common enemy is an energy. So that energy is an energy we need for life. And he said, they're not there to destroy it. They're there to put it out, basically, when it gets out of balance. And he said, as a police officer, I don't trust your mother, I don't trust anyone, because my life, I survive by not trusting anyone, because someone at any moment could, basically take me out. He said, firefighters, they live by trusting each other and their brothers. And so he said, it's a totally different come from. And when you're in that position, you learn to work as a team. And that kind of guided me at a very early age. I literally quit the police department that next day, and I joined the fire department. And that was what I came into. And where I'm at now, just that we could go into, I'll just give you a little bit of the nutshell, was the system. And so actually, I'm going to pause there just to see if there's any questions or any comments on that. You're muted.
Why don't you just go a little bit more into the whole plan you have, and then I think there'll be some questions. Okay. But there's something called fair economy. Somebody comment NESARA.
Yes.
I'm going to comments. Yeah, go ahead. So
I'm going to give you the energetics here. So as I stated before, is the world kind of, we can all agree, is metaphorically burning. It's going through this, this crisis that's into a birth, and something new is going to emerge. Well, I believe we can draw from the fire service and the models that are used there for this process. And an example of this is what in Sacramento, I worked for Sacramento Fire first, and then I worked for Seattle Fire Department for my last 16 years and spent 25 years total. And in Sacramento Fire, they taught us what they called Sacramento Fire's dirty little secret. And one instructor taught us one day, and we were all like, it's a sex scandal, it's something, but it's a key. I think it's a golden key to the time we're going through right now. And what that was it was the Great Fire of Sacramento. To this day, the general public has been told that great fire happened because they weren't able to get enough fire trucks there in time. They were all volunteers. They didn't have the money they needed to be able to be an effective fire department. And it was late at night, blah, blah, blah. A lot of reasons that were told back when that happened. And in that fire, half the city burned down, 120 plus people died. It was a major disaster. But if the truth of that is, it was the model they were in. And so what that model was those back then, it was 1852. And at that time, those fire companies, so imagine 8 firehouses in old Sacramento at that time, they were responsible, like our nonprofits and our for-profits today. They were responsible for their own funding, their own resources, their own recruiting, their own training, their own everything. And because they didn't have enough money to pay their volunteers, those men had to work other jobs. So their full-time jobs were somewhere else. And they only would come when the bell went off. They'd have to leave their job and make it back to the station. So what happened was the insurance companies realized this model wasn't working. And they stepped in and they said, okay, this isn't working the way we're doing it, but we have an idea. And their idea was, we're going to offer rewards. And so it was called the reward system. And that reward was not for being first to the fire. What that reward was for, they said, we don't have enough money to pay all of you, but we can pay the one who's first water on the fire. So what that did was that incentivized people to train more, to respond quicker, to practice or to recruit better, all those things so that they could get the money, just like today's nonprofits with a grant system, just like today's companies with RFPs. It's whoever's showing up, whoever has the first water is who usually gets more funding. And so that was a model. What it did do was it incentivized training and all that. So it had some positive sides to it, but it had one really dark side, kind of like I believe our system does today. And what that was what caused the Great Fire to burn down the city. So on the Great Fire is November 2nd, 1852. And what happened that day was when that fire happened, it happened at night. So everyone was at home. They were able to respond quicker. So the truth was they did get there in time. But the truth was also that 3 companies arrived almost simultaneously. So when they showed up, they saw the fire. They also knew the reward. They saw the fire mark. And they realized this is a highly insured building and this is going to be a big reward. So instead of even doing their own thing and trying to beat each other and just be faster, they literally turned on each other and they fist fought and they cut each other's hose lines. So they took each other completely out of the fight. And that's what I believe we're doing today. And with what, the nonprofit and the for-profit work that's happening unconsciously. So what came of that was the city realized that if we tell the public what happened, they're going to kill these firefighters because so many people died. So they chose not to say it, but a team emerged, a small team. And what that team did was they evaluated the problem and they looked at the symptoms of it. And they looked at what they saw as the root cause. And what they identified was these firefighters actually were of service. They wanted to help, but they were in a system that caused them to do this competitive behavior that was really negative. So they came up with a new model. And it's what we know today as the modern fire department, where it was, they basically centralized resources, training center, they centralized, purchasing orders, that type of stuff. And now they built a training center so that these guys could start training each other, their tricks of the trade. And the other big piece they did was they came up with what's the minimum salary you need to be able to do this. And what they did then at this point was they came up with a hard number. Like, in order to operate a professional fire department, we're going to need this much money. Then they basically came up with a plan. It took many years. And then they created a municipal bond. And with that bond, they were able to raise enough money for this fire department to be operational for the first 3 years without any outside revenue or resources. So they could figure out how to get their stuff together. And what the last I'm going to finish with this here is what the chief, that was years later after this transition, he really kind of handed the golden nuggets to this whole thing. And he wrote a letter to the fire department. And part of it was to help relieve the guilt that so many were feeling because it was never really talked about. And what he said in this letter they gave us in the academy was, he said, there have been instances in the past of this department that would make grown men blush. And he said, so he's talking about that secret and some other ones too, of how that model really basically backfired on them. And he said, but I want you to remember something, that we were not corrupt, we were not incompetent, we were here to serve. And if anything, we had too much of a misguided loyalty, which what he meant by that was our loyalty was to our individual companies and not the greater mission that's here for that we're all here to do. And by that, he said, you could have never, today looking back, you could never imagine the efficiencies and effectiveness that the modern fire department has where we were just a few short years ago. So I believe we're on this edge of landing some new models that put us on the same team so that we can actually put our focus on where it's needed, which I call the seat of the fire, not just me, the fire service. And I believe that's the consciousness, and a lot of things that need a lot more support. That's where we're at. So it's making the shift from a fear-based contraction system to a love. We're all on the same team with the same focus. That's
right.
it.
No, that is a great example to start with, but there's a factor of greed when we talk about, coming together in a new system. How do we uproot that? But there's also the problem of centralization, where it's all consolidated into one source. But lay it out in terms of the economy and what you think will be the best model to move forward, and then we'll break it apart and see.
Thanks for teeing these up. Yeah, to speak to your first one, if you look at any military, police, or fire especially, because I believe it has a lot more codes for us. One of the things we have to do as professional firefighters is go through a 3 to 4 month academy. And one of the reasons we're doing that is to de-pattern. The acronym I use now that I saw as what was happening is SACRED. And SA is shadow awareness. So we have to become aware of the shadow and our own shadow inside us that's preventing us from collaborating at a much deeper level. And then CR is conscious repatterning, which is, to me, is new habits. We have to land habits that are team habits and not individual habits. And when we do those two things, now we can have enlightened disruption, which means totally changing the system. So that academy, we go through, much of that academy is to de-pattern us from the competitive model that we have, the way we were raised and everything else. And then we're given habits that are very deliberate so that when we go to work together, it's habit. And the fire service learned that a long time ago. If we have to think about it, we're dead. So it has to be habit. So part of the work I'm doing now is landing a model, which we now call, instead of the guild, which was on there, but I'm calling it One Core, which is like the Peace Corps, so that we could go through 3 to 4 months of training to de-pattern, repattern. And now that's the initiation. And then when you speak of the sharing and centralizing resources, I'm not talking about that as centralizing globally or anything else. So the fire department has a model where it's all locally based. So our fire departments are all local, and we have a system that's called the Incident Command System that allows us to interoperate. We're adapting that. We're calling it the Unified Coordination System. So we're taking elements of that, but now we can come together as locals. So what this does is it helps the shadow, us be in right relationship with the shadow, because I'm sure you're well aware of this too, that the larger an organization or the more centralized, the larger the shadow. Every organization has one. So if we can start developing where we have distributed organizations that have the same operating system, now we can only come together in our power when it's something we're all aligned with. So no one organization becomes this dominant force that can crush the others.
And I think the firefighters is a great example. That and football players, if I can say, are the two that really, they need to work together. And so if they can be the model for the rest of the world and for all the other organizational situations, I think it's a great model. Because anyway, at this point though, I think people are really altruistic. They really do want to do good things, but it sounds like we've been patterned or controlled or monitored to be really more at odds with each other. What's your main thing to say about shifting that reality? How do we get into that teamwork? How do we get into that unity?
To me, it's a consciousness shift, because if I'm blaming someone else, so if I'm in the red and blue and saying Trump this or Biden this or any of that, I'm blaming and I'm giving my power away to someone else. So first step for us to be aware of that. If I'm blaming, like, to me, this is a systems problem. It's not a people problem. So many people want to say it's evil and they're dumb, they're this, they don't understand. This is the system is making this behavior come to the top. So if we can own that this is a systems problem, now we can be on the same team, red or blue, whatever it is, going, our system is broken. I can only help change the system if I take total responsibility for it and not blame anyone else. Now we have a chance to be on the same team. And if I hold that energy and I don't blame you, when you show up, you start seeing that too, or the other, we start doing that together, and together we start seeing the problem. It's like at a fire, we literally don't go, we'll have brief discussions on tactics as we're responding or seeing, but we're not in full debate going, oh, engine 2 sucks, that whole thing. It's like, but there's a fire here that we need to deal with. And we call it when the bunking gear, what we used to call in our crew is when the bunking gear appears, which means our protective gear, everything else disappears. Meaning when we have a mission larger than us, let all that bullshit go. We've got shit to do. So sorry for my.
No, it's great. So how do we apply it to economics, even food supply chains, even inner city problems? I mean, it's a huge system that we have to change.
It's a huge system. And for me, I think it's a hybrid model is what we're modeling. So when I worked as a firefighter, I had my base needs met as a salary, retirement, and all that. I also had 20 plus days a month off because we worked 24-hour shifts. So I went into real estate. I was able to work 2 different careers and blend those. So what I'm seeing as a model, like what we're calling One Core, is if you're willing to serve your local community, help produce the food, help, if your gift is in social, healing or whatever it is, bring that, whatever you want to bring. If you can show up without asking for anything in return, other than you're part of that community, that now helps each other meet their needs. So if we stay in a system that's tax-based completely, that's where the energy suck is. But we need those taxes because the community's not stepping up enough to take care of the community. So it's like, if I'm showing up and I'm willing to be there for my brothers and sisters, now, like in the fire service, just to give you a grounded example, by being of service, having gone through an initiation, those other firefighters are like brothers and sisters. So when I needed work done around my house or a car fixed or whatever it was, we would do it for each other and we wouldn't charge each other. It was just, that's what we did for each other. So now we're meeting like 90% plus of our needs with no money even being exchanged, because we're so deep in service together and we trust each other. And now everything else is spending money. So like, the more we can see that we're on the same team and embody it and serve, and I believe being on the same team comes from being in service together. If we're just saying we're in the same team, that doesn't mean much to me until I see you serving with me.
Well, that starts with education. It starts in school systems. It starts at the elementary level, where we have to taught to be on, instead of dividing a classroom into two teams, unify them into a common cause. I mean, it's so bad. How do we get there?
No, I agree. Education system is really mostly learning of information and facts. It needs to be much more involved in functioning together. I mean, right now we only have like physical ed gets you together practically, or maybe the music department, which is getting cut from funding.
Yes. So have you talked to schools? Have you gone into educational centers? Have you gone into these areas?
We're not at that level yet, where I'm in Boulder right now. So we're landing a model here and we're staying pretty, I would say low profile. We're staying right now, but we do have connections with the city, and COVID's really brought that forward with us. And so we have a different opinion of what's happening with COVID than the city does, but that's really the challenge now. How do we find that common ground and see that we're on the same team? So it's what we have right now going as a farm, and we have a farm stand, we have a community base. So we have like the key elements that are needed to be of service and to start taking care of our own needs. So we're still in the early phases, but right now everyone's showing up just in service, which is really incredible.
Well, how can people show up more? I mean, can you tell us like how to get in touch with your organization, how people can volunteer, how can they add their own ideas, create
to their own community? I know here there's a great service of food supply to people. They don't even have to be registered as, poverty level or anything like that. There's organizations that just provide food. Yeah, it's incredible. Good food too.
Really?
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, like I said, we're staying pretty low profile. The Boulder site is oneboulder.one. So one Boulder.one. And that's really a brand new site. It's not where we want it to be yet. You can also email me directly if you go to I just have a landing page up to get a hold of me. It's just ERIK Lawyer, ERIK lawyer.com. And then you can email me there. But what we do, we are working with other groups that are kind of doing the same thing and sharing ideas, but we're still, like I said, in such the early phase that getting the message out there is we're still in that incubation period, I guess is what we call it right now.
So what's the best thing you want people to take away from this presentation? Like, how can they start to think about changing systems the way you presented it here?
That's a great question. First, just being self-aware, like, are they blaming someone else in their community or this country for the problems that we have? If that's the first place to start, and start doing that inner work that's needed to see that I'm the only one, you're the only one that can change this. Second is securing basic needs. So, my background also, which we didn't talk about, was I was the founder of Firefighters for 9/11 Truth. So I went deep into the control systems and I developed some deep relationships there. One of the key ways to control a population is to control their food supply, their health supply, and their education. So if the more we can start regaining our own food sovereignty, one of the things we're promoting to our group, and we're supporting each other, is growing our distributed gardens. So we don't want just central, we have a farm that we share, but also growing at your own house. And so the more people can do that, the other big one I believe is and COVID's helping with this, is getting to know your neighbors. Because I've been on enough large scale disasters that's who you actually really can depend on in a disaster, not the fire, police, or anyone else. And so building those it's about consciousness, relationships, and getting your basic needs secured at a local level, those are the things we need to focus on first.
Great. No, this is all really great information. So your next step, and but also before we get to as we wrap up here, what's your vision of a world that functions on this level? How does it look, the big picture of this?
The big picture is we're lit up. So it's soul purpose activation, that we're literally taking responsibility for the soul health of every person on this planet and support them in finding, you know, their soul's calling and developing that. So we are actually contributing at a community level where to our own basic needs and each other. So now we're like a family. That's, I mean, I've been in it in the fire service, and that feeling, there's nothing like it. When I retired, I felt like I'd been ripped out of the matrix in a way, like, oh, I'm on my own. So I see a world where we're so on the same team. And when we come into, like right now, people go to parties, they do whatever, and it's meaningless to me because it's just a party for party's sake. But if we just basically overcame a massive challenge together, now we have a party, that feeling of connection and celebration is so much deeper. So I see this world of where we're just living our passion, and when challenges come up, it's boom, we do it together, and then we're celebrating life, and the food and everything that we have is going to be so far beyond what we can even imagine.
You know, I feel a lot of young people are doing that. They don't want to go into jobs which they consider meaningless, but still it's hard to survive. So I think your model of, you know, let them do what they feel they really can help society for, and then hopefully they have enough basis behind them to be able to continue to do that. And many of them are, as you know, trying it. They're really trying. And we weren't, maybe my generation was really just go get that job, make money, have your kids. But you know, I think things are really changing and shifting more to what you're talking about. And I really hope that people can make a difference and really fulfill their own purpose in life. I think everyone's here right now for a key purpose, because there's a lot of need on this planet right now.
Right. It has to change. We are down to the wire, and we've been confronted with a situation that is forcing the system to change. So we need models like you're presenting, Erik, in order to create this new foundation, a new platform of how we can all work together. Ubuntu is another one, and there's so many different people thinking along the same lines.
But we do feel being of service is important. People really need to shift from the I to the we, and that's a key thing. And if not, we were talking with someone, Grant Kramer, who's been on the show several times this weekend. He said, if not, we're down the toilet. I love that expression, because people really have to see that.
We are down to the wire. Yeah, so we are hitting rock bottom. So any final words, anything you want to just leave us with?
Well, just that what you just said, the service, like if people, even from a selfish standpoint, it's so enlivening to be of service with a team that's really dialed in together like that. There's nothing to me better in life than that, and that love and bond that comes from that. And it's, yeah, making the shift from fear to love, like just that perspective of it's a fear-based system we're living in. We're just making the transition to a love-based system. And the more we can model and embody that, the easier it's going to be for all of us. So.
Wow, great. Let's take this model into the evolutionary leaders as well, and then just bring.
And their new book, Our Moment of Choice, just by the way, if anyone's interested in this, a team of people that we were all part of.
And my new book called Making Contact, which is taking that to a level of UFO contact and how that all comes together as a unified whole. Everything can come together as a unified whole, and we can start to create a new platform for a new world.
And a cosmic family.
That's where we're at. Erik, hope to see you soon.
Yes, thank you both.
Thank you for being here. We'll be in touch. Next up, I think Michelle is going to.
Before we let go of Erik, it looks like he went off, but I just wanted to make a comment that
here he is.
Erik, everybody's going crazy for your information. I want to thank you so much for what you're bringing forward. And I have an acronym, TEAM, TEAM, together, everyone achieves more.
Yes.
And you really embody that. And I thank you so much for bringing that to our conscious awareness. I have goosebumps from head to toe right now. And the comments are going off. Everyone's super happy to hear your information and really embrace what Desiree just said about the we concept. We're leaving the I, me, and going to a we-based system where we all work collaboratively with each other. And thank you for bringing that information forward for this audience. They're so receptive to it. And I feel enlivened right now. I'm, I got the goosebumps. I'm super excited. And I know which people in my neighborhood I'm excited. And I've got people in my neighborhood that I know are growing gardens. And here in Southern California, there's something called Transition Laguna, which it's a concept that started in Europe, and it's about what they call transitions, where if you don't know how to start a garden, you can join a group, help build a garden for someone else with a team of people that know how to do it. Once you put in enough hours, then the team comes to your house and helps start your garden. So that's a
great
good thing we can all work towards.
Well, you're right. The comments have been great. This is beautiful, so inspiring. I love firefighters. A beautiful inspiration. No, thank you. Great way to jump in, Michelle, because you are, that's a great example of how this kind of service attitude, someone says service is best, can be applied to the whole world. And you're right, we have to be responsible for our act and the world. Right.
Personal responsibility. It starts with us. Yeah. Instead of waiting for somebody outside of us to save us, let's all save ourselves together.
Exactly.
Yes. Thanks, Erik.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Erik. I love that we're going from one Erik to another.
Thanks, Erik.
Smooth
This
transition.
is Neil. Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't even mean to put two Eriks next to each other. It just happened that way.
All right. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Alan. You fabulous job today. And to the doctors heard talk, a great intro on Stephen Halpern and all that you're sharing. It's really enlivening. We're really being up-leveled and uplifted through all the work everyone here has done. I'm in awe of this conference. It's just been fabulous. So
it really is a fantastic conference. It sort of all came together, sort of like what Erik was saying. It's like just become a synthesis of unity where each person has its parts to play, but we all form a wholeness. And
that's really a family, the Sangha that's talked about in the East.
So I think we're doing it.
Fabulous.
So, okay, we will see you later at the end of the whole broadcast. We'll all come back together and unify.
Yay. Well, I'm super excited that I get to introduce our next guest because he is my radio partner on Awakening Code Radio. And ERIK Rankin has been one of my very closest friends, and he's been doing Awakening Code Radio for the last 8 years. And he created the highly successful 2-part sonic geometry documentary series, which is now more than 2 parts, but it went viral right away in 2012 when he introduced sonic geometry and actually coined the phrase sonic geometry. I like people to look at ERIK as the godfather of sonic geometry, the way that Stephen Halpern is the godfather of the sound healing and the meditative music movement. So, ERIK has been such a humble, beautiful soul in coming on this journey. When I first met him in 2009, he thought we were all a bunch of crackpots when we were talking about orbs and UFOs and aliens and star family. And he, used to call me the leader of the Whack Pack back then. And he has had such a shift because all this information is coming forward, and he's gotten direct contact by hearing a voice in his head that gave him the information and really the keys and the codes to what sonic geometry is. And I'd like ERIK to go. Hi there, buddy.
I'm here by the skin of my teeth.
I was getting a little nervous, texting on the side going, uh-oh, he's not in the room yet, But you're here. You made it on. I see a lot of your geometric.
I do. I'll take you on a little tour a little bit later. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, where do you want to start? Do you want to start with the voice in your head when you know you were just coming online and yeah,
Start where we hear voices in your head. Sure. I mean, I guess so, because I think you and I have talked enough that, and I have gotten the messages, now I would call them downloads or visitations or whatever they are, that what we want to call extraterrestrials or angels or spirit beings or maybe just a muse that you hear in your head could all be the same thing. And I don't want to delineate from what we understand about what we would call angels or ETs or multidimensional beings. I think they could all very well be the same thing. The first time I ever heard from a voice like that, it was actually probably my longest conversation, but this is going back 25 years or so or longer. And I had a real debilitating neck injury that I wasn't getting over, and a female voice came into my presence. I mean, I didn't see anyone, but I certainly heard a voice. And in a fashion, she told me she was going to help me out. And she did. I woke up the following morning after a debilitating spinal injury for 6 months where I could barely walk and hardly move. And I had zero pain, full movement, and I've had that since. So that was my introduction. And then regarding what this information is about, that was 8 years ago, August of 2012.
Uh-oh. It looks like your computer might glitched. Let's see if Erik's gonna come back on. Neil, do you hear his Erik? So much energy caused his computer to just. There you go. Okay, you're back.
It says my connection is a tad unstable, but I'm on my 5G, so I don't know what else to do about that.
Let's just keep going. And one of the things we've noticed a lot of times, Erik, during people's presentations through this whole summit, whenever we've had a little bit of glitching going on, in the back rooms, for you, our viewers, if you've noticed that during these 5 days, in the back rooms with all the hosts, we have focused our energy on calling in the benevolent beings that are surrounding this whole conference and asking them to clear the way so that we can have smooth communications and get these presentations and this information out. So Erik, you want to see if you can, are you still hung there? Because I definitely don't do as good of a job explaining sonic geometry as Erik does. Neil does, and he's fabulous with it. But what Erik has done for this whole movement with sonic geometry and going into what sacred geometry sounds like in frequency and form, and giving the whole history to the origins of geometry and measurements. And he goes into the Sumerian kings list and talks about the Mayan cycle of time and the one great year and how the Sumerians used to count on their knuckles. He gives us, it's such a great overview of how our math system started, and then ties it into frequency and how that frequency is so healing for all of us and what that can do to up-level each one of us. He's been getting a lot more downloads lately too. So it looks like you're back, Erik. I thought I saw you moving in the back room.
Yeah, he's in, but I think his internet's low.
This is when this happens to us on Awakening Code Radio, we call it, I have to tap dance a little bit. So we do want you, our listeners, to know, first of all, Erik's website is sonicgeometry.com. And he also is going to be doing his own Portal to Ascension Sonic Geometry Summit on Saturday, December 5th, 12 to 2. Okay, you're back. Erik, I see your beautiful face. Hello. Uh-oh. Keep sending it. There you go. I love that. Ayata, Ayata, she's saying, let's focus on to help stabilize Erik's internet connection. And that's what we can do as a team, as this beautiful collective consciousness that we are, is really help our brothers and sisters and help the internet connection. We're being masterful at that right now. Thanks for the energy, Erik. You're back.
All right. Well, who knows? The bugs are all around us. So I don't know what you heard, but the download that I got that was relative to sonic geometry was in August of 2012. I literally heard a voice, a man's voice this time, tell me to go into my conference room and draw a geometric form, a triangle. This was crazy because geometry is not my field really at all, or wasn't. It is now. And I drew a triangle on a whiteboard, a dry erase board. And then this voice said, no, now you make note of the sum total of its angles. So a triangle always has three angles, and that will always be 180 degrees, no matter what those angles are. It can be a right triangle like that, or equilateral triangle, it doesn't matter. It'll always total 180. And then I thought, well, that was weird, but I did it. And then the last thing was an instruction is to play that as a tone. And I used an app on my iPhone at the time, but here I have a lovely set of chimes that were made in Australia that are called the sonic geometry chime sets. And a triangle sounds like this. And I'm like, well, there, I did it. I drew a triangle, I made note of its sum total angles, and I played it as a tone. And they're like, you're just getting started. We want you to play the tones and match the geometry to all the elemental geometric shapes. So the square, the circle, the pentagon, the hexagon, the septagon, 7 sides, and the octagon. And when I did that, from starting with a triangle, then I did a square, and I realized that there was a musical interval happening. It was an octave. And I was a little bit surprised to think that somehow, in even its most basic and elemental way, that geometry was revealing a musical interval, an octave. And it just makes sense. A triangle is 180, a square is 360. When you double the vibration cycles per second, you get the same tone, only twice as high in pitch. So anyway, that's not what really got my attention that day. Was the other tones in there were either this tone, which I recognized is a fifth of this one. And that's the most common interval we have in music. It's the fifth. Our whole musical scale is called a circle of fifths. It starts with C and goes to G, and a fifth from G is D, and a fifth from D is A, and it just keeps going until it's back to C again. I'm like, well, that's weird. The geometry is giving us a fifth, and then the septagon snuck in there with this one, and now I had a major chord. And I'm like, geometry is playing the most beautiful form of music now, a harmonic interval called the major chord. And it's mathematically perfect, which music we listen to might have been a podcast listener's first ever time hearing what numerically perfect harmonics sound like. So I'm like getting all excited and thinking this has got to be something that people know, and I'm going to do some research. And I ran to my laptop and Googled all kinds of stuff and looked for web pages and YouTube videos. And there was not a single mention anywhere that geometric shapes reveal major chord harmonics. And I'm like, that just seems like a huge gap, or that something that somebody skipped over. And I can't be the person that has discovered this, but in those 8 years, I became the person that discovered that connection. And it's been, as you know, because you've known me those last 8 years, it has been a crazy ride that I never had to make a call to anyone like Gaia TV or Ancient Aliens on the History Channel. And it's just been talking about this information, going deeper into what the information is trying to reveal since then. And it's been a phenomenal run.
You have been getting so much information. It sounds like you've also gotten information that keeps dovetailing, like the Sumerian Kings list. And I have both sets of my chimes sitting next to me as well. I don't think Neil has me on camera, but Did you play both the Sumerian Kings list and the
No, I just
the
played the-
Flower of Life chime?
No, this one was just the this one was the lower one, the D major one.
Oh.
So
And
the flower,
and
it was
so the Sumerian Kings list. But why don't you go into how you learned even more and how everything how you keep getting more and more information that's relevant.
The big thing that came to me that day, and it was on that day, and I was starting to just draw number sequences down, and some of them I recognized because what happened is a musical scale revealed itself to me, but it's 14 tones rather than 12. But some of the numbers that were coming through were numbers that I had seen before. 72 was what Joseph Campbell would call a mathematical mythology, that these numbers have been embedded in our stories and our religious texts and our myths and our murals for a long time. And another number, 144, 144,000 is in the book of Revelations, and it's in Mayan architecture and Egyptian pyramid architecture. So I'm like, what is going on here? And the first thing I had to realize, and the idea of being any kind of extraterrestrial connection was not in my field at all, and I wasn't looking for one. But if you're going to get into geometry at all, you have to realize, why is an angle an angle? It's because a circle, does it take of the circle? So if it looks like an L, that would be 90 degrees of a circle, because it's 4 times 90 is 360. So I'm like, well, who decided a circle should be 360 degrees? As you know, I teach a lot of lectures out at the Integratron and Contact in the Desert, and talk to a lot of engineers and mathematicians who are very well aware of the circle having 360 degrees, but to date, not one has known why. And that was the rabbit hole I launched down that day. Why does a circle have 360 degrees? And you have to go all the way back to Sumeria, 6,000 years ago, where we got this, you mentioned it, 1260 counting system. So it's not metric, it's not based on tens, it's based on counting the knuckles of one hand on the long fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then multiplying those 5 times. 12 plus 12 is 24, 36, 48, and 60. So all the 12s and 60s that we still have around us in our life every day, 12 months to a year, 12 hours to a day or a night, 12 signs of the zodiac, and 60 minutes to an hour, 60 seconds to a minute. 60 is all over our reality today. It's like, well, how did this come into being? And the Sumerians, who wrote the world's first written language, as well as coming up with this math system, and we can read it, that they said sky visitors gave us this information. They taught us how to make these inventions, wheeled and vehicles, and the plow, and the world's first pyramid, and this writing system. So it's pretty amazing that we, humanity, all over the world, in its most official way, are using these Sumerian measurements to arrive at the way we measure the planet, the way we measure time, distance. So we're falling into a bed of evidence, and embedded in that field of evidence are these mysterious numbers, 432 and 216 and 108. And all of a sudden you realize you're not just talking about musical intervals, you're talking about a matrix of information that is both geometry and frequency and energy and physics. And it's like, the mystery is, this information has been following humanity for 6,000 years, but it's also revealing that someone in some capacity is sharing this information with us. That's the thing that's almost easy to skip over. We see these coincidental number sequences all over the place in all these different cultures all over the world since we've been a culturalized society, and we forget somebody planted those seeds of those number codes into our consciousness, into our stories, into our myths. That's where it gets really interesting. So it feels like we have been guided, our species guided.
Totally. I've watched you be guided through this journey with you. And one of the things that I so appreciate you is you remind me of, you know, being a kid playing with Tinker Toys and Legos, and you construct some of these things because these images are coming through to inside of your head. And I watch you light up. You know, when we have a passion, our passion gives us our purpose. And Erik, that's what I've watched with you, is that your passion is coming through, and this purpose that you have to get this information out for the healing and upliftment and up-leveling of all of humanity. I know you talk a lot about the Tryon Ray and Buckminster Fuller and the spherical 12, and you have right behind you some of your cleaner creations.
Let's see if I can move around a little bit and talk about some of these
You actually have
shapes.
better
So,
reception now.
Oh, well, right after we made Sonic Geometry 1, I was introduced to an artist, Michael Evans, who you know. And this is, as far as most geometers would be concerned, mathematicians or theorists, people working with math, this is the holy grail of the universe. It's a tetrahedron, and it doesn't get any smaller than this. If you're a geometric solid, a platonic solid, like a containment field, this is as small as it gets. So many people will tell you this is somehow related to how the universe is constructed. But there are people like Alan Watts or Buckminster Fuller or Pythagoras that thought that spin and torque and curve were really important. Well, this doesn't satisfy any of those things. So Michael Evans has been kind of sharing this shape. And this is a geometric solid as well. It has points. A geometric solid has to have points. It has to have edges, hard edges, and it has to have surfaces, planes. Well, this has all of those things, but it only has 2 points, and it only has 3 sides instead of 4, and 3 edges instead of 4. So all of a sudden, we're looking at something completely different that might be the core of the universe. And look at how organic it looks. It looks like a seed pod or a leaf or our eyeball shape, or, you know, you might even say the Yoniverse. It's the intersection of circles or spheres. So yes, these are models behind me where these are built on the same geometry, and you start seeing the flower of life actually in multiple dimensions. So it's no longer just, it's no longer a 2D model we're talking about. It's actually a 4D model. It's 4 planes, and each plane has volume. So really now we are talking about what the universe might actually, the energetic signature of it look like if it is geometric, and most physicists now agree that it is. So it's fascinating. It's like the flower of life.
It is fascinating.
Just like these number codes, the flower of life is like a template or a primer directing humanity's attention. And it's not just a 2D on a piece of paper construct. It's inviting us to think in multiple dimensions.
I love how you explain it, and you give us the visual that goes along with it. Somebody in the chat room is saying Enterprise. I love it. You know, they saw your model of the Enterprise.
Geekiness there, yeah.
Yeah. And Adam Apollo brought Gene Roddenberry into his talk, and on the Ascension, on whatever panel he was on the other day, he talked a lot about Gene Roddenberry as well. And yes, and the prime directive, here we are. And it does feel like life is imitating art, or art is imitating life right now. And I like what you do when you talk about the mother matrix and you talk about the feminine principles that are coming into your work. You're seeing more and more about the differences between the hard lines and the curved lines. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Well, yeah, the more we're learning about the energetic nature of the universe, the first thing you want to think of when you think of energy is waveform. I mean, right away, we're not talking about straight lines and hard anything. You're talking about fluctuations and waveforms, whether it's light or sound or any of them, all is based on wave. And wave eventually finds its way into spin because there's poles
whether it's push or pull energy, what we might call electromagnetism or gravity, but it's causing spin. So spin becomes really, really important. And again, the tetrahedron doesn't just automatically make you think of spin, but all of these models do. As soon as you look at them, or even just the Tryon ray itself, you go, oh, I see at least an element of spin. I see this curved line. What if I imagined it going further out or further in? That's this geometric model goes infinitely outward and infinitely inward. And Nassim Haramein talks a lot about this model, the overlapping of spheres, to where what you build is a model called the vector equilibrium, but you build it out of curved shapes as opposed to straight lines.
I love that explanation. I've been watching the chat a little bit, and Professor J. Paul says, what is his website? This is fundamental, which we put in the chat room that Erik's website is sonicgeometry.com. And it's you go into such high level of detail on your sonic geometry videos. And the reason why I felt so drawn to it, you kind of used me as your, what would you call me? The person you ran it by when the information first came out. And I said it was because I'm a simpleton. So for all of you who are not professor level, and sometimes some of this information goes right over my head. It's not in my wheelhouse to understand things from a physics point of view or some of the mathematical points of view. But watching sonic geometry with the visuals that you and Alana Luna put together with your explanation, it brings it to my level of thinking, but it also brings it to the physics. I know that many professors in physics, Manas Kafatos, what is he? He's a world-renowned physicist.
And
have started contacting you about this information.
Yeah, and Manas has been in my apartment. You were there, I think, the day that he was here and picked up some of these models.
I took the picture of you.
Yeah, how did you come up with these models? Because they really model the quantum universe in a beautiful way. And yes, I do fundamentally believe that this is not supposed to be so overcomplicated that the average person can't at least grasp the conspicuous coincidental nature of it, the synchronistic nature of things. You're not really crunching numbers. You're just seeing that the same numbers are showing up here in this timeline and over here on another culture's timeline in some way back in time. And why would these numbers be here? 432 is one that Joseph Campbell said is one that shows up the most in all of his world travels to sort of unravel this story that we call the hero's journey. Why was he finding the number 432? And we don't know exactly why, but it seems like an important clue. That's what all of these things we're experimenting with now, I think, are significant clues to start playing with. And ultimately, I think what they will do for us, and everybody talks about this in kind of a cliched way, but I think that they will very likely activate our pineal gland without needing to ingest plant medicines or do anything. That we eventually are going to get ourselves into this field of resonance and harmonics. And these are harmonics that nature reveals to us in algorithms, in growth patterns. When we hear those intervals and we activate our growth pattern, the same growth pattern, our pineal gland is called that because the same reason a pine cone is called a pine cone or a pineapple is called a pineapple. It has the same geometric counter-rotating spin. And if we activate that gland truly the way it's supposed to be activated, we get to see things that you don't get to see in this everyday 3D world. You get to see a grid, you get to see energy, you get to see shimmer and vibration. I think Alex Gray's art. If listener, you don't know, he's an artist that paints more or less what people describe, or I'm sure he himself sees when he's either on a plant medicine journey or meditating or whatnot.
One of our viewers, Tiana, says, agreed, we don't need the drugs to activate. They may help, but aren't needed. And I wanted to point that out, that a lot of people have discussions over whether or not you need those plant medicines to activate the pineal gland or to see this deeper perspective. And I've heard somebody say that it's like an escalator to, you can actually get there without using those. Sometimes it's the quicker way to get there, but that many have had those experiences without them. And I wanted to give a shout out to Johnny J, who says it all seems to be a part of the great pattern or the web. And Johnny J has been watching us on or listening to our podcast, says it's one of his favorite podcasts, and it's great to see us together. So that's sweet, because we don't do it this way. We're not usually
Nope.
with our faces.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So one of the things that was coming through for me today, I just had an image while you were speaking. I had an image of the myth that you created using some of these sounds and frequencies, and what happened to us on our dolphin boat when we went out with the dolphins. And I've heard you tell this story before, but the last time we private chartered this boat, which we've been doing for 10 years, the last time we did that was on 10/10 last year. And we had 1,200 dolphins surround our boat, which is not unusual when we go out, and ERIK plays these harmonic frequencies. And I'd like you to share a little bit about what has happened on these boat trips with the dolphins, because we have a lot of dolphin people in here, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, I've been inspired by dolphins. I wrote a book that's how you and I met. It's all about dolphins and their innate physiology, and the dolphins and whales are true masters of frequencies, and we are catching up to what dolphins can do. I've been out in boats interacting with live dolphins, both in the wild and in tanks and in captivity, but I'm real familiar with their behaviors out in the wild. And something they'd like to do is ride the bow wave. They will surf the pressure of water being pushed forward by a big boat or even a smaller boat. And you can see them, they'll just stay lockstep, but they're surfing. They're not just coming close to the boat, they're surfing the pressure wave in front of the boat. That's really common. It's so we were playing these frequencies, and I just had a thought, are the frequencies actually attracting them, or are they just playing in the bow wave? So we asked the skipper to stop the boat and shut the engines down. That's usually when the dolphins just peel away and go, thanks for the bow ride. And these dolphins stayed with us. And that's anecdotal at best, but it is telling us something, that these dolphins are either resonating or attracted to, or are getting maybe even information from these particular exact patterns. And they are particular and exact. We just took an old experiment that we had done and slowed it down and realized that when we played this triad of frequencies, we got what looked like a 3-dimensional lotus flower in a cymatics little container. And that's quite amazing, actually, that we're creating.
Why don't you talk about that? Because what happened with that cymatics experiment, you've been fascinated with for a long time, and I think there's something to it.
Well, cymatics is a fascinating study on its own. It is applying vibration to a substrate, and then either water or sand or flour or something resting there, and you will see these patterns being revealed, and it's fascinating to watch. You can see these beautiful, complex patterns. It looks almost like Neil's his emoji or his profile picture is sort of a cymatic imagery, but you will see something as beautiful as that in cymatics. But I had never experimented using cymatics in multiple frequencies, combining frequencies. And so that's what we did in the lab one day about 6 years ago. And the operator in the lab, the technician, had never seen. So what we got was standing waveforms, which is what you get, but then lit behind it was this dynamic 3-dimensional lotus flower, looking exactly like what you would just say a lotus flower looks like. That's what we got through this cymatics. Let me go get a little form. I'll take this back with you.
Well, while you do that, I'll let you know that people say they'd love to experience the dolphins with sound like that. And yes, I do have some video of that. I'll have to see if I can get them to.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Eric.
This is more or less exactly what was revealed. Now we're only firing this into about a 1/4 inch of water, but what we saw through the camera is this dimensional lotus where we could see petals hiding under other petals, hiding other under petals. And it just makes almost no sense why you would possibly see that. And I know that that's just the beginning of what we're going to find out, what frequencies can do. It's important to know that with cymatics, people get all excited about it, that it's a very hard experiment to replicate. You can do it, the experiment one way with the same frequency and the same container and the same medium, whether it's water or sand, same volume, and then come back the next day, try and duplicate it as exact, and you won't get the exact image you saw by saying playing 432 hertz. And there's some confusion about that. So if we can replicate this, and no matter what the container, the size, the volume, if we played those triads and got a lotus flower, we would have truly groundbreaking information to work with and from here.
It is so fascinating. I see Tricia McCannon. She said, that's wonderful, Eric. She's joining in the live chat. And Bethany's writing may lead to understanding language, like understanding language in Arrival. That's one of Eric's favorite movies, as a matter of fact.
Here's a download that I have not even told you, Michelle, because it was so recent.
Oh my gosh.
I was looking at all this information, and my guides just dropped in and said, the lotus flower is our hello. So see that if we can create that out of frequency, and we see this lotus flower, which has been a symbol of awakening or consciousness, and all of a sudden we're able to unlock the keys that create that dimensional lotus in the ethers. The guides dropped in and said, that's hello from us, the lotus, and that's why it's a symbol all over the world.
So when they're saying that's hello from us, you're saying that our star family, when they place that symbol in our consciousness, it's kind of like a tap on our shoulder, maybe like the 1111 or some of these numerical sequences that many of us are seeing, is like a tap on the shoulder saying, you're not alone in this universe. We're here with you and supporting us and guiding us.
Right.
Rosa is asking, what is the tone for the lotus?
So it was the King's chord. It was the D major chord, precise. Not just sitting at a keyboard and playing. The D has to be 144 or 288 or its octaves. The F sharp has to be 360 or 180 or 720. The A has to be 432 or 216 or 108. So it's a D major chord. It's 3 frequencies, but they have to be numerically perfect. And you will never just sit down at any instrument and be able to play it. They have to be isolated or engineered to play at the same time.
I'm so glad you shared that, because a lot of people think just, all of a sudden 432 became a movement. Everybody started talking about music in 432, and I'm not a musician myself. So I never could explain it or understand it the way that you do. But when you break it down like that, I think it makes it more palatable for all of us to understand it. There's specifics involved there. And did you touch on, the music played in 444? We've had conversations about somebody playing in 432 the wrong way versus 440. Can you touch on those?
Yes. Well, it starts getting very complicated, actually. All I can tell you, it would be easier to just say that what Pythagoras was talking about when he discovered ratios that revealed frequencies and tone, those were mathematic in nature. As we evolved into building ever more complex instruments, we realized that there was times that even though the intervals were mathematically perfect, they didn't always sound great to us. We were building instruments that could hold a bunch of notes at the same time. So a D major chord where the D is the first note sounds great, but a G chord where the D is the fifth, all of a sudden sounds a little wonky. So we did this clever device for listening to music called equal temperament. And equal temperament is like a blurring or a fuzzing, almost like if you have an eraser or blending chalk pastels and you want to blend them so they look a little, less abrupt together. That's what we musically. We feathered in these tones, but now they almost kind of gobbledygooky looking. They're fractionalized. They have tons of decimal points, you know, out in a remainder, where all these numbers in what we call the factor 9 grid are all whole numbers, and they always, by weird coincidence, always total or reduce to 9. So it's.
Can you give those numbers one more time? I think our dear friend TRICIA McCannon, who's been on our show and is one of my sweethearts as well, she asked if you could say those numbers again.
Sure. They were 288, 360, and 432. And you can actually get a tone generating app, and as long as it plays multiple frequencies, you can play those frequencies together. Let me find, because we created a new video of that lotus flower, and I'll give you the title so you could actually just type it. So the video,
and you can get all those numbers in eriksonicgeometry.com.
Yeah,
videos.
so it's the title. I'm going to read it to you exactly. The title, where you can see the lotus flower being created out of 288, 360, 432. It says sonic geometry dash perfect harmonics creates lotus blossom in cymatics lab. That's how you'll find it. So sonic perfect harmonics creates lotus blossom in cymatics lab.
I can't even keep up with all the people chatting in, and
I
Master
suppose
Cat
I could.
Puda and Lori are saying hello.
There it is. So you can see this moving, and if you were to stop it, you would see these individual lotus flower petals, and it's not the standing waves. There's a very tight web of standing waves in there, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about this crystalline curved structure. We had our admin Colleen change and shift colors and make it slow motion, and you can see it much more clearly. So we just made that video just late last week.
And is that on the Sonic Geometry website now?
I don't think it is. It's not even up there yet. No.
But you'll get it up there. I'm sure
We'll get it up. We
transfer it there. I like that it had the.
Yeah, and it's
I like
11.
that you put the frequencies there too.
Yes, yeah, Colleen did that for us. So that is a very exciting. I'll be meeting someone tomorrow to talk about maybe going deeper down into this field. Because like I said, if we can recreate this, perfect harmonics revealing these three-dimensional shapes in water, it would be a breakthrough. They're starting to do that with light, where they're firing, two lasers at water, but we're talking about something that's very easy for us to do. You can create these frequencies, singing them, 3 people singing around a person. Doesn't take $1 million worth of fancy lab equipment. And that's why I think this is so important, is it's accessible to everyone. We all have a tone generator built into our physiology. Our voice box is a tone generator. Whether we make a hum or we play a guitar string or cross-check it with an app, we're at a place in history where we can create these tones and start experimenting. We couldn't have done this 25 years ago. We didn't have the technology in the hands of everybody. You had to be an audio engineer if you were going to buy a tone generating piece of equipment. That's how I know we're.
Say the name of that. I was going to ask you, someone in the chat's asking you to say the name of that video again, the title of that.
It's something like Sonic Geometry. I think I got out of it. Sonic Geometry, perfect harmonics creates lotus blossom in cymatics.
Right. And the app that you use, what is that tone generating app?
It was called Tone Gen, but I haven't been able to find that exact one as I replaced my phone. I'm looking for a very simple app that just allows you to isolate frequencies and then layer them if you want to. Because that's where this is all very interesting. It's in the chord. We've heard the song Hallelujah, and it says there was this chord
please the Lord. Or here's a 1960s album art from the Moody Blues, 1967, and this whole album is called In Search of the Lost Chord. And it has death on one side, birth on the other, sort of this moving up through 0 point. And then you open the album cover and you've got the giant, you know, Sri Yantra there. Yeah, I mean, we have been on this quest to know what
These are the cookie crumbs.
They're the cookie crumbs. What is this mystery chord that we're looking for? And I don't think it's all that mysterious. I think it was supposed to be there in our face, because when we hear these three tones, it's almost like we're programmed to think, oh, everything is correct. It's a bit of programming that's even part of this mystery, is why when we hear that three set of tones, why do we get happy thoughts? Why do we think everything is going well in a movie? If we play the minor, we think, oh, everything's kind of dangerous. I'd much rather hear the resolution of a major chord, and here's nature communicating to us that nature uses a major chord. That's a full loop right there. I mean, that's the vortex, is we already recognize a major chord as sounding right, and things like the Fibonacci cycle and geometry reveal a major chord. That's not insignificant.
It's not. And people, I love this one from Deer, says, my macaw was very interested when you played your chimes. They're not tuning forks, they're chimes. They look like this. And she wanted to be picked up to get closer to Moan, kept turning her head in different directions. And we've seen that when we play these. They put us in a state of peace and calm. And I've had a lot of people who do yoga and meditations purchasing these from holisticheharmonichealing.com. That's where we have them available. And actually bringing them into places where people want to feel more peace and want to feel more calm. And on that website, Erik gives a whole description of how this came to be. There's a whole video section in there of using the chimes. And Erik, I'm glad you use them in your presentations. And I'll have to let you know, before we've gone live, every single morning, I played the chimes to clear the energy in the room, because I did work with Rainbow Thunderheart, who said that he felt the chimes cleared energy better than sage when we were doing work together. So you're definitely onto something.
Well, we are
there,
creating
sure.
a vibrational field, and it's a complex one. It is not just a single tone. It is three tones. And then, of course, they make overtones and more complex harmonics. But I do believe we have been guided to these particular tone sets throughout history, 6,000 years at least. And I love seeing I saw the woman's comment about her parrots. If you remember, when we first started playing around with these tones 8 years ago, we invited people to play them, not mention anything to their children, or of course it doesn't matter, to their pets, and just see if playing the tones did something. And we got all kinds of responses, like birds coming up to the windows and insects swarming the computer screen. And this lady just said her birds and dolphins. We definitely seem to have some anecdotal evidence that we're not just barking up a ridiculous tree.
No, and thank you so much, Erik. I know we ran a little bit behind today, and I wasn't sure when we were going to end, so I'm seeing it's time that we wrap it up. Thank you so much for all of your comments, and Erik, you're phenomenal. I love all the work you're bringing forward. You know that, and please tune in to Erik. Catch him on Portal to Ascension on his sonic geometry presentation. This was a more conversational talk, but he will be giving a full presentation on Saturday, December 5th, 12 to 2. And you can go to sonicgeometry.com for all of his videos, and holisticheharmonichealing.com for the chimes. Thank you, Erik. It was great. I'm so glad. See, all that energy everyone sent, calm.
It held pretty stable.
It did. It did great.
I appreciate everyone that joined the chat. I love sharing this information. I get more excited the more I talk about it all these years later.
Well, you're doing a great job, and I know there's a lot more to come. There's a lot more information coming in and a lot more to come. So thanks again, Erik, and I can't wait to see you again in the studio at the station, Awakening Code Radio, Tuesday nights, 8 to 10 p.m., sometimes 8 to 9, depending on where we're at. And that's on kxfmradio.org. All right,
There we
Erik,
go.
take care. Love you. I think.
See you later.
Bye-bye. I
Bye.
think, Omar, are you coming on to introduce our next presenter, our next talk? I couldn't keep up with all of the chats, but thank you to all of you for writing in and staying with us and sending that good energy to get Erik's stream going, because I didn't want anyone to miss out on that wonderful information. So good to see you, Omar.
Hi, Michelle. That was a fascinating talk with Erik. Like, wow, my mind is totally blown. Just amazing, amazing stuff. I was like really, I resonated when he was talking about the dolphins. That was just epic. I'm definitely going to have to look into Erik and a lot more of his information and start studying that so I can, raise my own vibration and the vibration of my family and my community and those who I, associate myself with. Fantastic work.
Thank you so much, Omar. Yeah, I'm going to look for that video where the dolphins showed up in the sunset last year on 1010. And we had a beautiful 55 people on our boat. And it was just a beautiful journey. And the tones are playing in the background. So you really get to feel, sometimes the dolphins sink in and they go to they kind of go along with the music that's playing. And we've even had the captain turn off the boat to see if they would stay, and they stayed with us. So that was kind of it was a really cool thing. So, but I don't want to take up any more time. I know we're running a little bit late. So Omar, you take it away. And thank you so much for all your good energy and everything you're putting into this Portal to Ascension.
Thank you very much,
Summit.
Michelle. Much love to you. And thank you very much, everybody out there, for sticking around and checking out our PTA Portal to Ascension's 53 Speaker Summit over the course of last 5 days. We are on our finale. And, it is my, absolute privilege to be, introducing to you the living legend, Michael CREMO. I'm sure you guys all know who Michael CREMO is. I've been following Michael's work for years and years now. And, I'm so happy that I get the opportunity to speak with Michael. But before we get there, let me read you guys just a short blurb on Michael, and then we will start our interview. So Michael CREMO is on the cutting edge of science and culture issues. In the course of a few months' time, he might be found on a pilgrimage to sacred sites in India, appearing on a national television show, lecturing at mainstream science conference, or speaking to an alternative science gathering. As he crosses disciplinaries and cultural boundaries, he presents to his various audiences a compelling case for negotiating a new conscious on the nature of reality. Welcome, Mr. CREMO. How are you, sir? Oh, your mic is muted, sir.
It looks like his mic is not muted, but maybe his audio is not connected. Look down to the bottom left, Michael, and where the microphone is, there should be an arrow right next to it. You should be able to select your microphone there.
Okay, it seems we're it looks like it's muted.
Yeah, he just muted himself.
Yeah.
We'll get him up. It's the same thing that happened with James this morning. Probably has an Apple.
Yeah.
So Michael, try to change the settings to change the microphone that you're using. If you can't, then log out and log back in. Oh, there we go. I hear you.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Hello, sir. How are you?
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that.
All good. This kind of stuff happens when we're doing live streams, eh?
Okay. So we're here. Okay, Omar, good to be with you.
Yeah, excellent, sir. I'm really honored to, interview you. Like I said, I've been following your work for many, many years now. And, when I first, started waking up to my reality as to, what's going on, you were one of the very first people that I came across and, totally opened up my eyes, because I was in the paradigm of humanity as what we're told in our classrooms, that we're just a few thousand years old. And then when I began to look into your work, and it really blew my mind as to the timelines that you were talking about. And then when I began looking into that, like, my God, we're dealing with timelines that really boggle the minds of, like, millions of years, and sometimes hundreds of millions and billions. So we know that you're with the forbidden archaeology. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, you're absolutely right, Omar. This whole question of how old the human species is actually really quite significant. Because somebody might say, okay, whether we've been here for 200,000 or 300,000 years, as most scientists now believe, or whether we've been here for millions and millions of years, what does that really mean? And what it means is our identity. And based on our identity, how we identify ourselves, we develop certain values, goals, different objectives in life. And the current explanation of human origins, namely that we're just machines made of matter and we're accidental creatures in an accidental universe, is not very satisfying to many people. However, if we have been here for a very long time, and I think that presence goes all the way back to the very beginnings of the history of life on Earth, then that means we've got to look at things in an entirely different way. So, like, if we send up a space station, we don't just send it up and then hope that the chemicals in the space station will evolve into astronauts. We put the space station up there to put astronauts in it for a purpose. So I think our Earth is like that also. Our universe, it has a purpose ultimately. And that purpose is to become self-realized. And that can be done in the human form of life. So as a step towards bringing people towards that, who have been influenced very much by the ideas that are propagated by the mainstream media and the education system and the scientific institutions, I wanted to give some evidence that the current theory, the current explanation for why we're here is not really working. So that's what got me looking into the history of archaeology. And I was also influenced by my spiritual commitments. I practice bhakti yoga. I've been doing that for over 40 years. And in the Puranas, which are the historical writings of ancient India, and a lot of the writings of other ancient wisdom traditions, there's this idea of extreme human antiquity. Humans have been around for a long time. So is that just some mythology, or is there perhaps some factual basis for it? I wondered about that. So I started looking at archaeology. And if you look at the current textbooks, you won't find any evidence that humans have been around for millions and millions of years. You just find the evidence that goes along with the current dominant theory, namely humans like us have been around for about 200,000 or 300,000 years. But when I looked into the whole history of archaeology, I found archaeologists, geologists, other scientists have found hundreds of human fossils, human artifacts, human footprints that show we've been here for millions and millions of years.
Now, one of those footprints and the skeletons that you're talking about, I'll just quickly read this question I have here for you that I've written down. It's in 1984, while investigating the spheres, you were contacted by Rolf Marx, curator of the Museum of Klerkstrup, South Africa, where some of the spheres are kept. Marx described the spheres as being about 2.8 billion years old with very hard surfaces and a fibrous structure inside. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Because that's a pretty crazy timeline, right? Like 2.8 years compared to just a couple of 100,000 years. The mainstream is telling us, essentially, linking us to Lucy.
Yeah. So those discoveries were made in South Africa. That has to be, I think, the most extreme case that I've ever encountered, and it's really interesting. Those objects are about they're like little globes, like a sphere, not a spear, a sphere. And they have the interesting feature about these things is that they have a groove, 1, 2, 3, or 4 grooves going around the equator, and they're practically spherical. So it's really hard to explain how those things could have formed naturally, that they're just a purely natural object. I showed them in a television documentary that was aired on NBC some years ago. And before they could be included in the program, NBC told us you have to get them analyzed by an independent metallurgist. And so that was done. They were given to a metallurgy company, and they said, okay, these are made of hematite, which is kind of like a semi-precious stone. It's a form of iron ore. And you can get jewelry made of hematite, for example. So they said we can see no way in which these grooves could have formed naturally. So that kind of suggested, okay, they're artificial in the sense of having been manipulated by someone with human-like intelligence. And some people would say, okay, well, maybe there were just some of these objects, maybe some round things in the mine where the miners found these things, and then somebody just took them and carved the little grooves around them. So when I went to South Africa a little bit after that, I met the chief mining engineer from the mine where these objects come from. And he showed me a huge block of the mineral that's mined there. And in this huge block of stone, there were many of these round objects kind of buried in it, halfway protruding out of the surface of the rock, kind of like raisins in a bun, piece of bread or something. And I could see the grooves on them going around the exposed surface back into the solid rock. So I think they're genuine objects. They're a little mysterious. And until someone is actually to come up with a very convincing explanation of exactly how they could have formed naturally, I think we have to consider the possibility that they were made by someone with human-like intelligence, whether extraterrestrial or terrestrial or extra-dimensional, who knows. There's another interesting fact about these objects. Apparently, according to some reports, they would sometimes be seen in their cases in the museum in Klerksdorp, turning spontaneously in their cases. So there was a television producer in Holland, the Netherlands, and he got in touch with me and he said, I'd like to go to South Africa and film those also. So I put him in touch with the director of the museum, Rolf Marx, and Rolf Marx told us that the object had been stolen from the museum by someone he characterized as a white witch. So I hope it's being put to some good use by someone.
I got a comment down here. What is it? Bathine, she's saying like those little orbs found in Scotland, the little spheres.
I'm not familiar with the Scotland case. Maybe she could say a few words about that. I'll love to hear about it sometime, and I'll look into it.
Okay, how about I'll take a question here from Professor J. Paul. This is a very good question, actually. Sir, it says, what is your understanding about the ancient pyramids in Antarctica revealed by Linda Moulton Howe, and which whistleblowers suggest are considered to be 34 million years BCE?
For me, I would have no reason to say that's impossible. I think it's quite possible. According to my understanding of the different ancient wisdom traditions, there have been civilizations that have risen and fallen many, many times and over millions of years. So it wouldn't be surprising to me that such things might be found. Another thing I'll point out is that there are maps from, they came from Turkey, Constantinople, some maps from the Middle Ages that show the whole continent of Antarctica.
The Piri-Reis map?
Yeah, the Piri-Reis map that show how it looked without the ice. And that's pretty amazing, because that means somebody had to have been around in the last time at that time, and that's like 30 or 40 million years ago. So it kind of goes along with the Piri-Reis map.
No, it kind of falls into line with Hidden History of Humanity, the root races, that go back, several million years, up to like 75, 80 million years. Now, do you think that the previous root races that have existed on the planet inhabited Mars, or not Mars, sorry, but Antarctica, and built the pyramids and and other stuff that we haven't found down there? Because we know through core samples that at one time there was a lot of lush vegetation in Antarctica, and it was habitable, up until just recently when it was covered with ice.
I think that's a distinct possibility. Different individual researchers and what we could call alternative history tend to be inspired by different traditions, whether it's the Egyptian mystery schools, or in my case, the Vedic tradition of India, or the Sumerian tradition, or theosophical tradition, which is, I think, where the root race idea came from. But from all these different perspectives, the picture is one of extreme human antiquity, that humans have been around for a long, long time. And to me, that means our universe is manifested for a purpose. We're here for a purpose. We have these vehicles which we call bodies. You know, that it's all here for a purpose. It's not an accident, and we're meant to realize that. So ever since there's been a universe, there have been people in it.
This is the entire conference. You know, we've been talking about consciousness and love, and it's interesting. You just mentioned our avatars and our consciousness that takes you know, that pretty much inhabits this this vehicle in order for us to have this human experience that we're having. You know, it's, to me, it's like really based on you know, more of a spiritual leveling up when you come here, so that you can you know, really, you know, learn the lessons that you need to learn in order for you to kind of level up and go to the next 4D and 5D and so on and so on.
Absolutely.
And yeah, and for me, you know, it's, I have a very hard time with the idea that humans are just several, you know, 100,000 years old, and especially modern humans, you know, it's really not that old. So, you know, I have a very hard time with that. So I'd like to ask you, you know, through your vast career that that you've had, because I've seen documentaries of you, and I've seen you on TV, you know, where it was in black and white TV, and you know, that's why I say, you know, you've been around for so long and you're a legend, you know, and in all this time, you know, what is your, you know, opinion as to, or your idea as to, like, how old humanity may be, especially after you've studied the Vedic knowledge? You know, I'm sure that's filled with you know, lots of information that's pertaining to this this question.
Very good questions, Omar. The first thing I try to keep in mind is that any material body, whether we're talking about a human body or a plant body or an animal body or a demigod body or any type of material body, is a vehicle for a conscious self. And in these vehicles, why are we here in the first place? What I would say is conscious souls, conscious living entities, individual, personal, conscious beings were meant to exist on some other level of reality, which I sometimes call level of pure consciousness. And the ruling principle there is loving harmony. That's the ruling principle. If a conscious self becomes egotistical, selfish, domineering, exploiting, you know, can't exist there. There has to be some other place for it. Some
Kind of
lesser-
like the Kali Yuga that we are currently in.
Yes, yes. And we're meant to, each conscious being has a choice to either try to understand, I'm a being of pure consciousness, you're a being of pure consciousness, we're all part of the same family, we shouldn't be dividing ourselves up into so many competing groups, and let's just satisfy our material necessities in the most fair, equitable, simple, natural, efficient way possible. Put most of our energy into developing our consciousness. And that's one choice. The other choice is to get more and more involved in the competition, the domination, control, exploitation, and everything that goes along with it. So that of the different vehicles, the human vehicle is special because in it you can, as you say, go to transcend, you know, go to the different levels as we become more and more free from our tendencies to go in the other direction. So, the way I look at it is that opportunity has always been there. And there's not just one universe. There are millions of universes, and they're going through cycles of creation and destruction endlessly. And through all of them, these kinds of vehicles, including the human vehicle, have been there. So it's we're part of something that is so mind-blowing when you really begin to contemplate it. So that that human vehicle, the pattern for it's always been available for a conscious self that happens to find itself, perhaps for reasons it doesn't really understand, in the world of matter.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that human vehicle has been provided to us. Of course, everybody has a different desire, so therefore there are lots of vehicles, millions of different kinds of vehicles that you could have, including Neanderthal, anatomically modern humans, ape or monkey, fish, insect. It's just amazing. So according to one's consciousness, one gets a certain type of vehicle. So we're kind of getting really far from the stones and the bones, aren't we? But,
absolutely. You know, you're such a fascinating man.
But
so
it always, that's what it leads to.
Yeah. I've got a question here from you from our, our mutual friend, Bruce Cunningham. He asks, most every ancient site on the planet appears to have Vedic symbols on carvings on Göbekli Tepe. Has the number 54 and 108 come up with regularity? What is your view on this?
Well, I think one of the previous speakers, ERIK, who was on with Michelle just
ERIK
before.
RANKIN?
Yeah. You know, he was mentioning also the number 432. Mm-hmm. So, you know, and 432 is 4 times 108. You know, you take 108. Mm-hmm. These numbers in Indian spirituality and the Bhakti tradition have significance in terms of 108 Upanishads, you know, books of confidential spiritual wisdom, 108 principal associates of Krishna. You know, has 108, you know, principal consorts. You know, so it comes up a lot. And this is also related to the passing of time, the Yuga system. Like a Kali Yuga, which is the last of the 4 yugas or ages, is 432,000 years long. The previous age, where things were more spiritual, the Dwapara Yuga, is twice 432. It's 864,000 years. The age before that, the Treta Yuga, 3 times 432. So, and then a Satya Yuga, the first age in the cycle, is 4 times 432. So it's kind of interesting. These numbers come up, and I think what it shows is that there has been a worldwide culture or civilization, whatever we want to call it, that is tuned in to these cosmic numbers.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I find that, we've had a global civilization that we're not talking about, but yet when we look around the planet and we see, you know, almost a similar type of pyramids all around the world, and megalithic sites, and, you know, stones that are cut in the same fashion, you know, it clearly points to me that there was a you know, a civilization that was global, you know, in our antiquity. But not even that, you know, like these numbers that you were just mentioning, you know, these are like extremely long periods of time. And common sense tells me is that somebody recorded, you know, that time, and they've gained that knowledge, and then they put it down on paper so that, you know, future generations will have this information, right? So based on that, you know, the archaeological world that we're living in today, you know, that are going from, you know, really the mainstream carbon dating that, you know, this is 30,000 years old or this is 50,000 years old, you know, really doesn't make any sense because of the numbers that you just mentioned. And this kind of takes me into, you know, my next questions for you is about the Buenos Aires skulls that, or the skull cap that you had come across. Can you tell us a bit more about that? Because from what I understand, it's like a 500,000 years old. And it was found about 11 meters below the level of the Rio de la Plata.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was a discovery that was made early in the 20th century by an Argentine scientist named Florentino Ameghino. I think that's how it's pronounced. And he was a very prominent Argentine paleontologist, archaeologist. And he uncovered many discoveries of human artifacts and human bones, mostly in Argentina and on the coastal region just below Buenos Aires. And there was somebody, a company was making a dry dock in Buenos Aires in the harbor there. And they were digging down, to make the foundations for it. And they were going through different layers of rock. There was a layer of limestone rock, very white, very hard. They called it in Spanish down there, tosca, means hard. So they broke through that layer of limestone, and below that, they found this human skull. So it's very controversial. So some people propose, well, it just fell into the excavation from some higher, more recent layer. But the fact that it was only found below this very thick, hard limestone layer of rock kind of rules out that possibility. It didn't come from some higher level, if anything, from some older level. So the Florentino Ameghino reported that, and he found it in a formation called the Ensenada Formation. And I think the latest estimates are from geologists is that layer is about 1 million years old. So then you would have a human presence in South America over 1 million years ago. And for a century or more, archaeologists think, no, the first humans came to the Americas less than 25,000 years ago. Mostly they say they came over from Siberia over a land bridge that existed between Alaska and Siberia. And then they went down through Canada, down through North America, Central America, South America. So the archaeologists in the United States and Europe wouldn't accept it. You know, they just kind of rejected it and said if it's if it's human, it can't possibly be old. It's got to be recent. So it adds up to something I call knowledge filtration.
Mm-hmm.
Something doesn't fit the paradigm. But you take the Native American people, however, the indigenous peoples who live, you know, North American Indians, so many Indian tribes in South America, their picture is we've been here forever, you know. You other people may have come here very recently, but we've been here. And we didn't come from anywhere else.
Humanity's been around a very, 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 very long time. I tell you that. Let's talk about the footprints that were found by Mary Leakey in 1979 in Leotoli, Tanzania. That are estimated, you know, like they were found in what was it in volcanic ash, 3.7 million years old. Those are dated. You know, can you give us a little bit of information on that?
Sure. Mary Leakey was the wife of Louis Leakey, who was a pretty famous archaeologist. So, you know, she made some of her own discoveries, and these footprints are one of them. So, when she looked at the footprints, you know, she said in her first report, these are exactly like modern human footprints. And, you know, that's pretty amazing because, all right, that you could take that as evidence that humans like us were existing almost 4 million years ago on the African continent. But she didn't look at it like that. She thought, well, there must have been some kind of ape man, some kind of hominin is the technical scientific word for it, some type of hominin who had feet exactly like human feet. In other words, very kind of ape-like head, everything, but human feet. And yeah, that's an interesting possibility, but there isn't any physical evidence to support it. You know, like we have the skeletons of the hominins that existed at that time, mostly different species of Australopithecus, like Australopithecus afarensis, Lucy, that you were mentioning a little while ago. So, and foot bones of those creatures have been discovered, and their foot was not like that of a modern human being. Their foot was like that of a chimpanzee with kind of very long toes, sort of like fingers, a long first toe that can move out to the side like this. And so that's what the, you know, a chimpanzee would
like
leave
we see today.
like that. But these footprints were like dozens of footprints of 3 individuals, all human. I talked to one scientist once at a scientific conference. I was discussing these footprints with him. And he said, well, all those footprints in Laetoli, they were made by some type of Australopithecus, but they were walking with their long toes curled under and their long first toe pushed up against the other ones, so the footprints look human. And I thought, okay, you got dozens of footprints there. seems like at least one of them would have been walking with his,
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
you know. So, I mean, this is how this process of knowledge filtration works. You know, there was an interesting psychological experiment that was done. In this experiment, psychologists took a deck of cards, playing cards, and they altered some of the cards. So like you have 6 of hearts. Normally it would be red, but they turned it black. You know, so they altered some of the cards in the deck.
Mhm.
And then in the experiment, they would have a subject and they would show the subject the cards in the deck, one after another. And the person would have to identify them. Oh, that's a jack. Oh, this is queen of hearts. This is the, yeah. And then they, you know, then the black 6 of hearts would come up to them. They say 6 of spades. Yeah. In other words, they wouldn't look and see. They couldn't notice anything was really wrong because they were just seeing what they were accustomed to see.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes scientists are like that. They see something that screams out, humans have been here for millions of years, but they, oh, no, it's Australopithecus has to be. Yeah,
That's
so.
kind of where their, you know, mind kind of stops, say, due to the, you know, their, I guess, programming, it would be, you know, their educational programming, when they are confronted with serious evidence, you know, it seems that, you know, they want to just dismiss that and then go back to the old paradigm of what they were taught. And they want to try to put an answer to that to satisfy themselves, but not really the, you know, the subject at hand or the topic at hand. And then they just put these wild explanations, like you just said, you know, the curled up toe and the other toe is curled up and they're all walking like that. You know, it's just seems very, very bizarre to me. And do you think that they do this intentionally because of, you know, if they go, you know, against the grain, they'll be ridiculed by their colleagues or by the institutions for which they work for if they speak their mind? Or, you know, like, what do you think's going on there?
Well, I think it's something like you explained. I don't think that the scientists who do this are thinking, well, okay, here's some evidence that contradicts our theory. So let's just destroy it and either literally destroy it or destroy its credibility. And you know, they don't think, you know, I'm hiding information, which if people knew, you know, they're just thinking something's got to be wrong with this. I don't know exactly what, but I'm sure if I went to my colleague down the hall who specializes in footprint evidence, he'd be able to tell me. So, yeah, they just think they're being responsible. And, you know, it's like there's pressure, you know, social pressure. And it's just sort of a fact of life. But, you know, the one thing I would say would be, even though I have my ideas, I don't think I have a monopoly on truth. I would say, okay, I'm more, you might say, an anarchist in that sense.
Going against the grain, you know, I could, sorry, go ahead.
No, but like I respect the right of each individual to make up their own minds about these things. Where I would have a problem is when people use government to compel other people to accept their ideas, compel them by force, really, ultimately. That I have a problem with. As far as any individual saying, okay, I listened to Michael CREMO, fine, good for him. Doesn't make any sense to me. I'm going to stick with this or that or the other. Fine. So, so I did want to say that. It's not like I'm on some crusade.
I feel that you know, that the information that you've presented over the decades, you know, is far more compelling than what we're seeing, you know, coming out of the mainstream. You know, everything almost. You know, like I can you know, use an example of like intrusive burial that you spoke of in one of your videos. It was, I believe it was Dr. Ragas Ani. That you know, you guys had discovered, or there was a skeleton that was discovered that you know, was about 4 million years old and it was undisturbed. And the explanation by them was that you know, when this person died, his friends came along and, you know, they dug up a little spot and buried him in it and covered it back up and off they went. But then, you know, he was aware of this intrusive burial, and then when he went down there to you know, excavate, you know, he discovered that you know, in fact, that everything was intact, and it was you know, like natural sediment over the course of years that had been settling on this skeleton. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, that was an interesting case from the late 19th century in Italy. Giuseppe Ragazzoni was a geologist working there. And
I don't want to interrupt, but this is at the same time that you were given like a manuscript that was written in Italian?
yeah, yes, that was it. Yeah, so I happened to be in, yeah, I was in Italy giving some lectures. Yeah, my books are published in 25 or 30 languages. And when a book came out in a country, they would. So when my books came out in Italian language, I got some invitations to go there and speak at different conferences and events. And so when I was there, I had, you know, some free time, and I asked one of the people I was with, can we go to this Castanedolo place, this village on the foothills of the Alps in northern Italy? And said, okay, yeah, that'd be fun. Let's do that. So, you know, because that's where Ragazzoni did his excavation. So, you know, we went to that village, and, you know, we found this, we were kind of looking for the place. I mean, we had some basic descriptions from his publications in the 19th century, but, you know, we're kind of going around through the countryside, and, you know, there'd be, you know, people, they live around. So we stopped at this one gentleman's place, older gentleman, kind of told him what we were doing. He said, oh, I've got this old report, you know, from, you know, about those discoveries. And from that, we were able to, you know, find the exact location where Ragazzoni had been doing his excavations. So, yeah, we kind of went there. That was kind of interesting. So at that place, there were there was in the 19th century, you know, there was a farmer that owned the land, and, you know, sometimes he would be excavating clay, you know, from a pit, and, you know, he encountered something that looked like a fossil bone, so he called, you know, the nearby university where Ragazzoni was a professor, So Ragazzoni came out and he conducted an excavation, and he found several anatomically modern human skeletons in formations that are about 4 million years old, about the same age as the Laetoli footprints that we were talking about. So, he reported that to the scientific world, and then the typical reaction, no, can't possibly be true, and had to be an intrusive burial, and you described it very well. No, only 4,000 years ago, somebody died on the surface. His friends dug a grave. They put the body in there. They covered it up. And that's why you think you found a human bone in a layer of rock 4 million years old. So, but as you were mentioning, Ragazzoni was a professional geologist. He was very much aware of this problem of what's called technically intrusive burial. That's technically what that's called. So he said, when I was taking the skeletons out, I was looking very carefully for any such evidence, because if it had been a burial, all the layers of rock above rock and sediments above the skeleton would have been disturbed like that. But he said he looked very carefully as he was going down through the layers, and all the strata, all the layers of sand and rock and clay and stone were intact, undisturbed. And each layer, he said, had its own microstratification. Like each layer of clay, it had hundreds of little layers in it.
They're kind of like tree rings, eh?
Yeah, all undisturbed. Yeah. So the evidence really doesn't support, the idea of intrusive burial. So, I would say, if there were just 1 or 2 or 10 cases like this, well, maybe you could say, all right, so you got a few of these strange, mysterious cases, fine. But, the vast majority of evidence, it goes along with our current dominant understanding. But it's not that there's just 1 or 2 or 3 of these things. There are actually hundreds of them, enough to fill up a 900-page book, which was what Forbidden Archaeology was.
Now, your work kind of falls into with kind of what Klaus Donna is doing. He's collecting all these artifacts from a long time ago, and he has this this huge collection of these artifacts that are out of place that really have no explanation. And then with your Forbidden Archaeology and all the bones and skeletons and artifacts that you have found, what does that tell you? Like when you see works of like someone like Klaus Donna and what you're doing, does that really solidify in your mind that the path that you're on is the right path and is the solid path because of all the evidence that everybody else is finding around the world?
Yeah. Well, I regard what I do, this may be a little esoteric, but I regard what I do as part of my yoga, part of my meditation, my bhakti, my devotion, that I'm, pursuing these things. Because one of the principles of bhakti yoga is that if you have some talent or ability, if you can use it for a spiritual purpose, for the purpose of raising people's consciousness, your own consciousness, then that becomes like a part of your yoga practice. So, but Klaus Donna, I know Klaus, and some years ago, he put on an exhibition in Vienna. He had he put together a huge exhibit of artifacts that he'd gotten from all over the world. And to open the exhibition, he put on a big conference in Vienna. And, he invited me to come to that conference. And, I gave a talk there. Other researchers were also there. So Klaus Dona is a really amazing guy. Like his, I don't have very much of a organizational type of skills. He's good at organizing, coordinating, creating forums and channels of communication. So very nice person. But it's kind of like all of us, like the organizers of this event, the people that are taking their valuable time to listen to some of these things. The researchers, organizers, as part of the community.
You are sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say you're truly an amazing man. And, I really appreciate your service over the, the decades that, the work that you've done for all of us so that, we can be here in this moment and talking about things that, really make sense to us and that will help us expand our awareness of, who we are, where we come from, because, we don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. We have to know where we come from in order for us to know where we're going. So for that, sir, I thank you very, very much. And, this was an honor speaking with you, and I really appreciate it. And, we're running out of time. So, I will bring on our next speaker, TRICIA McKinnon with Alan Steinsfield. And, again, Mr. CREMO, thank you very much. I really appreciate you, and I hope to speak with you again in the near future.
That would be fine.
Wonderful. Neil, let's bring on, is it Alan that we're bringing on?
Yeah, it's actually not Tricia. She's going to be closing us out.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
Who we're bringing on is Journey to Truth podcast. But firstly, Michael, amazing. Thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you, Neil.
I've been trying to work with you for a long time. It just hasn't worked out for almost like 8 years now. So I'm glad we're finally doing something together. So I appreciate everything.
So am I.
And I see you at Venice every now and then at the Hare Rama Hare Krishna temple. So next time I'll say hi.
I had the same thing, Mr. CREMO. I was in contact with I guess one of your staff about 1.5 years ago, and we were going to do an interview, but unfortunately some things happened on my end and we weren't able to connect. We had a date set and everything was done, and I just didn't return the email because I actually got very sick. And, kind of missed the opportunity to interview you at that time. But, I'm very happy and very glad that I got to, spend these short few minutes with you and, get into your brain. And because, like I say, you're a true legend. And I really appreciate, all your work. And thank you, Neil, for giving me this opportunity to, interview, truly a living legend. So, I appreciate that. And thank you, everyone, for watching.
You're welcome. Okay, take care, Michael. We'll talk soon. And just to let everybody know, we are going to start working with Michael on a more constant basis now that we've sparked the connection. So we're going to have Michael doing, it's not for a while now because I'm booked. I'm literally booked a year ahead into the future with events. If you go to portaltoascension.org, go to online events, every event up until like August next year is up there, including Michael CREMO's Forbidden Archaeology one. So you can sign up for any of them. We have a lot of free events too, so do check them out. But first, what I want to do in this moment is I want to take a moment here and breathe. I think we should all maybe take some breaths together before we get into the next presentation. And if you haven't noticed, today has been, we started out with meditation, we started out with nutrition, some practical awareness, then we went into hardcore information on sound and frequency and quantum physics. Yes, that's the one, Venice Boulevard, exactly. So we went into quantum physics, sound and vibration, and the realm of frequency.
And then that led into ancient civilizations, which really connects into sound and vibration as well. And the next presenter we're going to have on with Journey to Truth podcast, Aaron and Tyler, we're bring them on in a second. They're going to go ahead and interview Brad OLSEN, who, he's been many places in the world, but Antarctica, he has a lot of information from there. Then we're going to bring on Jamie Janover, and we're going to talk about ancient structures and the connection to fractal space-time geometry. It's going to be really cool. And then after that, the grand finale with my great friend who's in the chat room right now, TRICIA McCannon. I'm so excited because I haven't seen her face in a long time. So we're going to have her on. And so we're going hardcore ancient civilizations. But first, let's just all take a moment here. We have around 600 people tuning in all the platforms through the streams. And then there's watch parties. So there's at least 2,000, 2,500 people, at least I would say, because there's watch parties going on, some with 20, 30 people that I'm aware of tuning into this right now. So let's all take a deep breath in through the nose. Out of the mouth. It's the perfect opportunity to breathe together. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. Feeling the connection with everybody online. Keep breathing. Centering ourselves. Allowing all the information that we've been acquiring, accepting, receiving, remembering, all of that information to come and unlock and integrate into our consciousness now. We are disclosure. So now I'm going to go ahead and bring on Journey to Truth podcast, Aaron and Tyler, so they can bring on Brad. Journey to Truth, are you there?
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
Can you hear?
Guys? Yep. How are you today?
We're great, man. How are you doing? It's been a long weekend for you.
Yeah, I'm good. I got really good energy today. Everything's been going great. And I know I'm just really excited, brother. And I'm so happy that you guys were a part of this whole thing.
Yeah, thank you. We've been honored.
Thank you for asking us to do it.
So much to take in from all this. I'm sure people are enjoying it. So.
Yep. So you guys ready for the next presenter?
Yeah. Go ahead and bring them on.
I'm gonna hand it over to you. Then you guys take it away.
All right. How's it going, guys? I hope you're enjoying this as much as we have been. I know there's only so many people watching, but I mean the amount of people that this is going to reach is really it's important right now. Life-changing information being presented worldwide is all we can be asking for right now. So up next, we have Brad OLSEN. For those of you who don't know who he is an award-winning author, publisher at CCC Publishing and other books on travel and esoterica. He is founder of the San Francisco How Weird Street Fair. Today, we are going to be diving into some ancient civilizations, I believe, and I believe he has some information on Antarctica, which I'm really excited to hear about. How's it going over there, Brad? I believe you're still muted. He's still muted, I believe. Yeah,
still muted.
There you go. How's it going?
Welcome to Ascension. Super happy to be here. I was at a watch party last night with the UFO panel. Sedona is where I'm at right now. Glad to be in touch and talk about CREMO left off. Met him at a conference. He's a full presenter. His books are amazing. He's one of our OGs business with some of his information on how to place artifacts and so forth.
Internet's a little choppy, Brad.
We're having some connection issues. It's a little choppy.
Try inside a little closer.
Yeah, try that. The worst case scenario, or a different scenario, let's say, would be you taking a video off and doing audio only for bandwidth, but let's see if we can keep the video on.
Yeah, I'm outside close to the router and outside, but maybe, is this any better?
It's hard to tell when you're moving so much.
You hear me any better now?
A little bit.
That might be better.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better so far.
We'll know once you start talking
again.
He's still muted.
Oh, you're muted again. Oh, there we go.
Working?
So far, see, introduce yourself really quick. We'll see how it sounds.
Hello, everybody at Portal to Ascension. My name is Brad Olson. Happy to be here reporting live, Arizona.
I think, what if we try shutting off your video like Neil suggested and we just do audio? Would that be okay with you, Neil?
Yeah,
we'll try that.
Whatever we can do to get a good connection. Or
Okay,
you
I
can
will.
from your phone, Brad. Brad, your phone might be better.
And okay.
Oh, there we go.
You wanna? Is that better?
Yeah, we hear you. This is much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
That fixed it.
Great. Well, yeah. So I was at the UFO panel last night here in Sedona, Arizona, with the JJ and Desiree Hertak and Alan Steinfeld. We were watching with about 40 people in the audience. It was pretty cool seeing you guys put this together. And what a great event. You guys really pulled it off. This is amazing.
Yeah, it has been amazing.
So if you
It's still breaking up a little bit, but I think we might be able to get away.
you know a little bit about me. Okay. So I was just in Antarctica last year. A fourth trip in South America and 26 days on a sailboat in South America. In fact, I was with Adam Apala, who was on the panel last night, and Jamie Jandover, who's coming on next in South America with Nassim Harriman and Brian Forrester. And we're going to all the megalithics, the Sacred Valley, all the important places, Peru and Bolivia. So really connected with these guys who I'm happy to see are part of the Port to Ascension conference as well. And so a little bit about myself. I'm the author of 10 books. My 10th book will be out at the end of this year. It's called Beyond Esoteric, Escaping Prison Planet. And it is along the lines of esoteric series with modern esoteric, future esoteric, which has been out for a couple years now and still doing quite well. And I will be doing a whole new presentation next year called the Hidden Esoteric in Plain Sight presentation. But for this year, COVID year, when our conferences were canceled in the middle part of the year or gone online, had the opportunity to finish my 10th book. And so sometimes when life gives you lemons, you just make lemonade. And it's been a great experience to do conferences. In fact, last weekend I was at Wopila conference here in Sedona. So they are coming back. But now this is one of 3 more internet conferences that I'll be doing for the rest of this year. And then starting to get booked for conferences in 2021. So let's hope this whole thing's over and we can all be face to face again. And we don't have to deal with these technology glitches.
Yeah, no kidding. So I'm very curious to hear about what you're gonna bring forward to us about Antarctica.
Sure. Yeah. So as far as I'm the only researcher in this field who has endeavored to go down there just to look into some of the mysteries that we've heard about what might be there, from antediluvian civilizations under the ice to pyramids poking out to massive crafts that are 3 miles across that the intelligence has nicknamed Nina Pinta Maria. I think I've pinpointed one of them in the New Schwabenland area, and we could talk about the Nazis' presence down there. When I was looking at maps, when I was getting ready for this trip, I found a National Geographic map from the 1980s. I was really surprised to see West German bases still occupied the New Schwabenland area. They never left. Germans have been down there since the 1930s. That's part of the big mysteries of what's down there. And then you have all these famous people going down there around the time president election, including John Kerry himself being there on election day 4 years ago. And you'd think he'd be to help his party, but he went and disappeared for 2 days. I have a friend who's actually on his way down to McMurdo right now for another session working at the largest base in Antarctica. And he reports that, yeah, nobody knew where Kerry was going. So there's some information that there are these large under ice bases there that may be production facilities or tied into extraterrestrials. I'll just tell you this: if there was any place in the world where you wanted to hide out on the surface, Antarctica would be the place. Because before the all the people start going back there, the tourism season starts in November. I don't know if many trips are going to be happening this year, but right around now, there's only about 1,000 humans on the entire continent of Antarctica, and that is the 5th largest continent in the world. And to be that sparsely populated, it really was, my experience, like going to another planet, like going to this planet or knows glaciers just come crashing down in the water, and even the animals have no fear of humans. It was a really amazing experience, but I did get very ill on the way down from seasickness crossing the Drake Passage, one of the roughest seas in the world. So
yeah,
feeling like things are rolling pretty good.
No, as soon as you flip the video on,
You
we
want
start
to you what?
I said, as soon
Should I
as you
turn it
flip
off?
that video on, we start losing you.
Then we'll keep it off.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
Click.
So,
sucks, but yeah.
I have a really quick question. So today, some anonymous account on Twitter shared footage of it looked like a skydiving or some type of expedition to Antarctica. And it was footage of this military team basically parachuting down to Antarctica and landing near 3 pyramids. And no one knows if this is legit footage or if it's CGI or what it is. I know Edge of Wonder shared it out. I was just curious if you were aware of this video going around.
I am, and I just watched it right before we came on. I don't think it's real, to be quite honest with you. I do know where some of the pyramids are located, and the most symmetrical of the 3 areas is only one single. These ones look like they were just Great Pyramids of Egypt, actually, and just CGI. You notice how blurry they were. Couldn't really get a good fixation on the pyramids themselves. And it's too bad I can't share some videos. I'd show you what I'm talking about. But I'll tell you what, I've been in touch with several outfitters who work on doing expeditions for people down there. And I floated the idea of pyramids down in Antarctica, and I showed them these pictures of what looked like pyramids. And they said, no, they're not. They're what they call nunataks, just attractive mountains. And I said, well, has anybody ever gone to check them out, do a sample, climb on them? And they're like, no, we just kind of fly over them, but we've never been down there. So I'd say the jury's still out, but I think that military one that is going around it's not legit. It should have been a lot clearer video. It just looks like they spliced a bunch of other things. And you see, guys, that's really one of the reasons I wanted to go down there and try to sift through all these rumors and innuendos and find out what exactly is real and what's not. And I'll tell you what is absolutely 100% real is there is a big no-fly zone over the South Pole. That we found out absolutely positively is happening, that year round, even when there's nobody down there, it's still a no-fly zone. And as I was on with, there you go. As I was on with George Norrie right when I got back, and he was saying, well, why do they need a no-fly zone? Nobody's down there. What do they need to hold that area from planes? And that's a good point. And that's also incidentally where Linda Moulton Howe's whistleblower Brian S. said he flew over and saw this massive hole, which Admiral Byrd himself was a pilot, and he himself flew over it and said that it was so big you could safely fly a plane into it, circle around, and fly back. Now you can see one of these photos, the one that's up right now, way in the distance is a pyramid. That does not look like the one in the video. There is one that is very close to the ocean, and I believe that one. There's another in the Shackleton Range that I have pictures of, and that's the one you see most frequently on Ancient Aliens and other shows, and that is not the one featured in the video either. So I don't know where those three are, but the fact that they look so much like the Great Pyramids just me to believe they're probably fake.
Yeah, well, thanks for clarifying that, because I mean, obviously I had speculations, but I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Sure.
So,
and we all want to believe that that there are these things. Yep.
Oh, nothing. I was just gonna. So as far as like any disclosure that's coming forward, do you know of like, for sure, is there like ancient civilizations, artifacts and stuff like that that have been recovered by mainstream science that they're just waiting to release to the public? Do you know anything about that or not?
No, I can't say for sure. I can't sure that there are these large cracks of the ice. I can just say that from snooping on Google Earth and following all the videos that come out on Antarctica that there are some tantalizing clues. However, in my presentation I give called The Hidden Anomalies of Antarctica, I also show that there's masking, that there are areas that are intentionally whited out, screened over, not even with much touch job at all, just a flat white screen. So that leads me to believe that they are hiding some things down there, but then others are very, some tantalizing clues that there may be some antediluvian civilizations. There's places I show in my presentation that look like Mayan pyramids with perfect right angles and staircases going up the middle. And as we know, Mother Nature does not create perfect right angles. It's very infrequent that you would have anything like that just by chance. So that leads me to believe that a lot of these may be wishful thinking, almost like how a lot of the UFO images may not be, it might be our own ship, they might be clever CGI. I just think we have to be very discerning when we look at what here down there, it's not on there. For example, I was told that the military ran operations down there, and that is not the case. Since the Antarctica Treaty in 1961, it is not permitted for militaries to do operations, test nuclear bombs, and that's kind of interesting. Why would they put that in the Antarctica Treaty unless we were testing bombs? And then there's still to this day a classified operation called Project Argus, when we were lighting up the high atmosphere with nuclear bombs, which was alternative 1, 2, that we're going to release all the bad greenhouse gases through the holes we poke in the upper atmosphere. And that created in the ozone. Remember, we heard some about that when we were kids, that aerosol was destroying the atmosphere. It wasn't that at all. It was nuking the atmosphere, and that created those holes in the southern hemisphere. But I think they also lobbed a couple nukes over at the German base, at base 211, or also known as the New Berlin base, in the late 1950s. And that was in response to the Operation High Jump expedition led by Admiral Byrd, which up and turned around 2 months into after they were confronted with craft that Admiral Byrd told a Chilean journalist have the ability to fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. Well, guys, as far as I know, we still don't have craft that could fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. So this was 1946, 1947 high jump, where a craft came out of the water, split one of our destroyers in half, called the U.S. Murdoch. They could not this thing down, precipitated the hasty retreat from the southern oceans right ashore of Robinland. So there are really interesting things that are going down there. Now, Neil's showing some of these images of Antarctica, iceberg melting. This was one of the first we saw as we were watching the continent peaking on the shell, floating north in warmer oceans and eventually melting. And there absolutely is melting going on there. There are areas of ice that is just much lower. There is a lot of calving, and then there's a lot of animal species down there that are moving around because the cold water penguins are now shrinking in size because the warm weather penguin moving into their territory, things like that. But I'll tell you this, I start my presentation with this image of Antarctica by NASA, and it shows these areas, especially where I was, the northern tip of the Palmer Peninsula, is melting very rapidly in area we went to. And it was very evident, and there were scientists that were studying it. They were telling us about it as well. But on this NASA map, it also shows areas that are cooling, that are actually accumulating ice. And that's probably why we don't see the sea levels making any kind of drastic moves up or down. The other thing is, this year, they have had one of the harshest winters on record down in southern Patagonia, where hundreds of heads of cattle and sheep have all frozen to death, and they've gotten record snow. So it doesn't seem like it's a universal warming, but it looks like it's extreme warming and then extreme cooling events. So it is more like a change or climate things in change, and no other place like Antarctica is feeling the pressure where no people live, but our north and south are feeling the effect of climate change more than anywhere else in the world, because they're so sensitive to any sort of change. So it's interesting to talk to climatologists when they explain what's going on in the Arctic and Antarctic region. Of course, we know in the Arctic region, with the warming, you have a lot of methane gas that's being released from the peat bogs of Siberia, for example. And this is contributing to the ongoing climate change, greenhouse gases that are entering the atmosphere and wreaking havoc in certain areas. But how Mother Nature is able to balance that out with areas of cooling and actually accumulating ice in the Antarctica is one great mystery that I would love to know the answer to, that I'm not quite sure how to say that is happening. But things are definitely moving down there, including a lot of the massive ice shelves. Just this last summer, you have pieces of chunks of Ross ice shelf the size of Delaware breaking off. I mean, the pieces are getting bigger as well that break off from ice shelves there. And can you imagine a ship would just be about the size of that little iceberg you see on the left? That's how big some of these shelves are, like 30 or 40 stories tall and perfectly flat. So we had to do iceberg watch when we were on the sailboat. There was just 14 of us, 3 Americans and 4 or 11 Poles. And the vessel we were on was from Poland. So it was really going down there. You know, like I said, I got really sick. I lost about 25 pounds on the Drake Passage, not eating for several days. Talk about a crash diet. If anybody out there really wants to lose a lot of weight fast, take a boat over to Antarctica, and that'll happen for you. Even on a cruise ship, about 50% people on cruise ship get seasick. But on our boat, caught a storm, and it was really rough going. My partner at the time, Emily Infinity, she thought we were done for. She didn't think we were going to make it, but I told her, as long as the boat doesn't take on water, we're going to get through it. Of course we did.
Awesome. Now,
so
one thing is,
what do you guys think? Yeah.
Well, one thing is for sure that if the ice keeps melting, if something is down there, it's just Mother Nature is going to expose it without us having to do much about it. And that could be one way we're going to really discover what's going on down there. And it's interesting, like you said.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, that it's just going to melt and expose this stuff. So it could be happening because of the melting ice. That's a good point. Since you got to understand the distances are so vast to travel over the continent that it would be very difficult to go to these places. It's very expensive as well.
Oh, I can imagine. We have a question from somebody about your books. I know this is switching subjects a little bit, but they're curious to know if your esoteric books are meant to be read in the order they were written in. Are they in chronological order, or does it matter?
Well, great question. Yeah, Modern Esoteric, Beyond Our Senses is book 1 in the series. They can be read that way. It doesn't necessarily have to be so. I never repeat my information. All the chapters are unique. Future Esoteric, The Unseen Realms, it goes more into the secret state and how the UFO, ET phenomenon has been covered up for so long, and then has a forward-looking final section called Utopia, which looks at solutions for humanity and ways that we move forward. And now Beyond Esoteric are all these subjects that hadn't been covered by the esoteric teachers of the 19th century. They would have no idea what transhumanism is or certain things that are happening to us today that in my description is going beyond the esoteric. It's very much a unique 21st century exploration of what is being hidden from us. And that is the real word. Occult means that which is hidden, and esoteric means that which is known by a select few. So when everybody starts to understand subject, the word actually changes to exoteric, and that's when it becomes common knowledge. But time when it's known to only a few, these are esoteric subjects. And no, the books do not have to be read in sequential order. They can all be standalone. But it kind of does help to know the full length of what I'm talking about to go into in the book on to the next chapter of each book.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. Another person has a question. Anonymous attendee wants to know if you can take a radar-equipped flight over selected sites in Antarctica.
A radar flight. Well, what I've been hearing is people are flying drones over. There's only one satellite that goes over Antarctica once a day, because we were trying to do some live netcasts, and it's just prohibitively expensive and difficult. We have connection for a very short period each day. To fly planes over, well, like I said, there's the big no-fly zone near the South Pole. But per the Antarctica Treaty, this is another misconception. People think that you wouldn't be able to go or the military would stop you. It's not the case. In fact, all we did was check out of the Argentinian customs. And it was the first time in my life I got stamped out of a destination, but not stamped in. In fact, we did not get stamped back in until we returned to Ushuaia, Argentina. So that's kind of a unique thing about it. It is kind of a no man's land down there where people may not have the opportunity to feel like they're in any kind of country at all. In fact, the whole Antarctica Treaty treats Antarctica as a biosphere that is owned by all people, not by any nations. There are some claims by countries, but they're not really recognized by the international community or the Antarctica Treaty. It is a biosphere that is open to science as well as discovery, which means tourism. So we're allowed to drown there. But again, the distances are so vast. To do one of these outfitter trips is tens of thousands of dollars per person. So it's a bit of an expense. And our trip was several $1,000s a person as well to be on this sailboat. And I feel like we got a deal. You go down in a cruise ship, you're only there for 5 full days. We were down there for 15 full days, although it took several long back.
Where do you stand on the Antarctica is Atlantis theory? I know there's a lot of researchers who have proven that half of the continent was flash frozen, as opposed to the other half that looks like it was frozen during the longer process, and the side that was flash frozen looks like it was once a tropical paradise.
Yeah, that's a great question. And in fact, there are many fossils, a place called Mount Beardmore or Mount Buckley at the top of the Beardmore Glacier, where ferns and dinosaur bones can be found, which could only have lived in a temperate environment. Not necessarily on the equator, but more like a 45-degree ship would have sent Antarctica into its present position. That is the eastern Antarctica, the big pie, round-shaped part of Antarctica. That is one of the oldest land masses on Earth. It's been dated at over 3 billion years old. It's a portion of Pangaea that broke off and moved down there at some time. And you have Western Antarctica, that big finger, and the Transantarctic Mountains, which is the newer portion of the continent at only 700 million years old. And that indeed is where some people think the Atlantis antediluvian civilizations can be found. In fact, that's where Corey Good pinpointed it as well. And in those areas, that eastern Antarctica, well, that did come right down the mid-Atlantic, which is also geothermically active. And Antarctica is the most volcanoes of any continent of the world. It's the most geothermically active continent. So there are all sorts of volcanoes, hot springs, and the propensity for these giant domes to be under the ice, which, if warmed by geothermal activity, could actually not be that cold, could be livable. Of course, you'd have to grow your own food. You'd have to import just about everything because there's not of resources that you could tap into down there except for fresh water.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that there's some.
This looks like a picture.
I've definitely heard there's some underwater lakes there. And unfortunately, believe it or not, we're just about out of time already. It flies by when you only have 40 minutes and you're talking about some amazing stuff. So is there any last words, any last thing you want to plug or promote before we turn it back over to Neil?
Well, it was a pleasure speaking to you guys. I knew it would go quick. It's an important subject. I'm hoping that you enjoyed some of this information I presented here. And if you want to know more about me, bradolsen.com is my website, and ECC Publishing is my book publishing website. And I invite you all to take a look at what I've got and check out my new book, Beyond Esoteric, when it comes out in another month at the end of this year.
Well, thank you so much, Brad, for coming on and sharing all that amazing stuff. You're definitely getting me interested into looking into Antarctica a little more. So, and I'm sure a lot of other people too. And everybody who's listening, if you don't know who we are, I'm Tyler. This is Aaron from Journey to Truth podcast. I know Neil introduced us, but yeah, if you feel compelled at all, come head over to our channel and check us out. We're always looking for new followers, and we're doing a lot of awesome stuff there. And we are getting ready to turn this back over to Neil. And there he is right there. I think Jamie Janover is next. Ancient structures and a connection to fractal space-time geometry. It sounds amazing.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good conversation. Thank you guys. And thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Brad.
Oh, thank you, Neil. Thanks for having me on.
For sure.
See you guys later.
Probably jump in on the closing panel and say goodbye to everybody.
Yes, yes, please. All right. All right, moving on, guys. We're going to get to our next speaker, but first I'm going to bring on my co-host for this. We have Brendan from Paradigm Shift Central. He's going to join me to bring on Jamie Janover. Let me see if I can find him. Here he is. So I hope you're all feeling really well. We're in the final stretch of 5 days. We only have about 2 hours left. We're going a little over. So we're just picking up even more momentum, just getting this energy together so that we can start making real change on Earth and be informed while we do it. Brandon, you there? So while we wait for Brandon, if you guys do want to support us in any way possible, if you want to continue supporting us, you can join our Patreon, patreon.com/portal to ascension. If you want to support us just for this event, so we can do more like this online global community every year, maybe even twice a year, you can donate to us. And hopefully Tanya is around. She can go ahead and put that in the room there. Brandon, you around?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Neil, can you hear me okay?
Yep. How you doing, brother?
Awesome. Doing great, man. Excited for this one. This is going to be, again, just these final interviews, just counting down the moments that we got here together. It's going to be exciting. You've done a wonderful job, and it's great to be here again.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Do you want to get into introducing the next guest?
Absolutely. Do we got Jamie all queued up and ready to go?
Yep, he's ready.
Perfect. And just confirming, what time are we wrapping this one up at?
We're going to go for 45 minutes on this one. So.
Okay. So about quarter after then. Perfect. Cool. Okay. So for those of you who aren't familiar, Jamie Janover has long been interested in the intersection of science and all things considered philosophical and spiritual. After years of investigating the subject, when he first came across Nassim Haramein, many of whom you will recognize the name of, lecturing at a music festival, The Dots Connected. He has been delving ever deeper into the world of unified physics and ancient cultures through the lens of Nassim Haramein and other theories ever since, sharing resonant information in multimedia presentations he delivers while on tour as a musician. Taught by Nassim Haramein how to deliver extensive presentations on his unified field theory, Jamie has gone on to become an official ambassador for the Resonance Science Foundation. He is also a member of the faculty of their online Resonance Academy and co-hosts the Ancient Origins section of the Academy's core course, as well as hosting his own online course in the Resonance Academy called Ancient Egypt Revisited. So an extensive interview for, again, a very exciting person that we're happy to be able to have on. So if we got Jamie all ready and queued up, let's get Jamie in here. And
there he is.
Jamie, welcome.
Go ahead, unmute.
Awesome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Welcome, Jamie.
How you doing?
How's it going?
Doing good, man. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Thank you for doing this. As always, I appreciate you very much, Neil, for doing these kinds of things and, sticking your neck out. Some of this stuff is on the edge. And so, it takes some bravery, and I applaud you for going for it. And because we need to go for it right now, obviously, right?
Yeah, there's no holding back at this point. There never really was, right? But now all the stops are being pulled out, and it's kind of game time for everybody. So we just got to go full throttle with what we believe and our mission, really.
Well, there's a lot of people out there and they're not all doing what you're doing. So I'm just, again, giving you props for really, you're pushing it farther than most humans in terms of like connecting dots and getting all these folks onto this 5-day long thing. Like, it's not simple. It's not easy. I've done some stuff like this and produced things. And what Neil's doing, you guys, is very ornate and involves a lot of communication very often, multiple times with every single person and people you don't see. So thank you again, Neil, for like including me in this, because it's really an honor, especially like speaking right after Brad, because we were in Peru together, and so just to connect these threads and the places around the world and the timeline, because it's very complex. Stuff is way more complex than we were told in school. Like infinitely more complex. And a lot of the stuff we were taught even a few decades ago was completely ridiculous. Some of it was so wrong. And now we have to like correct the record so that the kids growing up right now can go, Mom, the slaves didn't build the pyramids, right? And she's like, what are you talking about? I took that in school. And the kids are like, oh, Mom, So yeah, I just feel like it's good to be a part of that movement of making things correct that were incorrect. And as we have new information, we should be able to update the textbooks really quickly. And I feel like that doesn't happen that quickly. And there shouldn't be textbooks, right? Like we like basically get rid of the old textbooks because we have to update them. And then within a very short amount of time, we're like, oh, we have to update that again. So we could probably just stop chopping down trees at this point and just give the kids the app update that's like, yeah, NASA's got a new update. Here's the new planet. Here's the new astronomics that we just discovered and all this stuff. So
yeah, we operate very inefficiently in the world, because of the way that we handle our resources. Even oil companies, they invest in 30 years loans in order to have pipelines built. So for those 30 years, they don't want to invest in anything that will take away from petrol, right? So we put all of our energy and our focus into wrong places. I know you've been speaking for a while about the origins of humanity and rewriting the textbooks, re-educating the public. Why don't you get into maybe talking about your history a little bit and how you came into this? Because what I truly love about your information isn't, I love everything you do in Nassim Haramein, but I love the connection you make with ancient sites and structures and how that is advanced, basically quantum physics and geometry that we're only now rediscovering. So maybe you can start off by taking us into that world.
Yeah, that's a tall order in that you're dealing with unified field theory, which for those who are not super familiar is, a physics theory that describes everything in the universe, right? From infinitely large to infinitely small, so that no matter what observation you make, it fits into that theory. And then there's the ancient civilization rewriting our history of where we came from. Most of us got taught the whole out of Africa hypothesis and a very kind of linear, simple, easy to visualize migration of where humans started and then where they moved and what they did. And that is ridiculously simplified. And we now know that theory is not only incorrect, but it's so many layers more complicated than we thought. We keep finding new species of hominid that we didn't even know. So the whole missing link story that we got is a missing chain, and it's more like fractal missing chains. So it's just so much more complex than we knew. Every time we think we know how stuff works, we come up with a whole nother layer of observations and theories that show that it was a little bit more complicated than we thought. And now the interesting thing that's happening is that the convergence of the physics and the geometry that was encoded by ancient civilizations is coming together, and it's actually simplifying and becoming easier. In other words, physics got so complicated, they kept having to add more and more complicated math onto a very complicated thing until they were like, yeah, this doesn't fit with this, but if we add more dimensions, then it might work. And then they don't define what a dimension is, and it gets super weird. And they start saying there's quantum weirdness, right? And nothing makes sense. And then the geometry comes in and you go, hold on a second. What? There's structure to space. Oh, the study of structure in space is geometry. What is the geometry of space? That's a good question. That's where Nassim goes. And then long story short, the geometry of space-time was encoded by the ancient civilizations. Now, what that geometry is and how you derive that and why it makes sense as that geometry, that's kind of a long story. But you can basically say that tetrahedrons, the most foundational Platonic solid, is the seed of this geometry. And if you put 8 of them together pointing in, you get a perfectly balanced geometry called the cuboctahedron, right? The vector equilibrium. And 8 tetrahedrons pointing out, you get a star tetrahedron. And so anybody's following this information is like, oh yeah, star tetrahedron. Oh yeah, vector equilibrium. Thank you, Buckminster Fuller. Oh yeah, the torus. That's the most foundational pattern of energy in the universe. And it's going around like this in different hemispheres, singularity in the center. There's a geometry to that. That fractally goes out infinitely bigger and infinitely smaller in a hollow fractal lattice structure that you could call an infinite tetrahedral array. And that geometry we find in ancient cultures all around the world, encoded in things like pyramids and all these different cultures, the flower of life symbol, the yin yang, the I Ching, all these calendrical systems that deal with 24 and hexagonal lattice structures, all these different traditions pointing towards the same basic seed set of information that is basically geometric information. So that doesn't seem like a coincidence, right? Like all the stuff that I was taught in high school, I'm like, okay, all right. And then it's like, wait, what? You think there's a certain amount of mass and you can't find it, so you invent a new type of matter that you have no evidence for whatsoever and just throw it into your equation and say, just give us billions of dollars. We're going to find this stuff called dark matter. Guess what? We've been looking for that for decades and spent hundreds of billions of dollars and tens of thousands of PhDs have probably been given to people looking for dark matter. And it's missing, not because there's some mysterious type of matter that's not there. It's that they misinterpreted the energy that's in the space that's not empty. If you account for the amount of energy in the fabric of space at the quantum scale, then you don't need dark matter anymore. And the geometry and the ratios of how the universe is organizing itself in an infinite scale, past the universe to the multiverse, and past the atom, past the proton, past the Planck, which is the smallest vibration we can measure. Smaller than that goes infinitely small. All those scales have a very, very specific geometric ratio, and that is this new unified field scaling law that Nassim Haramein is about to publish. It's called, oh my gosh, I hope I can remember this off the top of my head. It's scale invariant unification in fields, particles, and something else. I'm forgetting the name off the top of my head. I'm so sorry. But he has a brand new paper that's about to come out, and it's at resonantscience.org. And this is Nassim Haramein, the unified field theorist. And he's been writing papers that are getting closer and closer to this unification. And the next paper that's about to come out that he's been working on for quite some time is this next level, showing these scales and this ratio from the infinitely small to the infinitely large. And it all has to do with geometry, and all these ancient civilizations were encoding this geometry. That's gotta be beyond a coincidence. So then if it's not a coincidence, how did the ancient civilizations know the theorized geometry of the fabric of the vacuum, according to a unified field theorist that only came up with this stuff since the scientific method was invented, which wasn't very long ago compared to the ancient civilizations, using modern technology, using very advanced ways of observing the universe, collating all that data and deriving a geometry and going, wait a minute, this geometry is very familiar. I've seen it all over the place. Yeah, it's because they knew about that geometry somehow. And then that raises the big, big questions, which I'm sure you guys have been talking about over these days, of maybe information came from off of our tetra. It wasn't part of the earth, right? It was extra tetra real information, which is what you would call the extraterrestrial information. So that's a theory, the ancient aliens theory of, yeah, they came down and they were like, okay, what's up? Here's the deal. Yeah, we're not God. We just happen to come from that star over there. And they're, oh, okay, we'll call you the sun gods. Okay, we'll be the sun gods. There's a lot of folks that said about the sun gods, and everybody that I was taught when I was a kid, oh, isn't that quaint that the ancient civilizations didn't really know what was going on, so they made up these myths and legends, right, about Zeus on the cloud, and then, you know, the ark flying in the sky. And if you didn't have terminology for advanced physics and technology back in the day, you would tell stories that sound very familiar to the stories that you see written in books like the Bible and ancient Hindu scriptures and the Vedas and all kinds of stuff, and the Mayan calendar. So all this to say that our entire story of where we came from, how the universe works, anthropology, archaeology, sociology, psychology, biophysics, epigenetics, you know, all these studies, all the ologies, if you want, are all having to be rewritten very rapidly because the new information is coming faster and faster as the technology gets better and better. And the more people like us go, blah, blah, blah. Did you find out about what that guy said over there? Because check out. And then somebody goes, no, I didn't see that. Thank you for telling me that. And so that's why I keep telling people like Neil and all the other people that are doing stuff like this, good work, because we need to advance that process of the feedback loop of the information so we can get as resonant and accurate and, you know, perfectly in tune with what's actually going on in the universe so that we can make really good decisions about how to proceed from here. Because so far, we've done some good things and we've done some things that we know are not so good. And so we should stop doing the not so good things right now, like yesterday, and change the way we do business on this planet. And for me, one of the big ones would be how we make energy so that we're not sending particulate into the atmosphere. That would be a nice way to start. And guess what? The good news is that the unified physics that Nassim Haramein and others around the world are writing is pointing towards what we call the unified field. You can see about that in the new Thrive film, for example, which is that the space-time itself is filled with energy. And if we learn how to get the energy out of the space, like we learned how to get electromagnetism out of the space, boy, that was convenient, right? Because I wouldn't be able to talk to you unless we realized there was an invisible field of energy that you can't see unless there's a lightning bolt. And then how are you going to get that into your devices? Boy, that's going to be complicated. Yeah, it was, but we figured it out. Now we're going to learn how to get energy to come right out of space. Instead of having to do combustion and burn stuff, we're going to get energy right from space-time. As soon as we do that, as soon as that is widely available, then there's no more scarcity whatsoever. Then we have unlimited amount of energy, unlimited amount of work or power or whatever you want to call it, which means a whole bunch of people that are literally slaving away right now don't have to slave away anymore. And we can decide how cool can we make everything? How beautiful can we make everything? How great art and music festivals can we do? And it's going to be about how much fun and comfort and love can we have happening instead of how many resources can I hoard because I have this misconception that there's a finite amount of energy in an infinite holographic field. That is not very intuitive. So that's why I've been on my own little personal mission to help folks like Nassim Haramein and Robert Edward Grant and Alan Green and all these other folks that are coming up with incredible insights about how the universe works. And it turns out that it's right on and it's super resonant and that there's evidence for it all over the place. And at the same time, the powers that make the construction that we're in right now is the same big overarching system that ties in to all aspects of society. And what I'm trying to say is the educational system and the hierarchy of who gets what papers published when and how is messy, super messy. So if you don't have a PhD and you're a physicist who writes incredible equations, doesn't matter how good that math is, if you start saying stuff that is perceived by the mainstream to be totally left field, then people are like, oh, I don't know. That guy talks about extraterrestrials. I don't know about that math. And that's not logical either. Take the name off the paper, show the math to the physicist. Does this geometry work out? Because check it out, we can predict, because of this holographic field, you can look at the proton and predict stuff about the universe. You can look at the universe and predict stuff about the proton. And that's what Nassim is doing. He's looking at the proton very closely and how small those little Planck spherical units fit inside there, 10 to the 60 of them inside of a proton. And that ratio is giving him predictions like the temperature of the universe, the background radiation of the universe, the size of the universe. Nassim predicted the radius of the proton in 2012, and only a few months later, it was reconfirmed by an accelerator in Switzerland. And it was within the margin of error of the experiment. And he doesn't have a particle accelerator. He was doing this out of theory, out of straight observation, out of straight geometry and ratios. And it has to do with the flower of life, three-dimensional sphere packing. So hold on a second. Ancient civilizations were encoding the geometry of the Planck spherical units that make the proton somehow. That's unbelievable. Like, how did that happen? That's why it's infinitely fascinating to go around the world and be like, wait a second, how did they make, standing there with Brian Forrester and Nassim Haramein and Brad Olsen, looking at the stuff in Peru, for example, just being like, there is no way. They had vine ropes and they were pulling the stuff from the top of the mountain down into the valley and back up and building all this stuff, Ollantaytambo and Machu Picchu and all over the place in Sacsayhuaman and Cusco. And then again, of course, the Great Pyramid of Giza, which is such a huge topic that I have an entire online course about it. And then stuff like in Mexico, going to see Teotihuacan and seeing the amount of alignment and the amount of coincidental, complete alignment with Giza and Teotihuacan. The area of the base of the Pyramid of the Sun and the Great Pyramid is only about 3% different. That could be a coincidence. Anything could be a coincidence. But when all these different things all point to the same place, then the chance of it being a coincidence goes way down. So this was my attempt to try to fit a 4-hour presentation into 20 minutes. How was that, Neil? You got photos?
I got your Instagram up. You want me to put that up?
Well, yeah, whatever you feel like. If you want to steer this into any direction.
Yeah, Brandon, what do you feel?
Yeah, I was actually just gonna give some again some admiration to your Instagram. For those of you who haven't checked out Jamie's Instagram, I think that would actually be really great to even just bring up on screen, because again, just that's something that I'm sure people would be fascinated to hear, is the places that you have visited, even within just like the last couple of years, both with Nassim and again making it to the many different pyramids. One thing I was kind of curious just while listening to this, when we're talking about being able to see the world through the understanding of the theory and through the perception of understanding what sacred geometry is, it's almost like literally by beginning to think that way, it's almost like an upgrade for the operating system of the mind. And I was kind of curious, Jamie, just kind of give a chance to just be able to talk more about like, what is the feeling that people go through once that operating system starts running? Because I know for myself, it wasn't just a philosophical perception. There was a very real feeling when you start seeing the world through the lens of sacred geometry and all the things that you've been talking about. I'd be curious to know, like, if you can explain that both in your own words and when you've seen other people will have those moments where you can like see it click in them and they're like, and it's almost like very psychedelic, So Jamie, I'd be curious to that. Plus, again, any of the travel adventures, we can get into that as well. But pass it back, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. No doubt. Basically, what happens is people can intuitively tell that there's something that they've been taught, the way that the world works, that is A, disappointing, B, doesn't make any sense, C, intuitively doesn't feel correct. And then somebody like Nassim Haramein, it could be anybody, right? It could be an ancient spiritual master where you read some ancient text and you're like reading Lao Tzu, or you're reading Mohammed, or you're reading the Bible, or you're reading something like related to the I Ching or the Mayan calendar, or you're reading a book that is something by somebody like, I don't know, Joseph Campbell, or it's Graham Hancock, or it's somebody that has connected a bunch of dots that weren't connected before, and they're correct. They are correct. They're coming up with new ways of saying things that they're observing in the universe that are true, that are different than what people were taught before. And then they can let go of this baggage and the weight of like, oh, that was so confusing. Now it makes sense. Phew. And you literally can feel lighter in your sense, in your consciousness of being like, okay, I let go of that baggage. And so it was a little emotional for me to let go of that because I thought I knew what was going on. And now I realize I didn't know. But now I have a much more resonant, easy to understand, beautiful construct to replace this with, that I can actually latch my emotional body and my spiritual life into, and give me the facts, give me the data, give me the numbers. Don't just give me a bunch of foo-foo, blah, 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 new age speak. I want science. I want some data. I want to have logic. I want to know. I don't want to guess. And so if you have both of those things and it gets explained in the right way and it's correct and you have it match your experience of your life, that's I think the thing that you were trying to explain, that it is kind of like this experience that it kind of takes you out of your normal reality, gives you a different perspective. And there are molecules that can do this too. But the point is you don't need the molecules, that you can have all of that feeling and go to all those places by having the knowledge and having the experience match the information being delivered in a clear and resonant way. And so I had that happen to me, right? Because I'm a musician. So I'm at my friend's festival. I'm friends with the guys in String Cheese Incident from Colorado. And they had a festival in Oregon at Horning's Hideout. And my friend Amber, who is Nassim's former partner, I knew Amber for years and I hadn't seen her in a while. And she said, oh, my new boyfriend's doing a presentation. So I saw Nassim speak in 2002 at this festival. And that happened to me, the thing I just said. And so I went, oh, okay. I read all these books. I read Tao of Physics, Dancing Woolly Masters, Elegant Universe by Brian Greene, Chaos Theory, Fractals, all this stuff. Then I see Nassim and I go, oh, I see. You're connecting all those dots and you're tying it with these dots. And then you're bringing these other dots that I didn't even know were connected to that at all, and showing me how it all perfectly scales. And it's this fractal and it's unbelievably tied into all these things that I've been thinking about for a very long time. And I was like, wow, this is next level. And I could tell how challenging it is to try to explain all this stuff in a short period of time. And so Nassim was trying to get this stuff across and I didn't get it completely. And I had to see him speak over and over and over. And I was like, oh my, I think I could explain this. And then pretty soon I started explaining it to people. And then I was able to do the thing that Nassim did to me. And I was like, oh yeah, that's infinite. I will never have to stop doing that, which is what I'm doing right now. It's what I do every day on social media. I do Nassim Harameid's social media, Resident Science social media, and Robert Edward Grant's social media. And so I'm just consistently putting out stuff about the unified field, about resonance, about the torus, about the infinite nature of space-time, all these things. And so it just has helped me to have perspective when the shit hits the fan, excuse my language, but obviously that is happening right now. And you have to have perspective on the big picture. And when you have perspective on the big picture, it really helps to get through the little bumps of the day-to-day and the stream of totally static, discombobulated information that we're bombarded with all the time, and be able to stay in the flow and be like, okay, yeah, there's all that, but, and I also happen to know about this infinite field, and that every single human is part of that, and that we're all infinite beings, really, in an infinite holographic structure we call the universe. And you actually have access to all that information. It doesn't seem like it, but that's what the Ascended Masters were trying to tell us. And now that's what quantum physics and unified physics is telling us. So that's encouraging because in the end, it's going to be okay. It doesn't always feel like it's going to be okay. And so my heart goes out to the very many people out there right now that don't feel totally okay. I'm with you because I don't always feel totally okay. And it's helpful to have these folks like we've been getting for 5 days talk about these things and be like, did you know that there's this thing that somebody figured out over here? Because like, if you didn't know about that, it might change. And you're like, no way, is that really true? I don't know. And then you start researching and you're like, wait, that actually makes sense. And you go down the rabbit hole, and some rabbit holes go sideways and you're like, oh, that was misinformation. And some rabbit holes get backed up by serious science and serious math. And when it connects to geometry, it can't be wrong. Geometry cannot be wrong. It's true. Thank you, Kepler, right? Thank you, Copernicus. Thank you, Galileo. Thank you, Da Vinci. Thank you, Walter Russell. Thank you, Nikola Tesla. And thank you, Nassim Haramein and Robert Edward Grant and Alan Green and the folks that I'm privileged enough to help amplify their messages, because I am primarily a musician and an artist and a communicator. I'm not a physicist. I'm not a mathematician. But when those guys give me the download and they're like, check this out, does this make sense? I'm like, yeah, I'll tell everybody. that's my job.
There's so many directions we can go with this. Like every time you say a sentence, 2 questions come to my head, but then you're on something else. So then I'm like, oh, what's the question I just had? But it's just like, so when I first got into everything, Nassim Haramein was actually my ticket into consciousness. Back in 2001, I think I watched something, and he did this video on the Knights Templar, right? So I didn't even know he had anything to do with mathematics or science when he was talking about the Knights Templar. And then soon after that 9-hour like video, it was like 2 videos split in half. I went into researching him more, and then I was like, whoa, this guy is like really figuring out the mathematics of oneness, you know? So I really like that, because I really didn't have any faith or belief, because I couldn't believe in blind faith my whole life growing up. I really was linearly minded, and that's probably just my upbringing, my culture, the people in my family, just very technical people. So when I discovered Nassim Haramein, then I started realizing, oh my God, you can actually prove through mathematics that we're all interconnected. And then I discovered other people like that. So, but then I really appreciated the fact that it wasn't just mathematics connecting us, it was also connecting us through mathematics and, you know, physics to ancient civilizations, which was my favorite topic. So can you maybe talk now about some ancient sites that you're aware of that maybe have some events, the people really had some advanced knowledge of, you know, geometry, fractal geometry, or whatever?
Man, well, Egypt is dense with those types of sites. Perhaps my favorite site in Egypt really is the Osirian temple in Abydos. And that temple is under the ground. It's about 50 feet below the surface of the sand. And the blocks that are there are so heavy that it suggests that there was an advanced technology that we are not aware of today in terms of just being able to move it. And that is where we find a flower of life, as Nassim would say, laser burned into the rock. Says laser burned, not really knowing if it was actually a laser, but just to suggest that it's not somebody with red ochre, like drawing, leaving some substance on the surface of the rock, and it's still there thousands of years later. That marking is going into the rock somehow. It would be worn off if it was just the Greek graffiti, like the stuff that's next to it and around the corner of that pillar. That pillar is 67 tons, and we have a hard time moving 67 tons today. The ceiling of that temple was 2 layers thick of those same kinds of stones. Like, why would you do a double layer of 60-ton stones on the ceiling of your temple? That's one of the most fascinating sites, and I was privileged enough to get to go down into that site a couple of times, walking around. Sometimes it's flooded and you can see fish, And so there's actually a channel that goes from that temple. I think it's 9 or 11 kilometers from the Nile right now, but the Nile was probably closer to it back when it was built. Osiris came along, or King Seti the first came along and said, oh, this is epic. I'm going to put my temple right next to this. And then the Egyptologists proceed to say that they think the Assyrian was built around the same time as King Seti the first, because these two temples are next to each other. And I think that's a common misconception in ancient Egypt, that the dynastic Egypt, the era of the pharaohs, may have come much later than the time period where the Great Pyramid and the Osirian Temple were built. In other words, those objects were found by that civilization, and they were attempting to emulate it. And their first attempt was the pyramid at Saqqara, the kind of rough step pyramid. They say that's the oldest pyramid, but I feel like the evidence is there to say that the Great Pyramid is older, and that this civilization, which came much later, was trying to rebuild or emulate what they found already on the Giza Plateau. I go into this in great detail in an online course in the Resonance Academy at resonancescience.org, Ancient Egypt Revisited. It's 8 hours of me talking just about 3 sites in ancient Egypt and relating it to the ancient technology that we find around the world. Like you said, Neil, it's infinite and it can go so many places. And I have done, 20-hour-long presentations. And twice I went to Nassim's training that he used to call the emissary program, where Nassim would talk for 90 hours over a 10-day period. And so it is infinite. And Nassim would be 2 days until the end, and he'd be looking at his watch like, oh no, I'm running out of time, So it's true. You can talk forever about the unified field and physics and ancient civilizations.
We were trying to do a 2-hour presentation, was it 4 years ago? And it ended up being 5.5 hours because you couldn't fit it all. You couldn't even fit a bit of it in 2 hours, right?
Well, it was great because I think I was trying to do it in 4 hours, as I recall, because that's my usual time frame. But then you said, hey, there's no time limit in our format. You can record as long as you want. So yeah, I have a 5.5-hour unified field theory presentation available on Portal to Ascension website, as well as talks on ancient civilizations. And I was part of a panel on sacred geometry. So thank you again, Neil, for including me in all these things. I really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, you're welcome, brother. Brandon, do you have a question?
Yeah, sure. I figure we'll do about one more question, then get close to wrapping it up, if that works. Moving into the future, I think it's something that we're all thinking about here with the conference. And so I'm just kind of curious from your perspective, Jamie, how this knowledge is something that can begin to just become an everyday part of our lives in the future. What would that vision look like? And even in particular, I'd be curious to just kind of hear, because as advanced as this theory and knowledge and perception can be, I think what's powerful about it is the fact that at its core, it's quite simple. So simple you could teach it to children. I'd be kind of curious to hear, if this was something that could end up in school curriculums, what might that look like? What could the future look like with this knowledge actually being something that's just naturally interwoven with the culture? If we can just practice imagining.
It's so universal that you could teach it in every school in the world, every culture. It wouldn't have to be dependent at all on any cultural or political or gender identity. It's absolutely universal information. And I was very honored to get to go with Nassim Haramein and Robert Edward Grant and Alan Green and Hans Kierstead, a great stem cell researcher, to Dharamsala and present. Nassim and Robert and Alan, those guys presented their work to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And we got there and we were supposed to have, a morning meeting. And Nassim had a very short time, he thought, to speak to His Holiness. And so Nassim explained his unified field theory to His Holiness in about 10 minutes. And then His Holiness kind of he had glasses on. I just wanted to, His Holiness was like this. And then he looks at Nassim and he goes, what keeps all those plonks together? Because Nassim was saying all these little plonks are inside the proton, and it's just like your book, Your Holiness, because the Dalai Lama wrote a book called The Universe in a Single Atom. the convergence of science and spirituality. And so Nassim, 30 years ago, in his van, was like, someday I'd love to explain my theory to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So he gets his chance to do this. And His Holiness is like, yeah, but what keeps all that stuff together? And Nassim's answer was spin, rotation, angular momentum. And you know, the Buddhists have those prayer wheels and all this, and his spin is central to Buddhism. And then His Holiness goes, hold on a second. And then he says a bunch of stuff in Tibetan, and he's talking to all of his aides, and we're like, what's going on? And he's like, I just told them to make lunch. I'm sorry for my terrible Dalai Lama impression, but it was quite an amazing moment where we realized that His Holiness was like, he's like, this is going to take a while. And so we talked with him for 4.5 hours. And I got to ask him a question. I didn't think I was going to get to say anything, but they went around the whole room. Eventually, hey, James, do you want to ask him a question? I'm like, yeah, sure. So I'm like, what am I going to ask the Dalai Lama? I'm like, Your Holiness, how can this group, this delegation, help you in your mission to reduce suffering on this planet? Because I knew that was one of his main missions, was to try to reduce suffering. And I've been thinking about that too. And people like Buckminster Fuller, like saying we could take all of the energy and research that we put towards weapons and make it towards living-ry. Instead of weaponry, living-ry, right? Or whatever how you pronounce that. And so his answer was 45 minutes long. And at the end of this whole thing, we were like, Your Holiness, we would love to do some sort of conference where we bring together the spiritual leaders and the physicists, and we show that unified physics is saying the same stuff as the ancient ascended masters of the planet in all these different traditions. And His Holiness is super duper knowledgeable in all religions. He knows a lot about every religion. He was talking about the history of religion, the history of science, geology, geography. The conversation was all over the map. And in the end, he gave a directive to Nassim and to Robert and to Alan, to all of us, and to Hans, to do a conference. And the idea was to call it Convergence. And so we're talking about it. We were talking about it last year. We were talking about doing it as an in-person conference at a university. And His Holiness can't fly very far. He doesn't really fly to North America anymore. We were trying to figure out, where can we do this? Which university? And then COVID hit. And then everything got pushed back, way delayed, like everybody's life on the planet. And now we're trying to figure out, can we do this in a much simpler way as an online event? And so I am helping a group of people to try to start that conversation up and reach back out to His Holiness. And so I would just like to say, everybody visualize that happening, because that's the long answer to your question of how we're going to see things in the future, is that we realize that all religions are correct and everybody can pray the same way they want to pray right now. It's all good. Everybody's praying in a different way, just like we have different styles of music and different styles of dance and different styles of art. It's okay. Everybody pray however you want, because guess what? We're all praying to the same thing. There's only one thing. And here's the geometry, and here's the mathematics, and here's the ancient civilizations, and here's all these different books like the Bible and the Torah and the Quran and the I Ching and the Maya calendar that are all saying different ways of the same thing. So you guys can stop fighting right now. Festival Earth, let's go. It's just, let's have an amazing time here on this planet, because we can all collaborate and make it awesome. We know we can. And there's very complicated reasons why it's not happening yet, but we're going to get there if we keep our attention in the direction we want to go and don't put our attention into the places we don't want to go.
Exactly, man. It's all about focusing our energy and our intent on what we want to create, right? There's a line in the Rig Veda that says there are many pathways to the same destination, right? And I've heard it throughout the conscious community, and that's basically what you're hitting on. All these different forms of prayer, these different forms of religion are just other ways to connect with the source, because there are as many ways to connect as there are people on the planet. We all have our own way. So having done that and honoring it, which is also a reason why there is no conversion into Hinduism, because they don't believe you need to convert to have that connection to source. But Buddhism, they literally talk about what you're saying in their text. Like the Buddha talked about kalapas, right? Kalapas are subatomic particles. So all of this stuff is in ancient texts, but it's like almost like in the form of metaphors, right? But they're talking about advanced quantum physics and science. And the question is, and you're right, like the question really is, Portal to Ascension is the exploration of how they knew that information.
That's right. There was a crazy, amazing moment of His Holiness turning to Nassim and saying, in Buddhism, we have things called space particles. And Nassim said, space particles? Those could be the Planck, the little Planck units that make up the proton. And Nassim's new paper talks about the subplunks, the units that are smaller than the Planck. And the subplunks are super duper 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 small, like way, 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 way smaller than the Planck. So much smaller so that the quantum wormholes that connect all the little Plancks to all the other protons can have tons of information going through it. So there's a quantum wormhole network that connects all things inside of space. It's riddled with these quantum wormholes. That's why you can have entanglement. That's how information can travel instantaneously through the field. Light speed is super duper 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 slow, really slow. And there's information that goes faster than light. And that's through quantum tunneling. It's ER equals EPR. Einstein-Rosen equals Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen. It's quantum wormholes are entanglement. So check that out in terms of the physics. And in terms of the spirituality, there's also, His Holiness said, consciousness particles. And so Nassim was like, maybe the consciousness particles are the subplunks. And that's when it was getting thick. And it was like, wait, exact specific terminology right out of Buddhism from His Holiness right to Nassim Haramein being like, here's the geometry for that, here's the equation for that, here's the paper for that. And His Holiness was stoked. He's like, you guys are on it. He's been meeting with physicists in physics departments around the world for decades. He hung out with Carl Sagan, he hung out with all these heavies. He's been trying to get these conferences going, and they didn't always hit. Oh, somebody's asking, oh, it's ER equals EPR. I think that's what that question was in the chat. I just looked that up on the internet, and you'll find all the papers. Yeah, ER equals EPR. That's the theory of basically that, yeah, there's quantum wormholes, that wormholes are a real thing, and that information can travel faster than the speed of light through a wormhole because you're bending space-time, which is a very simplified way of visualizing that. But it's basically what is going on. We think we're still figuring it out.
Awesome. Well, Neil, I guess we're just about ready to wrap it up. Jamie, thank you so much again. And any closing notes that you just want to be able to let people know, events that you might got coming up that they can check out, and anything else with the Academy?
Yeah, I would say check out the Resonance Academy. There's a free course that's super dense that has all the information that I was talking about. It's a free unified science course, and it's really in depth. It's really cool that it's now free for everybody to take. It's in French and Spanish and English, and you can access that at resonancescience.org, the free unified science course. And then there's a bunch of other courses from a bunch of other Resonance Academy faculty, and there's new courses coming out all the time. And yeah, look for Nassim Haramein out there in the world. He's going to be doing some speaking in the next year as we get through, this next phase here and start getting more into hopefully doing a conference with His Holiness. And this new paper is going to be, I think, very monumental because it's very, very, very precise. Like 13 digits after the decimal point accuracy on things like the gravitational constant, which right now the gravitational constant is good to about 5 or 6 digits, which means anytime you have big G, the gravitational constant in a physics equation, no matter what, it's only good to 5 digits because you're not sure about the gravitational constant. Now he's nailing all these things. The math is super tight, and I encourage you guys all to check out the abstract of that paper, also available at resonancescience.org.
Beautiful. Jamie, I appreciate you so much, brother. Every time I do a big event, I reach out to you. Sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes it does, but I'm really glad that you got to be here on this one because what you bring is just amazing information, and it's exactly what I'm into, ancient history and the oneness, the mathematics of oneness, what I mean? So I appreciate everything you're doing, brother. We'll have you again sometime soon. Let's do another event sometime soon.
Yes, please. Keep calling me and I'll keep saying yes. You rock, Neil. We really appreciate you.
Thank you, brother.
Everybody support Neil and what he's doing.
Thank you, man. Take care. Have a good night.
Thanks. All right. Thank you. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Beautiful, amazing conversation, Brendan.
That's wonderful, man. Again, I think just going back to that theme of all this information is leading us back to our heart. And that's the idea that I love, that when people start realizing and understanding a bit more about sacred geometry and go stand in front of a tree and start seeing things differently, it brings them back to the wisdom of the heart. So this is like a scientifically proven way to be able to help bring people into that unified feeling in the heart, you know? So.
Yep, exactly. And just what we have been doing this whole 5 days is just showing different perspectives, but it's almost like, just like Jamie said, the end result, the destination is the same. It's just different perspectives, different routes, whether it's meditation, whether it's ascended masters, whether it's learning about the geometry of space-time and our ancient civilizations and what we can learn from ancient civilizations so that we can make an informed decision about our future, so that we don't make the same mistakes that we may have done in the past, you know? So it's really, truly beautiful, and it's all leading back to the heart and love.
Yeah, no, it's pretty exciting. And I know we're just getting ready to move into our next speaker, Tricia, correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring her on. Cool, and you're gonna be able to stick around? You're gonna come back for the ending?
I can come back for the ending for, what time are we doing that at?
45 minutes, I would say.
Perfect. All right. Well, I'll jump off and I'll see you for the closing ceremonies, and everybody else. Thank you so much. And Mystic Spider-Man on TikTok and Instagram, and I'll see you guys around.
Thank you, brother.
Take care.
So let me second what Brandon just said about himself. Mystic Spider-Man, Paradigm Shift Central, amazing content. Been following him for a while. So well grounded, really helping out other conscious creators. So do check him out. So now, guys, we're in literally now the final stretch. We have about an hour left of the 5-day summit, and this is the grand finale. I hope you guys enjoyed. I can, from the comments and from the emails and from the texts and from the Instagram posts, I can tell that you guys had a really good time. And this content, we want to keep this content going out for the whole year. This event is only 25% of the marketing plan for this event. When this event's done, I have this pretty huge plan on where this content is going to go out to and what I'm going to be putting it in all over the place, so that we can have this going out for the entire year. Every single day, someone's going to be watching, at least hundreds, if not thousands, daily, watching something from this conference. So please do share it with your friends and family once we're done. Okay, now everybody, we're going to get into our final speaker for the day and for the summit, TRICIA McCannon. I'm extremely excited to bring on, and I'm already seeing her face in front of me, but I want to do a bio before I say how great it is to see her face again. TRICIA McCannon is an American mystic and the author of the beloved best-selling books, Dialogues with the Angels, Jesus, the Explosive Story of the 30 Lost Years and the Ancient Mystery Religions, and Return of the Divine Sophia, Healing the Earth through the Lost Wisdom Teachings of Jesus, Isis, and Mary Magdalene. She's the author of over 35 DVDs and CDs and 13 online classes. As a keynote speaker, she speaks on a variety of subjects, from awakening the divine feminine to the lost years and secret teachings of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. She also speaks about the power of faith, angels and extraterrestrials, Atlantis, global awakening, earth changes, UFOs, and the hidden history of the human race, which is probably not even 1% of what she really speaks about. She's got so much information. A renowned clairvoyant, she has read for over 6,000 people in the world and is able to access the soul records of those she met. Trained in many different healing modalities, including hypnotherapy, holographic repatterning, timeline therapy, voice dialogue, and regression work, she clears the vows, curses, and bindings that often hold us back from true empowerment. As a teacher and a healer, she is committed to helping people discover their true soul origins, free themselves from the subconscious limitations of their past, and awaken to their higher purpose. And just really quick, also, I want to show everybody, you know, we've been working with TRICIA for quite some time, and I just want to show you how much time, just by showing you the back end of our website really quick, where you're going to access the replays to this event, right? So let's just do a quick search here for TRICIA, and let's see what we find. We have done more events with TRICIA than I've probably done with anybody ever, going back to like 5 years, maybe 6 years ago, the Christ Conscious Conference, Return of the Divine Feminine, and then at least 10 different workshops with her, because of the fact that she's a plethora of information, a wealth of knowledge, and has a beautiful energy. So I'm so excited to bring on my friend TRICIA. How you doing, TRICIA?
Oh, Neil, it's so wonderful. The volume dropped a little bit on your microphone. I don't know.
Now?
technical or what, but thank you for such a beautiful introduction and such an amazing program. I've been on the last few hours and every single speaker has just been terrific. I've really enjoyed them.
Right, and it's right up your alley because the last few speakers, you know, you're actually, for lack of a better term, all over the place with the fact that you are into everything. But one thing that you love so much is ancient history. And, you know, we've been leading up basically to this. We've been building the foundation of it all. But now we're going to get into, you know, what your awareness is with ancient history, which I particularly love as well, because it connects to the esoteric wisdom of what these cultures knew. So I'm excited to maybe dive into some of that with you.
Well, thank you. You're right. There's so many directions we could go. And what was interesting is the last couple of hours as I've been listening to the wonderful speakers, I actually took an old slideshow that I had and just kind of redid it. And of course, this slideshow was actually all about the many faces of the Divine Mother. And so maybe towards the end, if we want to, we can take a look at that. Just so, I wish we had music to go with it, maybe some of your music, to just kind of bring some of that beautiful heart energy that Brandon was talking about in the last presentation into this. Because at the end of the day, you know, no matter how brilliant we are with our minds and we put these puzzle pieces together, it is the heart that's going to see us home. It's the heart that brings us into unity. And of course, the Divine Mother energy is that heart energy that's coming to try to balance the sacred masculine energy. And that's part of what's really needed in the world today. And as you know, I'm happy to roll up my sleeves and talk about Atlantis, Lemuria, the 12 extraterrestrial races that seeded the planet Earth, the hidden history of the planet, soul readings, my website, Atlantis, pyramids, Osiris, the gods, all of it.
How much time do you think you need for the many faces of the Divine Mother, so we can make it work?
Well, you know, maybe it goes fast, probably 10, 15 minutes, something like that.
Let's set 10 minutes aside for that, right? So like at 7:50, we'll go ahead and do that. And then right now, let's get into some, well, firstly, how you been? It's been a long time.
Yeah, I know. It's been a tough year. My mom's 95 and, you know, she's at that place where she could make her transition this year. So my sisters and I have been very focused on that. And I've also been involved with, as you know, I've worked with masters since I was a little girl. I'm clairvoyant, so you know, I grew up across my forest and I could see the divas, and then the forest angel began to come and teach me about how the light and sound of God are stepped down through vibration to create the different dimensions, which of course the Vedas talk about and so forth, but that wasn't what was taught in the Baptist, Methodist, or Episcopalian church where I was going. And so these masters, I have work with these masters. You can call it the Great White Brotherhoods or the Grand Councils or Galactic Councils. There's so many different names for them, but they're beings that basically have incarnated on this planet or other planets who have been committed to the evolutionary awakening of the human race, whether it's on this planet or another planet. They're the higher consciousness beings. Some of them are in the third dimension, but many, many of them are more in the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, the higher dimensional levels. So I have worked with them for years, and I was initiated when I was 19 into this lineage of masters. And through the last many decades, you know, I've moved up in my initiations year after year after year. And so last year, I don't think I've had a chance to tell you any of this, but last year I was asked to really head up this international organization. So today I was on the phone with Africa, I was on the phone with Serbia, on Zoom calls with England. And so I just held an international summit here for the last, for some of the leadership of that organization. It's called The Way of Truth, and their website is thewayofTruthMysterySchool.org. And they teach basically, you know, there's no dogma. It's basically that the light and sound of God come down, that through vibration and attunement with heart, we can still our minds and basically connect with our higher soul selves. So it has to do with the clearing out of the debris in our subtle energy bodies, so that basically we can access that immortal aspect of who we are and begin to have direct experiences with masters and temples of golden wisdom while we're still living in the physical world. And for me, that was, I was always like, you know, I want to experience it. I don't want to just read about it in a book. I want to know it. I want to go there. I want to see it. I want to feel it. I want to have an experience of it. And so it's been really exciting this last year, because I've been in touch with very high initiates who are, many of them, very, very developed. And they themselves have, of course, been having experiences for decades. And so I've just really kind of taken the reins in the last 2 or 3 months of the leadership of this organization. But I'm working with a very powerful master in the physical world. His name is Sri Maximilian. And then, of course, I'm working with masters on the inner planes. And they since about April, they've decided that they want to wake me up every morning at 5:30 in the morning, which means that I'm having to go to bed more like 11 or 12, because I guess up in the higher worlds, time and space is not so important, you know. So it's been quite interesting. I had one of these masters, I didn't really know who he was, but I had just finished writing a whole article. I did yesterday, I think on Sunday, yesterday, I did my third kind of world address. And these are not yet available on YouTube, although I have a lot of, you know, about 150 things on YouTube. But probably, you know, by the end of the year, we'll start putting some of them up on YouTube as transmissions. But you know, I think that they are going to be very excited about some of the things I'm going to be presenting to them from your conference. I'm going to turn them on to you, just like, you know, I'm telling you about them. So it'll be fun.
Definitely. So let's get into a little bit of ancient history information. Something I really like that we talk about quite often was the fact that there's a worldwide pyramid culture. You know, we did. I think we did a 2-day. Was that the 2-day presentation we did when you talked about Atlantis and all that? Could you maybe talk a little bit about the worldwide pyramid culture, and then also, if you can somehow put into there the fall of Atlantis, because it's different than what most people think. You know, that you say that it actually fell in 3 phases. Maybe you can touch on that a bit.
Well, maybe I'll just kind of jump into that to beginning. In the first place, as we know, this is only one incarnation of the Earth. You know, the Hopis and the Mayans talk about the fact that the Earth has gone through many different cycles, that the Earth was destroyed by fire first, and who knows if that was the, you know, fireball asteroid that hit it 65 million years ago that wiped out the dinosaur, or in fact, that's just an older one. And then the humans, you know, there was another one. Well, we do know that certainly that did happen at the time of Atlantis, but first by fire, second by ice. So the ice age, we know there've been huge ice ages. We're in an interglacial age right now. And then third by the flood. And of course that happened about almost 12,000 years ago, 11,700-800 years ago is what the geology tells us. So that's the one that wiped out Atlantis. And of course that meteor that hit wound up cracking and fracturing the mid-Atlantic ridge. And we wound up having like buckshots all through the Carolinas and Georgia and this area where I lived, that was the debris field from that. But Atlantis was a long, long ago. It was actually a continent in the Atlantic. And this is maybe 100,000 to about 52,000 years ago. And then that advanced civilization had reached a point where a lot of there were really large animals. And we've actually found fossils of these animals now, you know, like 12-foot bats or 14-foot sloths. And they were coming down from the mountains, and they were kind of invading the human area in Atlantis. And so there was a big world council that was held to try to decide how to deal with them. And there were 2 factions. One said, let's just kind of telepathically make contact with them and soothe them so they don't come into our arena. And the other part of the council said, let's use a weapon against them. So they weaponized a crystal, and unfortunately they created an antimatter device, and it broke up the whole continent. And the area that went down was near where the Sargasso Sea is now, which is a very strangely quiet area. But we've actually gone down now and photographed what looks like entire cities, like New York City streets in that area. It's incredible. So the next incarnation of Atlantis, I'm sure it took quite a while to recover from that, was from around 52,000 to around 28,000. And during that period, there were basically 5 continent islands stretched through the Atlantic. And then around 28,000 years ago, 2 of those went down. Then there were 3 islands from about 28,000 to 22,000. Then 2 of them went down. And then starting around 22,000 years ago, there was the area that Plato talks about, which was right through the mid-Atlantic, and it was kind of shaped like a Vesica Piscis or a diamond. And this is the seeding that we really hear about, where Poseidon came down from the Pleiades. He was, of course, human, probably a large human. And the gods had a separate island, the very tall 12, 14, 15, 16-foot gods. But there were gods and there were humans that lived and populated that area. And the intention, always from the Galactic Council's point of view, is to provide a playground for the soul that's inhabiting a physical body to live in harmony and to achieve its highest potential. In other words, to create a golden age. And Atlantis did manage to do that from about 16,500 to about 14,000 years ago. We had a very, very high Atlantean culture. Telepathy was being used, telekinetic abilities were online for more advanced people. A lot of our spiritual gifts were really awakened, which are only now starting to really reawaken for most human or some humans now. But then what happened was technology, just like today, outstripped consciousness. They got into genetic experiments, much as we're doing today, where they were combining human and animal DNA, which is not really meant to be allowed for many things because it devolves the soul. They got into the misuse of energy systems. Of course, they've been using crystalline energy and solar energy, but they began to use volcanic energy. And when they started drilling into the earth, they could have split the earth apart and destroyed the earth. They wound up using a lot of those human animals as slaves or servants. So they started misusing their power. They got too big for their britches, basically.
Yeah.
And
are we kind of repeating what we did in Atlantis then, but hoping that we'd go down a different timeline this time?
yes, that's the hope, because again and again, humanity is given the opportunity to evolve, to move into a higher state of consciousness. And, you know, it seems like we kind of do pretty good for a time. And then the negative qualities of lust, greed, power, you know, those things seem like they take over. And really, if you kind of think about it, you know, maybe only 5% of the population or 10% or 15% is really on that selfish wavelength. But if those people take control in politics, if those people take control in economics and in the environment, they can create, you know, a devolving civilization where people become less conscious. So yes, we're at a similar point, except the difference is that at that time, you know, because I've given presentations on the galactic cycles of time. And, you know, the Vedas, which you're very familiar with, talk about these vast cycles of time in the galaxy and in the universe. On our planet, we talk about them as a golden age, a silver age, a bronze age, and an iron age. And this is not, you know, the minerals that are being used. These are the levels of consciousness. In the golden age, it said that we're really completely awake. And we know that we're souls inhabiting a body, and we're working for our evolution. We're much more connected to our divine selves. In the silver age, we begin to fall asleep more. In the bronze age, we really go into a mental analysis kind of thinking, you know, and then in the iron age, we fall into superstition and ignorance. So, you know, there's a lot of theories about where we are with this. Some say that the Kali Yuga, or the Dark Age, started around 3114 BC, and that we're still in it. That's what some believe. But there are ages within ages. So if you really look at it, we were still pretty conscious in a lot of ways. I mean, we had Egypt, we had Sumeria, we had a lot of high knowledge that was still up 5,000 years ago. I think we kind of fell into the dark of the dark during the Inquisition and the Middle Ages. And then during the Renaissance, we began to climb out where rational thought and science began to come up. But the only way science was allowed to come up was as if it divorced itself from spirituality, because the Catholic Church was so brutal. It was so down on anyone that they thought would, be a threat to their power, that they, were killing Giorgio Bruno at the stake in 1500s, because he said that stars were suns and that there were other planets and there might be other people on them. I mean, that's what he was killed for. Galileo was imprisoned, as you remember, for saying that the planets went around the sun. So science had to completely divorce itself from any spirituality. And now we're at a place where science and spirituality are coming back together, which is a very, very amazing and exciting time, because so many of these wars that we fought, we say they're religious wars, and in some cases they are, but I think a lot of the powers that be actually, they're just money wars, and they use religion to motivate the masses, saying my way is the only way. And so I really loved what your last speaker said, that we can get to the point of saying we're really, all honoring the same divine presence in the universe, and we don't have to fight about it. But now where we are is, we have the plane of the galactic equator is here, and we don't just go around the center of the galaxy in a flat plate. We go up and we go down like a sine wave. Everything moves in either a spiral, like the hair on the top of our head, or our fingerprints, or the swirls of water when you flush the toilet, or a nautilus shell. But they also move in a sine wave, like our brain waves, our heartbeat, everything moves like that. This is the Shekinah. This is the daughter of God principle. The spiral is the divine father energy. These are, we can look at them as vibrational geometric constructs, but in reality, they're intelligence interpenetrating beings that are the divine beings beyond time and space that interpenetrate time and space. So the divine father is the spiral that turns it all, and then this sine wave is the up and down. So where we are now is we've been for 12,000 years below the galactic plane, and now we're moving through it. It takes about 1,000 years. We're about halfway through, and we're going to go above the galactic plane. In this period, when we're underneath, the masculine comes forward, and in its highest form, the masculine is there to lead us, to inspire us, to protect us, like you and like some of these wonderful speakers. That's the beautiful sacred masculine. But if it falls out of balance, where they begin to suppress the feminine, then you have the negative masculine, which is the war machine, the patriarchy, the dominator, all of that. And so what's happened is that's where we've been for the last 3,000 years. The divine feminine got suppressed, only men could hold power. And so we've gotten out of balance as a planet. So as we move through this galactic equator, we have an opportunity to really come back into balance with the masculine and the feminine. And then the divine feminine comes forward in the top part, and hopefully she stays balanced. But of course, the feminine can also fall out of balance, just like the masculine can. So they need each other. That the beautiful balance of the universe is the yin and the yang. And so I'm very much about teaching people to walk the middle path, because the mind is very dualistic. We're in the dual worlds. We're in the lower worlds. We're in the worlds of time and space. So every single day we're faced with a million choices. Do I pick fear? Do I pick love? Do I pick unity? Do I pick prejudice, hate, and division? Do I, go for somebody's lies? Or do I look at their actions and figure out whether their actions are actually aligned with Ma'at or truth? We have that choice every single day in our life, and we can look around us, and depending on how clear and discerning we can be, we can create societies that are aligned with Ma'at or truth, as some of these higher golden age societies were. Egypt sought to do that. Sometimes it was better than others. India sought to do that. These are some of the higher cultures. And of course, they've had times when they were at low ebbs as well. But So this is the mind, because it's very dualistic, it flops from side to side all the time. So part of the thing about becoming a spiritual master or becoming a spiritual initiate is to learn to align the heart and the soul, which are in the middle path. They are in balance. And to get the mind to be still and come into the middle, which is why we meditate. Because in that meditation, we can allow the little chattery monkey brain to go sit on the bench, and we can come into a place of beingness and gnosis, inner gnosis. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it definitely does. And I had some of my own questions, but we have questions coming in from the audience. So let's address a few of them, because I want to still give you the 10 minutes to do the Divine Mother. So we only have around 9 minutes until then. So let's do rapid fire. Firstly, what I really wanted people to get out of this as well was what you said earlier about cycles within cycles, right? And the only thing I can really do is recommend people to your website and our website. Cycles of Time is a presentation we did with TRICIA, 3 to 4 hours long. But most people do not know that there are cycles within cycles, that there's a bigger cycle, and like there's a golden age of the dark age, right? So I highly suggest people research that, because it blew my mind. It changed my whole entire philosophy on consciousness. So you can check that out on Tricia's site. But let's get into some questions. What do you think?
Yeah, I will just say that there is a golden age even within the Kali Yuga, silver age within, a bronze age and iron age. So we are coming, where we are right now is we've moved out of the iron age. A lot of people are still in the bronze age. They're still like, hey, it's just a third dimensional world like the Romans. Can I bite the coin? Okay. So that's more the bronze age. The silver age is where we're opening up to things like healing, channeling, telepathy, spiritual abilities, spiritual gifts, trust and faith, connection with the universe. So we're right kind of at that place where there are people over in the silver, there are people over in the bronze. And part of what's wonderful about your programs, and I try to do this with mine, is I try to show the science and the history so that the people that are still needing all the facts, and I don't blame them. I mean, I like the facts too. They can kind of cross the bridge over into the Silver Age thinking. And in that place, you realize that Thoth, Thoth was so incredible. He was, one of the great masters from the Way of Truth. I mean, Thoth, the god of wisdom in ancient Egypt, he taught these 7 hermetic laws. And the very first one is that the entire universe is conscious. Now, if the universe is conscious, that means that our thoughts begin to create our reality. That's our conscious thoughts, but also our subconscious thoughts, which is why we have to do emotional clearing work. This is why I've been a therapist for 20 something years, and I work with people all over the world, not only doing readings, but I have people who fly in for an entire week, and I clear hundreds or thousands of years worth of karmic patterns for them that are operating in the causal body, which is holding all the past life engrams, the emotional body, the astral body, and the mental body, so that all their rows are lined up and flowing in the same direction, so they can begin to kind of live more fully into their purpose, and to have all the energy go in the same direction. So yeah, okay, so we'll ask some questions.
Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so we have a question here. I had a vision when I was 18 years old. I awoke at around 3 a.m. and started to see something forming on my ceiling. The more I focused on it, the bigger it became until it filled up the entire ceiling. It was a 3-dimensional living eye of a bird prey. Have you any idea what it could have been?
Well, I can only tell you for me, I have been working with beings from the higher levels that have eagles' heads and bird heads for 35 years. And I know this sounds extremely strange. I mean, it was strange to me, except for the fact that when I encountered the beings, I felt like I'd known them for eternity. These are very higher dimensional beings. And so for me, Rigel is the one I talk about in my books, Dialogues with Angels and Sophia. And my 4th book is The Angelic Origins of the Soul. You can find all that on my website, TriciaMcCannon.com. All my books are on there. And my DVDs, and also a lot of other programs you can go see. But yes, this could, I cannot tell you for you exactly, but if it was a bird being, it was a higher dimensional wisdom keeper. That's what I would say. Yes.
So, okay, Bethany asks, I have heard that Atlantean crystals are dispersed in the southeast in diamond pits of Arkansas, for instance. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, Arkansas is really amazing. I've spoken out there several times for Dolores Cannon's wonderful conferences, and that whole area has it, but also Atlanta. In Atlanta, literally the curbstones were made of granite. Okay, and granite, of course, is a fire crystal that has the quartz crystals within it. So you're absolutely right. All through the Smoky Mountains, which are very old range, you've got lots of crystals. So absolutely. And, the ley lines, we have earth ley lines, which are the energy lines, like the meridian lines of the body. But we also have galactic ley lines, which are called synchronic lines. And on Earth, the synchronic lines and the ley lines follow the mineral crystal deposits and also the underground rivers, because they're high conductors of energy.
Okay, so we have another one here, and then let's get into the Divine Mother after this. Hi, Tricia. My husband, Ian, and I had lunch with you 2 years ago at the conference you're talking about, Ozark Mountain UFO Conference. You told me that I would be having more telepathic messages with my ET family. How or what do I do to increase my telepathic communications with them? I do meditate each day. Is there a message I can say to help? You are so incredible.
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate that. Okay, the very first thing is there's a lot of different kinds of ETs out there. Let's just kind of make that clear, just like there are different kinds of humans. A lot of the ETs are wonderful, higher consciousness, really working for humanity's evolution, but some of them are not. They have high technology, but they're really not very evolved at a spiritual level or an emotional level. So you really need to first make sure that you're inviting in the right ones. And the way to do that is to set your field. So you call in the light and the sound. Just, you can, however you want to do it. But I always do a prayer, an invocation for light before I do any healing work or any light work. And, you can just go into your heart, go into your third eye, go into your crown chakra, and send a beam of golden light up, and imagine it going to the sun, and behind that, the great central sun, or the Christ consciousness, or however you want to think of it. But the highest vibrational love energy you can. And then you want to call that down around you. So I always do invocation where I say things like, and so at this time, in this moment, I call in the white light of the Christ consciousness, the gold light of the Buddhic consciousness, and the divine light of the An Sof Or, which means the limitless light. That's a Hebrew term. And then I call this down around me in 360 directions and all dimensional levels and realities. That's very important. And you ground it down through your body, down through your tailbone, into the center of the earth. So you stay grounded, and so you're not a total space cadet when you finish. And then you can invite in, I personally would invite in the highest masters that you can work with, guides or angelic guides. But command anything that does not vibrate at this frequency, I don't want to see you. Let that energy throw them out like a spinning vortex. You can do it like two cylinders inside of each other. So the gold one, the outside one, spins from the left to the right. The silver spins from the right to the left. It's like opposite. And then the inside one, the silver one, male and female, spins from the left to the right. You can just set them spinning like this, and then they'll just shimmer. You don't even have to think about it after that. It's very easy. But you always want to protect your field. Before you do meditation work, before you do healing work, don't go do the Ouija board. Because when we start talking about ETs, you want to be very clear of who you want to invite to your dinner party. You don't want to invite any trouble. You don't need it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm telling people about the Way of Truth Mystery School, because they teach a lot of these processes, and I teach a lot of these processes. So it's good to know. Okay, I hope that answered that one.
That was great. Do you want to get into the Divine Mother?
Look at this. I had a visitation from Mother God years ago. The energy was so incredibly powerful that I went. What did she say? Oh, there's John D'Souza. Hey, John. There's Jamie. Lots of good people here. Michelle. I love Michelle.
Well, we're all hanging out to watch what you're about to present to us. Did you want to share your screen, Tricia, and show us?
Yes, I can. So we're really down to the last 10 minutes. Well, gee, that's. Oh, there's Alan. Hey, and who's that beauty with you, Alan? That's Desiree. Hey.
Yes. Phil,
Oh,
we are back together again, Phil.
I know. I miss all of you guys. I do. Phil, oh my God. Phil. Oh, he's wonderful. You know, we don't get enough of him, do we? No.
Didn't you guys go to Egypt together?
We did.
Phil?
Phil and I with the wonderful Sandy Cameron or Duncan Cameron, who's left the planet now, but it was a wonderful trip. And Phil brought the 33 names of God, and we were doing all these invocations for sound at the temples, and the hieroglyphs were literally off the walls, and a big UFO showed up in Abu Simbel, the southernmost temple, and it followed us all the way up the Nile. And we had this one guy with a video camera he was a really rich guy, but he was a skeptic, and he took videos of it and he kept looking at it like, I cannot believe my eyes. Do you remember that, Phil? It was amazing. And then the night we were in the pyramid for 3 hours, and we were doing these sound tonings, and these huge etheric beings were appearing. When we came out, there was a UFO that had parked itself for those 3 hours over the pyramid, the Great Pyramid. And these 2 white doves came down and landed on my shoulders. And they were there. You remember that, Phil? They were there for like 2 hours or something. It was incredible, really. I mean, Egypt. What's not to love about Egypt, for heaven's sake?
Tricia, do you want to present for us the Divine Mother as the finale?
I certainly can, but I want to say that I would really love. Oh, there's Deborah too. You guys need to call me or text me. I know I've been over here in my cocoon running conferences in Serbia and Africa, but I miss all of you, and I hope we get to see each other very soon, not just on the inner planes or as little 1-inch postage stamps. So, okay, so yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do share screen. Okay, so I'm only going to do, I don't know what, about maybe 100 slides, and we'll make them really quick. So, so of course, we all know, because we're all students of the mysteries, that the whole purpose of the mysteries was basically that people would have direct experiences with these invisible worlds, with these higher dimensions, and with the masters and the sages that live in those dimensions. So this is just a kind of a short journey into some of the many faces of the Divine Mother. Of course, she's been known as the Queen of Heaven in all of her many incarnations. And we see her here, you know, with the many stars of heaven. There are usually 12 around her, usually in blue for the heavens, and also for pink for the heart. Of course, she was known as Isis in earlier times. And you can see some of the symbols, the Book of Life here, the beehive of knowledge, because these were keepers of the nectar of wisdom for future generations. And you see the male and the female telling us that it takes that balance to step between the 2 pillars, that middle path, in order to gain the awakening of the inner eye. She of 10,000 names and 10,000 faces, known in cultures around the world. Queen of Heaven, sister, queen, lover, wife, mother, daughter, refugee, mother of resurrection and love, that holds the cosmic egg and the universe in her hands, the virgin of the world, she who holds the entire universe in balance, she who is the cosmic egg and all things dwell within her, she who was the face of the Divine Mother, who chooses the worthy son. This is the sacred masculine, the King Arthur of legend, although he's appeared as Horus and Jesus and many other times. Known as Jesus and Mary in our 2,000-year era, known as Krishna and Yashoda in the Indian traditions. She has many faces and many times. So we enter the portals of the mystery when we enter her body, for she dwells at the center of the lotus itself. And we take a look now at some of the faces of the goddess as she's appeared in cultures around the world. The first thing to know is that she is the matrix. She is the matrix of time and space. And there are many faces from the sweet goddesses of love and compassion, like Venus and Mary Magdalene and Kuan Yin, to the wisdom goddesses like Sophia and Nut, or to the warrior goddesses like Athena and Durga, and some of the kick-ass take names goddesses, to the nature goddesses like Gaia and Demeter and Turtle Woman. So we look first at the cosmic goddesses, the portal of the cosmos. The Egyptians called her the waters of Nun, from which everything came. The waters of ocean of love and mercy is what we call her in the way of truth. It's what the masters have called her. And of course, the first beginning of all things was by the Egyptians known as Tum or Atum, the drop that fell into the cosmic ocean, the intent of the creator to create all things, that goes out in the infinite spiral and the infinite circle, just like we see in solar systems and galaxies. This is the sound wave and the vibrational field that creates all of the universes. And it begins the movement of the sacred spiral, the spiral that becomes the yin and the yang, the male and the female, in perfect balance, giving all souls, no matter what their gender, a chance to awaken within the dream. And we see this spiral repeated, of course, in the microcosm and in the macrocosm, the eternal spring and the divine ocean. She was known in the Celtic lands as the Lady of the Lake, a direct portal into the ocean of love and mercy, if you could but enter her waters. In Africa, she's known as Yemaye, the goddess of the oceans, or perhaps Oshan, the goddess of the rivers. In Egypt, they looked into the night sky and they saw her face in the river of the Milky Way, and they called her Nut. We see her body stretched against the eternal sky, gently blessing the god Geb, who represented the earth god. Mother Sky, Father Earth, just as today we see Father Sky and Mother Earth. Nut, the cosmic ocean of love and mercy. Nut, the one who stretches against the cosmos. Now in her form as Hathor, she was known as the one who created the sounds of the universe, the mother of humanity, who was a geneticist who helped to create humanity with Thoth and with Enki or Ptah. She was known as the cow that gave her teeth to offer the river of milk and honey to humanity, who brought forth the milk and honey to humankind, Hathor. In Middle Egypt, by the time we get to Middle Egypt, in Thebes, Mut was one of the secret goddesses. We don't really hear about her much in the old Egypt, in the older age, but she was part of the Trinity of time in Thebes. All the temples were trinities. So Mut is kind of like Kali. She's the dark goddess that recycles everything. Her symbol was the vulture. And the vulture is the only raptor that doesn't kill. It eats dead things. And so it recycles like Kali, you know, so that things may live again, kind of like a female version, if you will, of Shiva. They called her the Dark Mother. And that Trinity, the Trinity of Thebes, was dedicated to time. So it was Khonsu, who was a male lunar god, who was mortal time. And then there was Mut, who was the hidden recycler of time. And then there was Amon, who was actually like kind of like the male version of the Holy Spirit, the hidden one. So Egypt had both lunar and solar gods and goddesses. They were a pretty balanced culture. And then you have Ma'at.
Just FY, around 3 to 4 more minutes, but we also want you to provide your links and all the information about you too. So please.
Okay, so then we have Ma'at. Ma'at is the cosmic of cosmic balance. And she was said that she was born at the beginning of time from the cosmic waters, that she's the first principle because she represented cosmic law. And when souls went to heaven, their heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at. So if your heart was full of love, it was heart as light as a feather going into heaven. But if you had a hard heart or a heavy heart, you had to reincarnate because you hadn't learned your lessons. Spider Woman is the Native American version of the grid. She who was before time and space. She who had two daughters. She who matters, which is space, and she who, anyway, the other one's time. So she's wonderful. I love her. The nature goddesses, we have Gaia, of course, is our earth. She was known as Turtle Woman in the Native American traditions. What a beautiful planet we live on. And of course, inside the earth, the heartbeat of the earth is the heartbeat of the frequency of all healers. And this is why they would go into the Inipi ceremonies, the sweat lodges. And this is why a lot of the hidden ceremonies in Egypt were done inside the earth. Diana is the Greek version of the protector of the animals and the forest and of women. And her temples were one of the 7 wonders of the world. Flora, Pele, Iris, these are all aspects of the Divine Mother. And we'll end here with the Goddesses of Enlightenment, which I know a lot about them, but since we're on a time schedule, we'll end the show with this one. But there are many goddesses, clearly, and it's part of the joy of bringing this aspect back into the world today, is to share them.
Amazing. Oh, look, Phil's got one of your books up there.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, that's The Return of the Divine Sophia. I think it's really important, you know, the men that are on this broadcast are the kind of men we need in the world. They're beautiful, they're in their wisdom, they're in their leadership and in their light. And if all of you guys were running the world along with some of us women, it would be a totally different planet, wouldn't it? But it's really wonderful that you honor the divine masculine and feminine. And I see Soul behind you. Hi, darling. How are you?
I'm
So,
good.
yeah. So my website is TriciaMcCannon.com. I did a new website this year. My old one's still up, the Tricia McCannon Speaks, but TriciaMcCannon.com is the new one. And I added a bunch of different things to that. And also, if you want to get a chance to go to the wayoftruthmysteryschool.org, I actually built that website for them in the spring. So part of that is really trying to bring together more and more of an international community. As I said, I've been on the phone with, you know, India, Russia, or Zoom calls, Serbia, England, France, Poland, all in the last week. So I think that what we're creating with this beautiful seminar, you know, I want to bring them into some of these teachings because you guys are awesome. And hopefully, you know, I look at it like the light and sound and love are the central column of the universe. But all of these things we've all been studying are like the wisdom of the body of God, if you will. You know, when you start studying sound vibration like you, or sacred geometry or ancient history, all these puzzle pieces come together in the most amazing way. And so I'm on that page.
Beautiful. Tricia, thank you so much. Love you very, very much. All your information is so incredible. And I think it was so perfect to end it with presentation with slides of beautiful imagery, especially because we started the event on day 1 with the Divine Feminine panel, right? And you kind of brought it back full circle for us. So I truly appreciate you. And here we are, everybody. This is the grand finale.
Great job, Neil. Great job. You did it 5 days.
Awesome.
5 days, 60 hours.
And all the hosts too. All the hosts have been incredible. Alan Steinfeld and Michelle, and I know there's a Celeste Storm. Just incredible.
It was really.
We don't need that this one.
It was great to wrap up with the Divine Mother, and that's where we're all going back to, the Divine Feminine, the oneness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're remembering it, and this is just it. We're here to be informed, educated, and we're here to implement this information. This is just the beginning. You know, it's not like everything is solved now that we've learned this. This is giving us the tools and the know-how and the courage and the affirmation, the confirmations that we need
knowing that there's all these other people around the world that have similar intentions, similar goals for the betterment of humanity. And that's what we're all doing here today. That's why, I invited all these speakers, and thank you so much for coming back on to be a part of the closing. And that's why we do all the events. Like, we're all in this because we know that heaven on earth, beauty on earth, like the paradise is inevitable and is possible, and we can create that, but we need to step we need to step out of our own way and allow for that to manifest, because our true nature is divinity. Our true nature is heaven on earth, and we can create that. We have the technology, we have the know-how, we have the ability, but it's not here. Why is it not here? Let's start focusing our energy on those systems that are not allowing for that to be created, and see about how we can actually shift them and change them so we can create that world. And that's why everybody's here right now. And I have just the most gratitude in my heart for every single one of you. So thank you all so very much.
Neil, thank you so much. What a great image to close on, that behind every great man is an awesome woman.
You should be right here, actually. I should be behind her.
Well, I was going to say behind every great man.
Always
next to
me. Quality up in here.
You.
So I wanted to
Glory in the light of the radiant one.
Yes, exactly. So I wanted to go around, and I think it's awesome that all of you guys came back on to be part of this closing, but I would love for you all to close it out with your own words, whether it's just telling people about where they can find more about you, or just some download that you have about the moment and the future. So why don't we start?
Why don't you call on people? Neil, why don't you shout out names so we...
Okay, and if there are any speakers or hosts in the room that haven't raised their hand, please do, because I know not everyone's here. So raise your hand if so. But I know, Brooks, you have to wake up early tomorrow, so why don't we start with you?
Sure. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I feel like we're on the threshold of maybe 1,000-year period of peace, prosperity. I know for the last year and a half or so, we've really been cranking up the light all around the world, and the light is now getting so bright that the shadows are getting very dark, and we're beginning to see the difference between the two. I don't think we really paid much attention to it before, because we were all just kind of in this cloud of, I don't know, toxic masculinity or whatever you want to call it. But now this divine feminine is coming forward, and this creative power of all humanity is making itself manifest. You see it all over the world. It's happening in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, in South America, and it's certainly happening in the United States. And I think it's because of all of the pockets of light that you all have placed all around the world. And now those pockets are getting brighter and brighter. So it's our task now to put our shoulder to the wheel and make this happen. Thank you so much for letting me be part of this. And sorry I missed the Ascension panel. Got called away on business, but curse of working 85 hours a week, I guess. But thank you all very much for letting me be part of it. And I remember Tricia because my first trip to Egypt was with her and William Henry.
Thank you so much, Brooks. Appreciate everything you do, brother. So let's go on to now. Let's see who else. Let's go to, there we go. Erik and Sheree. You guys ended up at the same place, huh?
We did. Thank you. Yeah, so I guess I'll go. Wow, this has just been such an exciting, energizing communion and reunion with all the beautiful souls who've been participating. The chat rooms were on fire with energy and just insight, sharing, and the deep signs of awakening. And so it's just been very, very inspiring. And I want to say that, let us remember that the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And even though it feels obfuscated or hidden, like Maureen St. Germain said the other day, we can wake up every morning and call upon heaven on earth and ask that our day be an experience of that. And being at hand means it's right here, right now, just hidden with layers of old gunk, and that we can look into the eyes of each other and through that gunk to see and look for it already here every day. And that way we activate our mind, body, spirit complex to qualify that new experience we desire by our focus and attention and our love towards it. So let's remember to keep that up. And every day, make it a practice in whatever way you want. And in service to that, I am doing a Sunday meditation called Silent Light, where we do energy healing and we do reality creation as well as a silent meditation. You can just go to my website and write me from there or subscribe and you'll get the information. Thank you so much. And thanks for having me be a part of this. I really appreciate it. And I love you all so much.
Love you, Shreya. Eric.
Yeah, what she said. Fewer words. No, just it's been an honor. Yeah, just the quality caliber of the people here on this, that we're not only speaking, but just your participants too has been incredible. And I'm humbled to be part of this. And as my son always reminds me, teamwork makes the dream work. And it's time to make that shift from here to one. So this group is doing it. So thank you.
Exactly, brother. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for everything you do. And I'm so excited for all the work we're going to do together because we're just recently connected. So love you.
Yes.
All right, let's move on to that smile with John D'Souza.
Hey there. Thanks so much, Neil. Thank you so much for letting us be a part of this wonderful, wonderful event. It's been massive and overwhelming and amazing. Thank you so much. It's been great. And we've enjoyed it so much, so much. And especially what I want to tell people is that we are coming up on a period for humanity of transition and enormous, enormous change where so many things are being shifted and changed that there's going to be a lot of celebration and also a lot of fear as well at the same time. And so we need people like Neil Gower and others to be there for people, to reach out to people, to communicate to people that everything's going to be all right, that we're going to be all right, and that we need to keep supporting each other, helping each other with data and information. Information, more important than bullets. So we got to do this for each other. We got to support each other. There hasn't been a period like this since 1776, nearly 3 centuries ago. So we need to support each other. We need to help each other. And many of the speakers that you've had here, Neil, will be reappearing for people on November 1st. November 1st in a big, massive conference that we're going to have that's called the Conference to Protect the Vote. Protect the Vote. And meditation to protect the vote as well in the United States. And that's coming up again on November 1st. And that's going to be a huge, huge deal. So, and with that, I just wanted to, again, just thank everybody and tell everybody we have to keep supporting each other with information. That's it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, brother. Love you.
Thanks, man. Me too.
All right, let's go to Tricia.
Well, first, I just want to say, John, it's nice to see you again.
Great to see you.
Yeah, no, it's just like old home week. I mean, I got to say, Neil knows the best people, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He does. And it's because he comes from the heart. He really comes from a very pure place of service, divine service. And I think that's the most important thing for all of us to remember is that, we have to pay our bills to make a living, but at the end of the day, we're down here. We incarnated in this lifetime for this time period. We incarnated in order to change the world for the better. And that's the major thing we're here for. And, you guys are all brothers and sisters of the light for me. So really, I'm very honored to be in your company. And thanks for including me.
Thank you, Tricia.
And you can, I just think I said my website, so TriciaMcKennon.com. I always feel like, and I think I may be doing a program with you if I can.
December 6th.
Yeah, I think
the Holy Grail Stone.
I think it's the 6th. We should talk about this. I'm moving my mom weekend, so we'll talk about it.
We'll talk soon.
Okay. Thanks.
Always appreciate you, Tricia. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil.
How about Brendan from Paradigm Shift Central?
Sweet. Awesome. Wonderful. You guys can hear me okay, loud and clear. Neil, thank you again. Thank you, everyone. Like, this is so exciting to be able to see this. And I was thinking, this feeling that we have now that we've reached the end of it, for myself, it's something very similar to the feeling you would get after going to a transformational festival or maybe like a rainbow gathering or something like that, right? It's been this soul family reunion. We've come together. But we always knew this was just going to be a moment, a chapter within the bigger story. And so now, in the same way that you would end a transformational festival, we have this closing ceremony to really be able to focus on the intention to embody this and to bring it with us beyond this moment. You know, that is the idea, is that we bring this experience, we bring this conference, we bring this festival of life, we bring this story, this magic with us into the individual moments that we're going to be having beyond this. And that's the idea. Like, the world needs more leaders. It needs more shifters, paradigm shifters. It needs light guardians. It needs modern day Jedi. It needs us to step into these real archetypes that are already inside of us, about being able to rise as the heroes of our own journey. And when it comes to changing the world, it's beautiful and magical, but at the same time, it's also very simple. And I think regardless of the amount and the complexity of information that was shared today, you know, the story from here is for people to be able to continue living their own truth and to speak their own story. So maybe if the people watching this, maybe you're going to start creating your own videos on Instagram and TikTok and create your own podcast and have your own discussions, because every single person here is a nexus to a bigger network. And that's how you ripple out and change the world. If you love one person, then that one person will love someone else, and then they'll love someone else, and they love someone else. And this is a message we can teach people on, right? And again, going back to what Tricia, I love what you were saying, and really just reminding people that I've reflected on this, and this is something I talk to people about in my community. I'll just say here and I'll pass it. This idea that one time I was meditating deeply and I was asking myself, I'm like, okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? And so I'm, okay, we're leading people. I'm like, okay, that's a good answer. But then I got more specific. I'm like, where are we leading people to? And then I was like, oh, okay, let me think about that. And then the answer came to me. We are leading people back to the wisdom of their own heart. We are leading people back to the heart. So it's like, where are we leading people to? We think it's like this thing outside of us, but the truth is back to the heart. Because once we lead people back to the heart, all this knowledge, I mean, where did all of us get it from? You know, in addition to hearing it from other people, so much of us, we got it from our own heart. And here we are talking. And when we teach people how to do that, they ultimately find their own understanding and their own perspective and their own truth. And then here it is, it ripples out. And we'll look back on this day, we'll look back on 2020 and we'll be like, this was the year when we really woke up and we came together and something magical happened. So Neil and everyone here, thank you for being a part of this very, very powerful story that we're creating and living at the same time. So thank you, Neil.
It's so beautiful, brother. Thank you so much, man. It's truly paradoxical, because not only are we informing people about, you know, the universe, cosmos, ETs, different planets, ancient history, but the paradox is all this external information is just a reminder of you to go back within your own heart. We're learning about the ancient history because we're learning about our ancestry and who we are and our DNA and how we came to who we are now. We're learning about ETs because it's about, you know, our heritage and how we even got seeded on this planet in the first place. So we're learning about nutrition so we can help our own sacred temple and our own body. So it's, the universe exists within a paradox, right? So all this information, truly, my intention, everybody's intention here is really for them to get their own empowerment from this information so that you can go out into the world as an empowered being and share that light to others. And then the more you do that, the more people we have doing that, that's when we make real change on planet Earth. The more of us that love ourselves, not for simply because of the fact that we do this job that is so awesome and we make this money, but we love ourselves just because of the fact that we exist and we're a divine spark of creation. If you can get to that level, you know, you're on your way to something incredible. And that's truly where that's my journey, you know, and I'm only getting there. And I'm not gonna say I'm there, but I'm always on the journey to it, and I'm getting closer and closer to actually that pure self-love for myself. But I've been doing this work for 10 years, and I was depressed for like 8 of them, you know, like, so I was on a complete search for how am I going to empower myself. And the reason why I got into this is because I was, as a child, some things happened to me that really like messed me up, and I was looking for something in order to basically heal that. And what did I find? Consciousness. What did I find? Extraterrestrials. What did I find? Ancient history. And that right there has helped me lead to my heart. So that's truly what it is, and I want everybody to really grasp that it is about you. This story that we've done and outlined in the last 5 days is about you. We're telling your story and you're telling our story, because this is what it is. We're here on this planet together. So let's move into now. How about Lori Spagna? Hey, Lori.
Hey.
Oh, there we go.
Hi. I was surprised. I wasn't ready for my name to be called. Well, first let me just say thank you. And hello to everybody. And I know so many of you, and I'm so delighted to see your faces here. And you all look like beautiful beings of light to me. And I just mostly want to say thank you to you, Neil and Saul, for doing this. And just to remind everyone, like, not that we don't know, but it's a good time to just continually affirm I'm a beautiful, divine being of a child of God. And all beings are, and including the animals, the plants, and the minerals, all of us are divine beings of the divine source, children of God, worthy and deserving of love and happiness and health and well-being and joy and peace, abundance, health, well-being, like all of these things. We all deserve them. And in our return to this innocence, this is a purity and an innocence within us, you know, it softens everything. It restores the highest truth to all of us. That's really something we can all agree on. We're divine children, innocent children, awakening to our mastery. So both are true. And as we're awakening to our mastery, we also get to be reminded not only of our mastery, but our innocence. Both are true. And I think those are the best words I can leave with, other than thank you and how much I love and appreciate you, all of you, because I think all of our contributions and everything we're all doing is really making a difference for humanity. If it wasn't, like, for everything we're all doing. And I know this is like not an easy journey for everybody, especially those of us kind of sort of at the, you know, the forefront of the awakening movement that's going on. So I give you all my gratitude and my love and yeah, my best wishes to everyone.
Thank you so much. Love you. And just to let everybody know, we've done a few presentations with Lori on our website, so you can check them out, portalascension.org. Amazing information. And you've been really a huge support for us, you know, especially in the last year that we've known you. And I really appreciate everything you do. So love you so much.
Thank you. And just give a shout out to the animals too, that all of the non-human animals, you know, also are recognized as they are sentient beings worthy and deserving of their liberation and sovereignty too. And yeah, they are here being the vibe that they're here embodying the virtues that we are learning to embody and embrace. They already have and know and are those virtues that we're developing within ourselves. So I just wanted to add in a shout out for the animals. But thanks again, Neil and Sal and everyone. Love you guys.
Thank you, Lori. And we did a presentation with Lori on animal, what was it called, Lori?
Well, I think it was like the secret energy of animals and the consciousness of the animal kingdom.
Yeah, so everybody could check that out. Thank you so much, Lori. Appreciate you very much.
Love you, Sal.
So let's do this. So we have a few people that speakers that are on a time crunch. So we're going to go with Deborah, and then we're going to go straight into the Hertex and Alan, and then we'll do Stephen. So let's start with Deborah Giusti.
Thank you, Neil, and hello, everyone, and so much love to all the panelists and everyone watching right now. I honor you all so much and love you all so much, and it makes me so happy. And I did the Ascension panel, and I want to share, I've been doing them for 7 years at the Conscious Life Expo, New Living Expo. And this was one of the best panels we ever had. There was such high-level information, such resonance, such cohesiveness with all the panelists. It's really encouraging how we're all coming together now. And with all challenges, as you know, there's lemonade. And I would say this is big time lemonade, that we get to come together like this and spread this information out globally. It's not just held to the conferences that we do in the hotel, you know, which was wonderful. This is going out massive, wave after wave after wave. And all of us have brand new potent sets of divine mission instructions now with all that's going on. And it's not just the panelists, it's everyone's watching. If you tune in, there's new levels of evolution of what we're here to do and what we're meant to do. And we're meant to work in high level collaboration. And this is an example of it. We all come to the table with what spirit has for us to do at a really high level, leave your egos at the door and play at a really high level. So this is the blessing now that's happening. And I adore Neil. I support him. I've supported him from the very beginning. In my soul tribe family court, I call him my prince, meaning he's coming up from the rear doing what I do, but taking it to a whole new level. And I will always support him in everything. And what I'm doing these days is Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, which a lot of you have been on, which is another amazing thing that's coming through me. It's an inspirational virtual variety show with incredibly potent topics, high-level speakers, musicians, entertainment, lots of fun, and all of these panelists, I'd love to have you on again. And I'll put a link in the chat room for any of the people that are watching to come join us. It's every Saturday night. It's another one of those incredible blessings that just emerged because of what's happening now that we're all experiencing.
It is amazing. I just want to give a shout out, Deborah. It's amazing.
Thank you.
And you're doing
Thank
it at a
you.
very professional, high consciousness, high production level.
Thank you so much. And love, so much love and appreciation to all of you. Love you so much.
Deborah, you already know how much I have for you, so I don't need to say it. I'll say it anyway. I love you so much. Thank you
Yeah.
for really helping Portal Ascension get to where it is now. You know, thank you for that.
And much more to come. Way much more to come.
Exactly. Okay, love you. All right, let's go. So we're changing it up from what I just said because a couple speakers need to go before. So we're going to start with Stephen Halpern. Let's go ahead and bring him on.
Okay, there we are. Namaste, and it is indeed a pleasure to be part of this incredible gathering. Interestingly, I'm being introduced during my segment today by Dr. JJ and Desiree Hertak, and seeing Deborah Jussi right now. My early research brought me in touch with the Hertaks in 1973, right after I conducted the first research on brain waves and auras and biofield measurements and my music. And at the very first public presentation of my music at Sonoma State College is when I met Deborah, who helped put on one of the very first of the prototype New Age expos in a very small aspect. So thank you both for continuing to do what you do. And thank you, Neil, for putting this event together. Because the truck knocked down my internet connection, it was only today that I got back online. So it was in time for me to be part of this. So I look forward to catching up with the rest of the speakers. I see a lot of old friends there. And I second the comments about the echoes and the reverberations of this panel and this event going out that we can spread through our own social media and really keep the information expanding and putting the love and the information out there to counter the fear. The comment about this is why we all incarnated at this point in time is very, very, really resonates with me. And that's certainly what I've been working with through my public and personal journey. For people to find out more, since we couldn't play music during my segment, StephenHalpernMusic.com, YouTube.com/StephenHalpernMusic has a lot of my instructional videos as well as music videos and a lot of the music. And with the revolution in streaming music, my music is pretty much now available for free in various contexts on Amazon and hey, Alexa, play some Halpern. It's really been a transformational aspect. And as I mentioned during my presentation today, something very special happens on a spiritual level through the synchronistic and the simultaneous listening to the same piece of music around the world that happens with playlists on Pandora or Spotify or whenever else some of the platforms play particularly, as I've been finding out, the first track of Chakra Suite that gets us in tune with the Schumann resonance, the Earth's brainwave, and really empowers individual coherence, and that radiates out into global coherence. So on that note, I say blessings and namaste to you all, and Neil, on to the next show.
Thank you, brother. And I'm glad because we've been trying to work together for a couple of years now, so it's finally happened. So, you know, expect a lot of emails from me. Finally got you. Appreciate you, brother. So, okay, let's go to the Phil Gruber. What you got for us, brother?
First, I want to give a shout out to the human animals among us. I think that they need our love and support and compassion just as much as the non-animalistic humans. I have a really cool hat too, my original NASA hard hat. I'm going to be really brief. You know, there are these Book of the Month clubs. Well, I have a candidate for the Book of the Millennium here, Pistis Sophia. I just want to say that this event and the Shift, and through the Shift Network and Scott and Deborah and all of you have really raised the bar, have really set new watermarks as far as what we can all do together collectively. I think they've raised the bar, they've set really new watermarks. And I just want to say in my closing that we are all feathers in each other's wings. We are all feathers in each other's wings. We keep each other aloft. And for that, I just want to say thank you so much, really from the top and bottom of my heart. Thank you so very much, Neil et al. Thank you. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Phil. Looking forward to talking to you more, and looking forward to Visitors to a Small Planet that we're going to do together, the webinar.
Thank you. God bless.
You too, brother. All right, let's go to the Hertax and Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. And it's such a pleasure to have been with you this weekend. I think the people you brought together were all stellar, literally cosmic. And we're at a key time now. This planet needs exactly what we're all doing and what you're doing and what this event has been about. Because I love what Grant was saying. If we don't make the change, and the change is now, our moment of choice is right now, it's really going to be critical for all of us. So thank you so much for bringing great people together and for sharing.
It's great to see all of your faces around the world, from Phil in Singapore to Steve in San Francisco and beyond. All of us have worked very hard over the last several decades in this consciousness shift, but now it's really occurring. We're going from humankind to space kind. We are the architects of the new dawn. We are writing the new Psalms and the new pages of the book of Revelation. May the divine spark within us keep us always together, and let us pay the price of taking the higher path of unconditional love, unconditional wisdom, and unconditional light of lights. May this greater light be a beacon to all in the gathering of the tribes of humanity. The great ascension work is now before us, and it's blossoming every day in every unique aspect of the gifts we bring together. So let us keep this great solidarity, symphonic synergy, and this great synthesis of love and light. Peace be unto all of us. In this time of Sukkos, the ancient time of gathering in the wilderness to make a, shall we say, a booth, a place of comfort, let all humanity be in the same booth, the same tabernacle of unity.
That's why I hang out with these guys. Because they bring in the wisdom, and I wanted them to be part of this event because they contribute so much to the raising of vibration on this planetary evolution, this moment of change that everyone, whether they attended this seminar, these 5 days or not, know that we are at the brink of change. The world is shifting. We are in historic times. And this, Neil, is a sort of acceleration. This is a way to steer us in the right direction as this times change, unfold, as history is being made, as the unknown unfolds in front of us. we are here. Everyone on this 5 days are here to lay a step in a direction for some new realities. I'll just say it that way. But it's been an honor to be a part of this and to be so deeply connected to what you're putting together, and for all of us to be on the same page. And it just drops me into the place where, wow, everything I've been doing for the last 25, 30 years is kind of been on track. Like all of us, like all 50 of us, all the speakers, we've all been on track to get us to this point where we could be at the shift of ages and let the portal to ascension unfold, let the divine essence in each one of us unfold, because that is the bottom line when we come down to all these speakers and all their different modes of presentation. The divine is being activated in each one of us, and it is a glorious time, and there's more to come, and thank you for your dedication.
Thank you so much, guys. This is just the beginning, and we're gonna do a lot of things together. We've already done a lot together, but I feel like we're gonna do even more now, right? It's just like, there is no holding back at this point. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you.
It was so much fun. I just want to say we really hit a high point yesterday at that whole Disclosure Fest meditation, right up through the day to that UFO panel, which took a whole new direction in ufology. I mean, we laid new ground in that direction of bringing through the spirit of oneness with the government disclosure. That was really an exciting moment for me. So that was the moment that's like a snapshot of the essence of this Portal to Ascension conference.
And that's what you did last year too, and this year, is your panel was ETs and consciousness. It wasn't just a UFO disclosure panel. So it was really a UFO disclosure panel from the lens of consciousness, right? So, and that's really what it is right now. That whole day, I mean, I'm gonna never forget the whole conference for sure, but that yesterday, the way we picked up momentum with the experiencers and how then we built the energy, and now we're into the ancient history and integrating it spiritually. It's beautiful. I'm so in awe about
it. Could never have happened unless we had this incredible team, Tanya, Michelle, Leonard, Sol. I mean, everyone really looked after each other in the back room there in the chat, and we really
great communication
space for each other to flow, and it made it flow so beautifully.
It made this teamwork go forth. Just the beginning of being beacons of light, manifesting a magnificent light around Mother Earth.
Yeah. This event really flowed better than any live event I've ever done before, you know, and I thought it was going to be harder to get like almost 60 people to come onto Zoom through 5 days, but everybody made it except for one person who just wrote the date wrong, you know, so it worked out great.
Yeah,
so
and you really worked hard. Just acknowledge yourself as well, you know?
Yeah, thank you.
There was a lot of benevolent support from our galactic family as well. They really supported this event, and a lot of people were commenting about that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So let's go. Alan, did you want to say a few more words, or are you going to stick around? Her text have to.
No, I have to get these guys back home, but maybe I'll tune in after I take a little break. But I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Bye, JJ, Desiree.
Good night.
Up to all of you.
Let's go to Jamie, brother Jamie.
Well, it's such an honor to be among all of you guys. It's inspirational. And I just want to remind everybody that you all can do exactly what all the folks on this panel are doing right now, that you are all experts and that you are all masters in your own way of whatever realm of information your perspective on the universe is. And that, like Neil, you can just have an idea and be like, I'm going to get a bunch of people I know together and start talking about stuff. And so it's very inspirational to see that this is happening and that it's going fractal like this. And the folks on this panel that have been doing this for decades, it's super duper inspirational. And to just see that how far all this has come and all that work for all those years is paying off. And we have to now continue and increase the momentum. It's our responsibility to carry this forth for all the people that worked really hard to get us to where we are now and are maybe not with us anymore. There's a lot of folks, and they're counting on us to see this through, to get to the place where we need to get. So I really appreciate being a part of it, and remember to keep feeding the field with the information that you want to see coming, and it'll come right back, and we're going to amplify it. So thank you, Neil, for doing what you're doing.
Thank you,
Appreciate
brother.
it.
Thank you for being so awesome. That's the only way I can really explain it.
Thanks, man.
I appreciate you and everything you do, man. And you know, we're just going to keep moving forward with it all, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Continuous.
Continues forever. Keep fractaling this information out, and let's make the real change on planet Earth, because we can do it.
Festival Earth.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's do Celestine Starr. Hey, Celestine.
Hey, hello, everyone. I am so honored to be a part of this 5-day summit, Ascension Summit. And Neil, I just love you for having the vision, the determination. You didn't skip a beat when they took things down. You just kept going. You had the brilliance to have it in different platforms. And each one of you, Michelle, Alan, all of the co-hosts, you know, that helped with the interviews. Just love you all. Every single one. I see you. I know you, Tricia, Deborah, Eric. I see Brooks is on here, you know, just everyone that I admire so much. Yes, just like it was spoken, you know, with Jamie, we've been doing this for so long, and finally the voice is being heard. So thank you. I'm so impressed. Glory in the light of the radiant one. Our future is here. And keep your eye on 11/11 at 11/11/2020. I have a feeling that there's going to be some large energy input from the galactics, the celestial beings that have been working with us. And I think it's going to be an amplification. So they tell us to jump off all of your reflective equipment, your devices, and stand outside in the sun. And so I thought that was an interesting transmission that I just got recently. So anyway, love, joy, blessings. You can find me at galacticearthcouncil.com. And I'll be doing Skywatch, especially on 11/11. For those who would like to step into the advanced circle, you need to get in touch with me and work things out. For people who are looking to understand their star origin, where did you come from before you came to Earth? It's been opening the field to answer questions of your Earth contracts, why you're here, and if you want to continue them. Some people are changing. All about that. Love you, Scott. I see you there. And everybody makes me smile. I just love you all. It's just like, oh my gosh. Some of the greats. I just feel I'm in the shadow of the greatness of the turning of the great wheel. We are literally, you know, we've been the subculture of humanity, but now we are the culture of humanity. And by the seat of their pants, you know, we're just turning that wheel for people to, for us to go up. And I'm so encouraged by what I'm hearing from each and every one of you. You've stepped out into a place where people can actually understand, take it in, and say, yes, you know, this is a possibility. So vision well. The future is here. We just keep visioning the uptake. And thank you so much, Neil. I love you so much.
I love you too. And I am extremely, extremely blessed to have you as a friend. So I'm just so happy to know you. Thank you for everything you do and your integrity and passion. I appreciate you. Be talking soon.
Okay.
We just had somebody in the room ask for the donation link. So I just went ahead and put it. If you guys want to support us, please do. And actually what would be cool is, since I no longer am on Facebook, I'm trying to get people on Instagram. So if you want to take pictures, tag us on Instagram. If you want to take a video of us speaking right now or engaging, that'd be so cool.
go ahead and throw it up on Instagram stories and tag us so I can share it with everybody. Because Instagram's actually brought quite a lot of people in this time. So please do share it. We want to get it out with people and show them how much fun we had, and then ask and to direct them to the replays, direct them to the footage so that they can, be informed as well, and then have a lot of fun with the information that we're presenting. So let's go to, hey, Tyler, how you doing, brother? Journey to Truth podcast.
Hey, what's up? Aaron had to go to work, but figured I'd hop on and say bye and thank you. And man, just what a weekend. I don't know how you had the stamina to pull something like this off, Neil. And to add to the Facebook thing, that's a bummer, man. We got hit the same time. And Aaron and I have created new accounts. Luckily, we had some other email addresses we could use. So if anybody out there is looking to find us, you can still find us on Facebook again, but we are on Instagram and Twitter and all that stuff, and YouTube, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just been amazing. Everybody we interviewed, it was so fascinating. It was just so much vast information. This whole conference. It's really a lot to take in. So I think a lot of people are going to be enjoying the replay of this for quite a while. So I don't have a whole lot to say. Just want to say thank you. And thanks everybody for tuning in and supporting Neil and everybody here. And I'm so honored to be a part of this. And just enjoy the rest of the year. We'll just keep positive vibes going and pray for the best, most positive timeline.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and enjoy is a really good way to say it, because we can enjoy the rest of the year. It doesn't have to be a struggle. So let's really focus on that joy and intent. And to answer your somewhat question of how I do it, it's because I sleep very well. I sleep 10 hours a day. I eat drink alkaline water when I need it, because I don't want to be too alkaline, because then it won't digest my acidic food. So I just really focus. I have nutrients, I have activated charcoal. So if you want to know how to create something big like this and not abuse your body, let me know. I'll do a little session with you.
Perfect.
My favorite thing to do is search for superfoods and things online, and every so often he's like, oh, we're doing this now.
Yeah, and then if you're crashing around 4 o'clock in the day, you just take some cacao nibs and you're good to go. So that's how you do it. I'll give you guys some secrets right there. I don't know about this. But...
Yeah, I'll be hitting you up after this for sure.
Thank you, brother. Well, thank you so much, Tyler, and tell Aaron thank you as well.
I will. See you later, guys.
Take care, brother. So let's go to brother Adrian Valera.
Yeah, I think so.
Adrian.
Yo, can you hear me? Hey.
Yep.
Wow, what an amazing 5 days, Neil. You did it. I'm super proud of you. This is so amazing. I tuned in a lot of each day and found so much beautiful content and people really sharing some amazing work and research and knowledge. So thank you for putting this together. We all need it. Saul, thank you for just being you and supporting Neil and putting your own love into all of this, because I can feel the resonance of both of your energies entangled in all of this. So thank you both. This is an interesting time. Again, it's all an illusion, and we are in this amazing grand time to remember that we are creators. So let's create our own illusion in a way that we want, that is not interfered by something that we created to be programmed, because we created that also as creators. We created to be programmed to be in this situation that we are now, to learn that we are creators and remember that we are creators, and that we can create this new illusion that we would like to see for the planet and ourselves. So let's go, creators.
I love that, brother. Why don't you tell everybody about Disclosure Fest? We're only 4 days away.
Shit, you're reminding me. We're 4 days away and it's doing really good. We got our schedule up, so we're going to be releasing that tomorrow. Saturdays, October 10th and 11th, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. ish. We're going to try to do a 7.5 hour stream. because, you know, with these platforms, we could get kicked off at some point. A lot of people signing up, and it's going to be such an amazing experience. So go to disclosurefest.org. Sign up if you haven't already signed up, and you'll start getting a lot of reminders this week and different ways to sign up for prizes and different things like that. And yeah, just see you this weekend. It's been a lot of work, and I'm really excited about it.
One of the most amazing festivals I've ever been to. I'm going to be also hosting it. We had a tent there last year. So hardcore collaboration and connection on this. And so I can't recommend it enough. If you want to continue the celebration of unity that we're experiencing right now, go to Disclosure Fest, because we've been learning all this information. But if you want to dance it out, you want to listen to some frequencies, listen to some beautiful music, Disclosure Fest now is the experience of it all. So please do check out disclosurefest.org. Love you, brother.
Great job. Amazing, amazing, amazing expo.
Thank you, man. Let's move on to Scott Katamus.
Hey guys, hey everybody. Well, gosh, almost everything that needs to be said has been said. But there are two things that come to my mind. First off, I want to acknowledge all the people that are not on our panel right now, but that are still watching. I want to acknowledge the audience, because yeah, we happen to be the ones that have the cameras on us. We're the ones that we get to speak, but everybody is of equal importance. And any of you who've watched the show that I do with Deborah, Saturday Night Live, you've heard me say, we are the ones we've been waiting for. This is the time we've been preparing for. And that's true for everybody watching. Even if your life doesn't seem quite as significant as putting on a big 5-day conference or whatever some of the people here are doing, everybody's life matters equally. Everybody here is a cell in the new world that we're creating. So I just want to acknowledge everybody listening and watching, and thank you for who you are, how you are tuning in, how you are shifting your life, the choices you're making. It's a challenging planet. It's hard being a human being. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to be spiritual beings and be in these human bodies, these animal bodies. Food tastes really good. Sex is pretty awesome. Nature is wonderful. And there's also, it's hard to be in such a dense place where the density is so gross. And almost all the people attracted to this work are highly empathic, highly sensitive, earth angels, starseeds. And so I just want to acknowledge how challenging it is to stay in love, to stay in your body, to stay connected. So my message is to all of you, God bless you. And thank you, Neil, and everybody here for creating forums and opportunities for us to come together, for us to connect, for us to be inspired, for us to get information and education. And let's remember, I guess, the most important thing, that we're here to learn to love, starting with ourselves. So there's moments of love that matter. So whatever we can do to have more self-love, more love for each other, even if it's in little ways, even if it's in simple ways, that's very, very meaningful. So that's my message. And thank you, everybody, for coming together in the wonderful ways that you do.
Thank you so much, Scott. Appreciate you. Appreciate everything you do. I love the way you communicate, and just so glad to be connected with you. So thank you so much. And yes, that is right. The gratitude component. And right now we're getting a flood of messages of gratitude in the chat, in YouTube, via email. So let's all take a moment to embrace the gratitude that not only do we have for each other, but we have for the audience has for the speakers, the audience has for each other in the chat room, communicating with each other. There is gratitude here that we can ripple into the universe and make it reflected 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold. We can cover the whole entire planet with this gratitude, and send that intention that other people can walk in gratitude too. A lot of things start correcting themselves when you have that center and when you have that gratitude in you. So thank you for the reminder, Scott. So let's move now to, let's go to Omar. Omar, your video's not on. Are you there, brother? Omar's from Watch Us Talk. He interviewed 2 speakers, Michael CREMO
And oh God, I forgot 5 days. I forgot who the first speaker was, but Omar and I have been connected for a few years. He's interviewed me multiple times on his platform. I just love him as an all-around amazing guy, watches talk, and a great host. So Omar also was manning the chat rooms, doing all these things that I didn't even specifically inform him that I needed help with, but I didn't even know I needed help with until he did it. So that's how awesome Omar is. So hey, Omar.
Right on, brother. Thank you very much. I got to say, when 5 days ago when we started this, I should have said, strap in and put your seatbelts on because we're going on a ride. This was, just an incredible ride. Look, I got goosebumps right now just talking about it. It was just so much knowledge, so much information. But as you recall, my intention was love. Right. That's what I wanted to see out of this. And my God, man, there was, just so much love right here in this Zoom room, on Facebook, on YouTube. Unfortunately, Facebook kicked you off, but, we didn't let that stop us. So, it was just absolute love. I really enjoyed it. The information was just next level stuff. This was, just pure education. And we're on that threshold to expanding our consciousness and our awareness, because if we know where we come from, then we know where we're headed, and we're not going to make the same mistakes as we have in the past. And just like Scott was saying, we live in such a dense environment that we need to just let go and accept everyone, and just love each other. It's not that hard. And I remember seeing heard earlier something about knowledge and bullets. Right, knowledge to me is far more better investment than weapons of mass destruction or weapons to kill one another. It's just not worth it. And I just want to thank you for bringing everyone together and just having this great summit, and just so much love, man. We should check the Schumann resonance and see if we made a difference there, because this was just global love from all over the world. And thank you everybody behind the scenes, in front of the camera, and most importantly the audience, the people that signed up for this conference, everyone that tuned in, watched, commented, shared just massively across social media. Portal to Ascension. Right on, brother. Thank you. I'm just totally honored to be part of this, because we made history. Right on.
And I want to give you the opportunity to plug your conference. Take a minute real quick and plug what you have coming up.
Oh yeah, I've got coming up on October the 10th is called Ishwara. I've got 8 speakers. Some of them were here on this summit. For instance, Brad Olsen that was on here earlier, he'll be doing a 90-minute webinar for his trip that he did in Antarctica. You guys might want to check that out. And amongst others, one I'm really looking forward to is John Shaughnessy. He's the pyramid gravity force. He has really great theory on how pyramids work and how it's connected to volcanoes all over the planet. And it's just fascinating. So I'm really looking forward to that. But overall, just the entire conference. So you guys might want to check that out. There'll be a link in the comments. Follow that, and we'll see you there. And thank you, Neil. Much love. And Alan, fantastic job. You're incredible, man. You're just absolutely incredible. I've seen you before. And, I've seen your interviews, seen your channel, and, I just got, just great honor to be, work alongside with you today. And Michelle, you too, wow, man, you guys are just epic,
Well,
absolutely.
I'd like to work with you sometime too. So let us know, let me and Michelle know, and I'm here.
Right on, man. Just love you guys very much. And, we'll see you at the next event. Hopefully we can, do 2-3 of these a year, and really raise people's vibration and lift that level of knowledge and that understanding, so that when we're sitting around our dinner tables, we can tell our children the real history, not something that we learned in the sausage factory, as I call it, because they just kind of just squeeze you out of there, right? Just keep you at that same elevated education. But we need to teach our kids what we're learning here today. And in the last 4 days, in the last 2 weeks, and thousands of hours that Neil has on his website, this is the knowledge that they should be teaching in school. So many gratitudes to Neil for really putting this together. And he absolutely knows the best people, and he knows how to organize them, put them together. Just a true visionary, and I love him very much. He's like a brother to me. And hopefully I'll be in California next year if COVID allows, and I'd love to hug this man.
Dude, I didn't cry the whole entire 5 days, but right now I'm almost at tears from that.
We almost met in Vancouver. A couple of years ago, you and
few more words and it would have been one teardrop down my cheek, I swear.
Whatever. I felt him be all like, a few times already.
No, thank you, Omar. The feeling is mutual, brother. Thank you.
Brother, you're an awesome soul. And I love you very much. And I'm so glad we met because, I was on a podcast the other day and I was asked a question, who are the two people that I look up to or who are the people that I look up to? And, one of them was you. I'd said, one David Icke, he really opened up my eyes to consciousness and how to, pretty much like accept what I am. And then next was, yourself, because ever since we met, I was really into ancient civilizations and UFOs and things like that. But you really opened up my eyes to, sound and vibration and healing and many gratitudes for that because it's really expanded my consciousness and awareness as to what's possible. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Omar. I appreciate you, brother. Feeling is 100% mutual. Love you, man.
Love you too.
Let's go to, and we did send her energy earlier in the conference because she's basically working right now part-time with Portal Ascension. Besides Sol and I, she's the only actual other employee, and she assisted with a lot of the emails. She might have put my name on the emails when she responded to some of you. So, and she's been assisting the whole time through this. Really couldn't have done this event as efficiently if it wasn't for her. So Tanya, thank you so much for everything you've done. We've known each other for so long. You live very close to us. You were there right in the beginning in 2011. You were there for our first big event. And it's just, we've just been like in each other's circles the whole entire time. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Tanya.
Yes.
I love you guys. I remember the very first Portal to Ascension event at the Temple of Light, and it rocked my world. And I said to myself, you got to keep an eye on this guy. Does he have this passion for knowledge? But he has the heart to go with it. And that's something I can get behind and support. And I've just always felt that way. If there's anything I can do to like support this mission that you've been called to do, then I've got your back, man. Both of you. I love you, Sol. I love you, Neil. I'm here for you.
Thank you. I love you so much. And thank you for everything you've done this whole entire 5 days and beyond. And we're just going to keep going forward together.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Baby, did you want to go next?
Yes. I really want to honor Neil and everything that he does and not just like blanket it and be like, oh yeah, he put this together, because he actually sleeps, eats, and breathes not only Portal to Ascension, but healing and unity for not only Earth, but all dimensions and all universes. And he puts it together so well, but he's doing it 24/7. He doesn't stop. He does get his good 10 hours of sleep and eats well and whatever, but he is doing it all the time. He's always coming up with new ideas, and he's constantly like running stuff by me or any of you guys or whatever. And it's just really, really important what he does. And I want to honor all of you guys, people watching, supporting, all of people attending, and the speakers and the helpers, everyone. The same amount of honor that I have for this man goes to you, because I see what you're all doing, and it's really awesome. And though the earth cycles and though we cycle and whatever happens, it's all love. We're here to bring love and unity. And I don't even have to talk about whatever's going on, not only here in the United States, on Earth, whatever. But like I said, those cycles are going to keep going. divisions, whatever, but we're here and Neil's here just to bring it all to unification and love and oneness so that the cycles can be, even if whatever's gonna happen, they can all end up in love. And I don't know, man, 2020 has been really weird, but it's also been the best year of my life. And with that, I love you all.
Love you, baby.
I love you.
It's very hard to hear people say things good about me. Like, I was like,
especially when I'm
right behind me in my ear. I'm like, oh my
I'm
God.
usually like, pick up your sock.
But yeah, I mean, this exactly. It's why we're all here. And I want to honor the next person that we're going to bring on, Michelle Anderson. And I did speak earlier about the fact that there are 3 people, you know, that I really do communicate with about every event. I mean, Deborah Giusti and I communicate specifically about, you know, the intention of the event and how we're going to promote it and market it together because we have that relationship. But Alan Steinfeld and Michelle Anderson are both the people that I call to have a rundown before the event even gets created. So we have conversations and they give me ideas and then we see how we're going to incorporate each other. So Michelle is like, I just know we cannot talk for weeks, and I just know I can make a call and we'll just hit it off and start communicating like, you know, we've been talking every single day, and just the mutual respect is so high. So I'm really excited and really happy that you got to be part of this, Michelle. I love you so much. Thank you so much for everything.
Oh my gosh, every night I have felt so high. After hearing all the speakers and feeling all the listeners, the viewers that are chatting in, feeling like we found our soul family. Something happened. Many of the speakers and the hosts have mentioned this, but what I feel it as that 5 click in the dial, where sometimes it feels a bit off, and then when it clicks in, you just know. We had a definite clicking in through this event. And I was acting that 4 years ago when we were going into an election that was very divided, we were going to all of these festivals and conferences to raise the vibration, to get people into their feeling bodies, to emitting that joy and that harmonious feeling so that we could calm the collective, calm the field. And I really feel like we all contributed to that. I feel our galactic family smiling and being so joyful, as far as like being proud, I would say, proud of us that we were able to do this. And it wasn't just each one of the hosts and the speakers. It was, like Scott was saying, the listeners were tuning in, and I could just feel everybody was feeding each other even more compassion, more harmony. And as far as talking about what an A team this was, as far as the speakers and the host, Alan and Shariah and Tanya and Sol and Brendan and Tyler and oh my gosh, Omar, just behind the scenes, keeping the vibration high. If any energy, you know, when we had this happening, we were asking people to send energy. It worked every single time. I love that. This has just been such a spectacular event to be a part of. And Neil, the reason why it's so spectacular is because of the beauty that you and Soul are emanating, as far as your beautiful sacred union that you have, this balance between the two of you. I love that you each support each other to push forward, and then to see. I don't know anyone who's ever said a bad word of you, Neil. You're tireless and you have a beautiful heart. And I feel that way about Adrian as well. And that's why I feel so aligned with Disclosure Fest and be a part of the Disclosure Fest team, and to really feel like we're modeling conscious creation without competition and showing others have done, and people are getting there. We're all getting there. I was thinking back tonight to the very first day and the beginning of this event when you asked us all to put our intentions into the field, into the beginning of this event. And I wrote to you and said, I wrote my intentions while I was in the bathtub getting ready for this event. So I'm looking back at those intentions and I see that it all played out. It was our intention when we set this field to join with source energy, all the benevolent beings of light and love here on Earth and in every time and space and dimension in the cosmos, to activate the higher consciousness for the greatest good of all, to awaken to the universal truth of our divine oneness. Remember, we're all connected and weaving golden threads of energy between us that are strengthened, align with the knowing that every thought, word, deed, action, emotion, it all matters. And to keeping our heart focused on love and gratitude and compassion, forgiveness, kindness, harmony, acceptance, and joy in this connected vision of what we want to see and be on Earth and in the cosmos moving forward. I feel like I accomplished that. Each one of you, every single host, every single speaker, every single person in the audience, we did that together. And I'm so proud of us. So thank you. Thank you. And more to come, because the collective needs to keep feeling this. We need to keep this tidal wave of this compassionate conversation going. And I'm glad that we're all connected so that we can do that. You us all together on this platform to do that, and to be able to support each other through this great shift of the ages.
That was beautiful, Michelle. That is brilliant. You are a poet. And just to add to what Michelle said, I think Facebook helped. When you were taken down, it became personal. It became personal for me, and I think all the speakers and hosts that were there. And we rose to the occasion. And there was a level of love and connection and support that I don't think would have existed before. So the universe, in a sense, supported us in coming together. And someone said, was this exceptional for you? And I said, absolutely. This was so full of love and presence and caring, unlike any other conference I've been to or been a part of. And, you know, we are rising to a new occasion. And it was just such an honor to be part of that feeling, that collective mind and that collective love. And thank you, Michelle, for everything you've done.
Oh, thank you, Alan. You held that space. It really, the way that you brought your interviews into that same alignment. You directed that with the way that you were interviewing each one of the hosts. Shariah did, Scott did, Neil, you did. I mean, everybody, Tanya in the chat and Omar, just watching that we were directing this tsunami of love and seeing that we're all doing this the way that Deborah and Scott are doing Saturday Night Alive and keeping, you know, this information pumping forward and the vibration really staying there. I know that people around us are feeling it. Even people were writing in their animals were. That's huge. That's huge. I know Lori Spagna would love that part, right? Because she's so in tune with what the animals are bringing forward as far as teaching us unconditional love. And I just feel so enlivened, inspired, and activated and ignited. And I want each one of you, the listeners, to carry that feeling forward through with your families and with your communities, knowing that it doesn't stop here. It's up to each one of us to continue this, to go all the way through. And we are ushering in the 1,000 years of peace that have been prophesied and beyond. We know it without a shadow of a doubt, and to stay in that place of gratitude.
So it is.
So it is.
Love you all so much. And are there any final words? Because I think the way I would like to close it out is with a poem and with a breathing exercise where we're all just breathing together in silence. But I would love for if any of you guys have anything else that you want to say before we do that.
I just want to ask you, Neil, how are you feeling at the end of it?
I'm feeling, I feel very, very energized. Every day around 4 o'clock, I was getting tired because so much effort put into this whole thing, but I feel energized and accomplished. And to be honest with you, like I was going to, the synchronicities around my Facebook page being deleted, not only was I talking about it on Facebook through the live stream 10 minutes before it happened, not only did my Instagram become something that I can actually utilize to promote events while this event was going on, making me not need Facebook, but I also was going to delete my Facebook app on Tuesday because I was trying not to be on it. And so what's going to be going on with me the rest of the year is like what I said in the beginning. I'm really disconnecting from, almost everything for the rest of the year and I feel I've created enough footage here to keep it circulating every single day for the rest of the year that I don't need to be so public, right? So for the rest of the year, I'm going to just focus on myself. I'm going to be working out twice a week, hopefully. And I'm just going to be really just focusing on my relationships and living life and being out in the world. That's what I really want. And this event I've been waiting for this event for so long because this was going to be the moment that after this happens, the rest of the year, I'm going to show up for every webinar we have going on. We have a lot going on for the rest of the year, but I really want to focus the time on myself because I'm just all the time on the go, like I can't get away from myself. I'm like in the car and thoughts just keep coming to my mind. So what I really want to do now is just to ground myself, be in nature more, allow that energy to flow and be in joy rather than be on, racing towards something, which I have been doing for so long. And I feel like one of those milestones that I was racing towards, we just created here today. And now that it's been created, I'm going to revel in that energy for the rest of the year. And it's literally going to be, you guys will see me back on January 1st. Well, all of you guys will probably see me before that, but you'll see me pop up. I'll probably create a new Facebook account January 1st. You'll see me on Facebook then. But I feel good, Alan. I'm just so blessed to know every single one of you and that every one of you showed up so efficiently, so effectively. And it just shows me even more that your intentions are pure because of the way you showed up for this entire gathering.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the key to this event, is feeling the purity in every person's heart. It really did come through so tangibly that there was a lot of purity in the way that you selected the speaker, the way that you selected the host to go with each speaker, because a lot of hosts knew the speaker or admired the speaker. Yep. There was no greed or competition. It was my vision of New Earth.
Yeah.
It was the vision that I've been holding that in my heart since I started on Awakening Code Radio and before. Just it came true. It was like a dream come true. And you know what, Neil, I want to say that this vehicle, live stream vehicle, because you know how much energy it takes to put on an event in a hotel or at a venue, we were all exhausted at the end of all the other events we've ever done. Alan, you probably know that after Contact in the Desert or Conscious Life Expo or Portal to Ascension, when we've been in person, I have come home and slept for 2 or 3 days. Because there's so much energy and there's so much going on. This goal, doing it this way, what I feel happened, in all honesty, what happened is you, the viewers, with you chatting in for all of us in space. We all are empaths. We feel your energy. You lifted us with your energy because you were coming in from all around the world and feeling the helpers coming in from the cosmos. It did feel like we ended more energy than in any other conference or festival we've ever done. It was just high vibe, and let's keep it going. I'm really ready to keep it going.
I just want to say one more thing to you, Neil, is that it feels like, and I don't know, but you have this soul growth in this last 5 days, and you can hold a bigger space now. You know, you thought you were this big, you're really this big. So there's big things that can happen as you hold this bigger space. And it's like I saw you shift right in front of us over the last 5 days. You're so much bigger energetically. And it's amazing to see that. And Soul is shaking her chest.
Yeah. And this is
got
just
it, right?
I want to create bigger and bigger events. Why not have 100,000 people, all focusing on unity consciousness? And that's what it's truly about, is conscious collaboration. What I want to say is that what I want people to really grasp, if anything, is that we have more energy in the energy of inclusion than there is in the energy of exclusion. Those who say that they rule us and claim to have power over us, they are us, which is funny, right? But at the same time, they are actually holding the energy of exclusion. There's a secret that is being hidden from us. We are coming together as a unity. We know the same information is coming to us. But what the difference is, we have that unity consciousness rather than the separate lack victimhood consciousness. So it's inevitable. There's more of us than there is of anyone that wants to control us. We have the same information in our DNA. We're unlocking it as we speak, and we want to share it with everyone. We don't want to just hold it for ourselves so that we can make some advanced consciousness-based technologies for ourselves, and make money off it. That's not why we are in it. We're in it because we know that something amazing is able to happen on Earth. We can create a shift. The power structures that we have, the societal norms that we have, the way we bring up our children, the unconsciousness of our food, of our upbringing, all of those things, we have the tools to resolve. So these conversations are just a part of the beginning process of it all. I feel like if you look at history, you look back at every 2,000 years, there is something new that emerges on the planet. If you look back at every 2,000 years, you see that every turn of every zodiac, there's a new religion, right? And there was Christianity the last 2,000 years. You look 2,000 years before that, the same one. Look, and you'll see this is hardcore, almost like a science to the cycles of time. You can almost predict when new energy will change everything. Right. And now we're in the next level of that. But the religion now is the religion of non-religion, non-dogmatic spiritualism. That's where we're at. There's no more dogma. There's just unity. So that's why I do what I do. And that's why we're here today, is because we're at the beginning of this stage. We're literally the pioneers of this new reality. Whether it's going to take a year, 10 days, or 5 or 20 years from now, I don't know. I don't care. I'm just going to focus my energy and my love on this present moment. And paradoxically, what happens when we focus on the present moment is we change our future, So that's what we're doing. We're all changing our future together.
Right.
Neil, I just want to thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are the awakened hope for humanity, everyone here. And I think there's a difference in having a destiny. It is like the unbreakable destiny. It comes from a higher source. And I think that's where a lot of us here are working from. And so it has to be honored. As they say, all is null and void under the one. And so with that oneness, we move forward. And it's been working since like the 60s, even the 50s, people awakening. We were the children of the chemical age, DDT, opiates, cocaines, and it stops today. It's like, because of what you've done, because of the high level, I could turn on Ascension conference at any point and I would receive the impact. I would receive something I could put in my pocket, in my gree bag. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You held the spirit so high. Everyone held the spirit so high. And it's just, so now it's imprinted. And there was even a place for those who were experiencers, I was so impressed to go forward. There's already companies and places where people can go to get the help they need. I mean, it wasn't like you're just speaking. Everybody wasn't just speaking, but they actually had something grounded. Here, come speak to me. Come, this is where you go, directing people, giving people information. Thank you. We're stepping forward. I'm so honored. Yes.
This has been the longest closing ceremony ever, by the way.
I was just thinking that the juiciness of love that's in the house is keeping us to where we don't want to leave young, juicy. We just want to keep loving on each other. This is the biggest cuddle puddle ending of a conference ever. We're cuddling with each other because it feels so good to love and feel connected.
Let's just
another
5 days, right now. Let's just go. Boom, 5 days.
Start another 5, but this time we'll start at midnight.
Come on, midnight at the midnight hour.
Come on,
this time.
come to Disclosure Fest. Disclosure Fest is going to continue the tsunami of love. I promise. With the speakers, with the perform Rising Appalachia and Jabe and Lotus Grace and the yoga, Sherry Ray, and our indigenous, beautiful blessing. And there's a lot of good stuff coming, next weekend. So and Neil, you'll be there. Jimmy Church and Maura Hoffman will be there.
Oh, I'd like to invite everybody to our 1000 Goddess Gathering. This is all hands on deck. People from around the world. We're doing global meditation for the goddess to bring the divine energy in. And you can go to 1000goddesses.net and join us for an online, we're out of Tiburon, but it's hundreds of ceremonies being done for both male and female people that are working with the minerals and the water. So let's keep it going. Now we're going to pull in, this is from 2016, Mayor Cronwell. She's been putting these on to just before the election to ignite the divine wisdom, to bring in the softness, to bring in the love to the planet. Let's move it forward. So I just want to invite you, Neil, and everyone here to our 1000 Goddesses Gathering.
Post that, if you could post that in the chat room too.
I will, yes.
All right, any final words, guys? Or have we already gone past that already? Brendan, Phil, John, and you've already had your final words, but you want final words?
We should just go out by saying love at the same time and clicking on.
No, I'm gonna do a poem.
Okay. okay.
But we can do that first. All right, well, anybody? No?
Oh, we're
good?
We're in the flow.
Go for it.
So I'm going to do a poem, guys, and afterwards I want to just take a moment to just bask in the energy of that while John dances to the poem. And I want us to just no real conscious actual type of meditation, but just to breathe together in synergy, just to breathe together in that silence at the end of this, inhaling and exhaling and feeling going in and out of your body and connecting to the breath, the one thing that we all have that's for free. The one thing that we all need, the many things we need to live, but that one thing that commonly connects us all is the breath. So here we go. This one is called The Ascension, which is perfect, I feel, for this event. The journey goes on for generations. The travelers would disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what if the ones that didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the 5th dimension for themselves. The ego took control and bet a life they shall never know. I welcome you, Dark One, into the lap of luxury followed by pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences create this creature only exists in the mind. Our desires and wants creates this full feature ego that keeps our lower selves from reaching the divine. Intellect, love, and a perfect understanding we will have with one another. I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one before reality tears me from duality and back into ether's imagination. You see, I am the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended to gain these experiences. I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into this 3rd dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure, man. Here's a social security card. You may live. Reincarnated to a kid to live and give back to the society. When I'm locked in borders, that's smolder, but through the ashes comes a horde of abstract thought. It was not a ghost, a spirit, but just is an enlightened individual. Equality minus the elitist political gold, the cynical flow, the pain and woes, and shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, consciousness, awareness on the rise. The yin-yang intertwined, masculine, feminine lovers intertwined. Spit words from the chakra points in my spine. Relentless, but I still find inner peace helps on the pace of my corrupted mind. Chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride kept my awareness fried. Getting drunk and high to block the constant question of why am I really here? But now I know. It's to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation. So erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. Remember, the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future through mass landings will help us souls really breathe. So raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we are, and we've always been free. Take a deep breath in. Send it out into the universe. Breathe in all the awareness from the last 5 days. Send it out into the ionosphere, send it out in the cosmos, and the Xerox machine known as the universe reflects it back down onto the planet Earth so that everybody can accept and enjoy and benefit from the merits that we've created here over the last 5 days, being together as one, being together as unity. Together we are changing the world right now. And I love every single one of you so much. Thank you so much. This has been incredible. We will do a post-conference. There will be a follow-up to this somehow, some way.
Blessing.
Good night, everybody.
Blessings. Good night. We love you.
You too. Love you, Saul. Good night.
Bye, everybody.
Love. Amazing.
Love.
Night, everyone.
Thank you for ending on that poem. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Talk to you guys soon. Goodbye.
Love.
Bye.
Room is closing. No. The room is closed.
Look at all that. Look at all these messages.
I think we got enough messages flow first.
How do you get to the messages? Can you save them?
Yeah, there's two little dots in the bottom right corner where you send a message, and just click that. And
Save chat.
When you're feeling low, just go through
Just
them.
read the messages.
Seriously, watchers.
The replay will go out in 2 days, everybody. So the replay is on YouTube right now, but if you want to watch it on our website, cut up by presenter, 2 days, you guys can check that out.
Beautiful.
I love that.
All right, I guess I'll be talking to all of you probably within a couple of days.
Okay.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Closing the room now. Okay, bye.
Yeah.